interested as limited partner in a number of private equity funds that are investing in companies, startups and other companies that are developing new technologies, whether it's in green hydrogen, whether it's in battery technology, whether it's in mobile technology, that are really developing those areas where the carbon savings will come from in the future. So there are areas that require equity financing, and again, as a multilateral, we have invested in a number of private equity funds that are providing that capital to technology companies in that space. Third and lastly, and in order to create private investment in infrastructure at scale, we are partnering with Singaporean institutions to help securitize infrastructure finance. Together with Clifford Capital, based in Singapore, Bayfront is a platform that purchases infrastructure loans from banks that originate these transactions, securitizes them, and sells them to institutional investors. I mention that because it's a really interesting model of how to bring the large volume of available capital from institutional investors into the infrastructure space in developing market. Something we've all talked about for years, if not decades, and it's finally beginning to happen at some scale. And that work together with Singaporean Clifford Capital and Bayfront is, to us, the most promising development for bringing institutional capital. And that means capital at a much larger scale than individual project finance into that space. So we're very proud to be partnering with those initiatives and therefore making our little contribution toward the greening of infrastructure in ASEAN.
Thanks. And Solio, coming to yourself now. I mean, Dr. Joachim has just spoken there about the importance of really investing in pioneering technologies. And you yourself actually are a pioneer in green infrastructure and the application in Laos. I'm interested to know, why do you think pivoting to green infrastructure might be beneficial for business in the long run?
Yes, I think there are two main keys that driving our green infrastructure projects in Laos. Is like in the short term is obviously is about economy, right? Economic goal of the drivers. So Laos is, to give a little bit of context, it's a small country. We have 7 million people. So being in the small countries means like you can change everything easier than the larger population, right? So Laos is, another thing is Laos is the second country in the Southeast Asia that pay the most expensive price for the gasoline. But we do have energy surplus of almost 80% on the electricity. So that's why I think like moving into the green infrastructure is the most making sense for the business and economy. For example, after we switched into the EV, we built the EV charging station around the country. Our drivers switch into the EV, they see the energy cost saving of 90%. Imagine you spend $100 on the gasoline driving for like maybe 500 kilometers. And now you only spend $10. You have $90 left in your pocket on every single $100 you spend. That's how much the energy saving on the driver's side. But another thing is for me is personal. It's quite personal because I think like if we want our children, I'm the father of 2, so if we want our children to live in the healthier environments and to think greens, now is the time to build the green infrastructure for them. So what we have been building is just part of that future for the next generation, especially my children. So I also hope that to encourage anybody else here as well, doesn't have to be a pioneer, but to participate in this green infrastructure development, that we hope that our next generation that would be able to benefit from what we have been building today. And that's what I also hope for my kid, to benefit from what I've been building today as well.
Thank you, Soler, and it's a very timely reminder, it's not all about business. Introduction of thoughts about the new generation is great. So, Glenn, you're pioneering the way in healthcare. I wonder if actually a few thoughts from you on the same question, if that's okay.
So I think it's really critical to explain to people what it is you're doing and how it's going to impact on lowering carbon footprint, lowering carbon emissions. And so we're investigating for the facilities we're doing that are green facilities, how do we explain to people the benefit of what's happening? They can't see geothermal work, they can't see the solar panels, they don't see the water recirculation. So you've got to explain that to them in a way that they can understand and start to interpret, and then get them to ask the question, well, if this hospital can do it, why not that one over there? So you've got to start to do that. But the other thing you need to do is get them thinking about what they're doing. So COVID for the world really prompted telehealth. Everybody was able to reach out through telehealth to get consults. Now what we want to do is say to people, every time you do a telehealth appointment, instead of driving across town to a doctor, you are reducing your carbon footprint. And so we're investigating the idea of having a little calculator that says, at the end of your telehealth consult, this is the carbon credit you effectively created by having that telehealth consult. As AI comes more into data analysis and we're able to reduce treatment times because we have earlier diagnosis, that is also going to have an impact. And so the idea of saying to people, every time you see your doctor early rather than late, it's going to have a benefit, could flow on for years. And I really love the point of saying to us, and this is going to impact not just you, but your family, your children, and how it goes from there. The final piece I'd say is, before I get on that, is training. So a huge amount of training goes into health professionals. And we are now investigating not just remote training, we trained over 8 million people remotely during COVID, but now building towards VR and AR-based training so that you can have people in a room, you can train them no matter where they are in ASEAN or the Pacific, and yet be training them with some of the leading specialists. And suddenly you're not flying people in, you're increasing skills with a very reduced footprint. The final thing I'd suggest is there is a role for government here around incentives. And I don't mean to pay people, but to perhaps create an incentive that you could be fast-tracked to achieve perhaps a certain standard or accreditation or reduced payments. If you are not only promoting green infrastructure, but you're showing the public how they can do it as well. And that will motivate other industries to go, oh look, they've been accredited faster, maybe we can get that as well. So I think there's a role for industry to market what they're doing, to explain to people that every person is important in what they can do, and government to help incentivise it, not necessarily through additional funding, but perhaps through fast-tracking some approvals. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Glenn. Now, Ibu, Emma, I'm going to come on to something a little bit more energy specific. So Pertamina, it's one of the biggest developers now of green ammonia and green hydrogen. I'm interested in your thoughts on how these new fuels fit into the global energy supply chain and how they can fulfill the ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific needs for green energy supply.
Yeah, I think Indonesia has a big potential for the green energy, including geothermal, as I mentioned earlier, that we do have also our subsidiary, we call it a subholding Power and New Renewable Energy, which focusing on renewable energy. Now they are operating more than 700 megawatts, and going forward will be additional more than 200 megawatts will be operational in the next 1 to 2 years. Yeah. And beside that also gas to power. Talking about green ammonia as well as green hydrogens, clearly that by having geothermal will be having potential for green hydrogens. Again, as our mandate as being a national oil company, that our priority is to secure our national energy security. So there are some conversations with our potential off-taker for green hydrogens. So our first priority is to provide national energy security first, and the second one, certainly we can be able to export our green hydrogen, provided the readiness level of the green hydrogen off-taker here in Indonesia, probably maybe taking some time to be able to off-taking our green hydrogen product. That's why we try to discuss with our potential off-taker as well. Related to the how that we can tap financing to support us in terms of implementing all those green energy initiative. Again, we have many options to do that. And first thing first, we have to be able that we can prove that ourselves we are operating in a greener operating model. With proof our ESG score is really convincing enough. Now that we are sitting at the second rank of sub-industry oil and gas integrated, so we really committed that our operating really committed to support ESG. So this is our attractive factors that for us can be more easy to invite our strategic partner to invest in our green infrastructure.
Great. And I love the bit when you're saying, well, how to tap the financing, which brings me back to Dr. Joachim. Listening to Ibu Emma and the potential role of new technologies and low carbon fuels such as hydrogen, ammonia, what can the multilaterals like AIIB do to support and accelerate the growth of industrial decarbonisation in ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific?
The role of multilateral development banks like the World Bank, the ADB, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is really to bridge the gap between the supply and the demand for infrastructure finance. And it's a bit of a paradox. You have this huge need for investment. The studies that say $1.5 trillion of investment needed in Asia every year, just to quote one of those gigantic numbers. And that investment is not yet happening at that scale. On the other hand, you have very large amounts of capital that are looking for projects, looking for investment opportunities, looking for yield. And the demand and the supply often do not meet. The actual flow of investment into these projects is actually quite small in emerging markets. And the multilateral development banks' role is really to connect the demand and supply in three ways. One is on our balance sheet. So institutional investors can buy our bonds. And we use the proceeds of these bonds to make loans and investments in projects, infrastructure projects in ASEAN. That's the direct way. We make very long-term loans at favorable conditions based on these funds we receive through our bond issuances. That's good, that's important, but it is ultimately limited by the size of our balance sheet. So therefore, in addition to that, we work together with our co-financiers, with private investors. And through the presence of multilaterals, often private investors have comfort that projects are implemented to international standards, for example, on carbon, on environmental social standards, on emission reductions, that there's trust in the roles that government play in those roles. Often regulatory risks are one of the biggest obstacles to private investment in infrastructure, and the presence of multilaterals provides some protection that governments will honor commitments they're making, because these same governments are our shareholders as multilaterals. So there's a privileged relationship with governments. So that's the second way. The third and final way we do is by helping create markets. And I just referred to my comment earlier on the creation of the securitization platform, which is an example of where we are helping create a market for finance flows from institutional investors to infrastructure that did not exist before. But again, it's one of those roles where multilaterals, yes, provide some money, but also provide the framework for a partnership between those different parties that have to come together to make this flow of finance from the large pool of investors to this huge need for investment a reality.
Great, thank you, Dr. Joachim. Coming back to Glenn, we've just heard from Ibu Emma and Dr. Joachim on the potential of new energy supplies and the investment opportunities that there are. But of course, pivoting to sustainable energy supplies is one part of the equation, but being more efficient in our consumption of energy is another often overlooked aspect. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on how we increase grassroots awareness and encourage behavioural change on energy conservation. That's to Glenn. That was to you.
Sorry. Look, I think you've really got to try to understand what is motivating people. I think there's a great opportunity for the use of digitisation around talking to people at a grassroots level. I think we need to understand what's an easy mechanism to get to people, social media, and how it can be used around what it means for them, for example, for the use of biotechnology, for monitoring. Patient monitoring has become a big deal and will only grow over time. And I think being able to take developments, explain them in a very, very understandable way, strong use of social media and, you know, less cats and start getting to talking about what really influences people in their lives, I think will be a critical way to get people across understanding at a grassroots level what is required to change behaviour and that every single person is responsible at that level. And health is something that is really critical. I think we also want to think that who is reading the messages in a healthcare sector, 80% of all healthcare decisions are made by women. And understanding that, understanding how we talk to that demographic and what's important. If you look at the age groups across ASEAN and even the Pacific, ASEAN is young. While the developed world is growing old, ASEAN is young. About 50% of the population of Indonesia is under the age of 30. And so they are the people who are motivated by the future. Giving them the opportunity to make a clear decision between something that has a green initiative and a low carbon footprint compared to something that doesn't, that's going to drive behaviour very, very quickly.
Great, thank you, Glenn. I think we've just about got time for one last question because I'm being encouraged to finish on time because apparently there's a VIP following us. Last question to Solio. How can digital platforms like LOCA play a role in diminishing carbon emissions and nurturing a sustainable urban ecosystem?
Yes, Glenn made a really, really big point, which connected to what we did. Besides communicating with the social media, which make a really big impact on our communication side. But on our platform side, for LOCA, we have two communication that we have to do. First is the customer. Second is the driver. The driver is really person that's really grassroots that we need to educate them. So for our driver on their mobile application, we actually have a dashboard for them. If they are still driving a gasoline car, we will tell them this is how much you spend on the gasoline. This is what would you benefit if you switch into the EV. And then they see the carbon emission in real time and also seeing the money that they would save in real time. That make them encourage them want to switch. But after they switch, they also see their real-time data, how much money they have been saving and how much pollution they have been reduced. So that they can also communicate with another grassroots drivers that make a domino and network effect. So the impact has been huge. In 2021, there's only 140 EV imported to Laos. In 2022, there's 1,400. That's the number of increasing. But total EV in Laos right now, around 2,500 EV have been imported so far. And 10% of that now are on a platform because of our driver, they have been communicating. And then on the customer side, we recently introduced, we call a climate dashboard. So when you ride on our EV, you can see in real time how much pollution you have been reducing in real time. That's also helped to educate the customer as well, that not only that you are on the green ride, but now you have been seeing what impact have been made to the environment and the community in real time. That's what we use the digital platform for.
Solio, thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists. Just a few wrapping up points from myself by way of summation. You know, I think it's been absolutely fantastic hearing about the scale of the opportunity, especially in transport, healthcare, and the world of energy. And really, whilst there are challenges, it's really quite reassuring to hear how, you know, there are so many examples of how these challenges are being overcome, and most importantly, how the role of finance plays within that, and enabling finance, certainly with the help of the multilaterals. I guess one final point of reflection that I've taken away from this discussion, almost all of you actually, as panelists, hit on a common theme of the role of government and what role government can play. You know, for me, whilst government has played a role, a lot of the initiatives and the overcoming the challenges has been largely driven by innovation within the private sector itself. So I wonder going forward, you know, as a final question, what more can government do in the ASEAN to really create an enabling environment for green infrastructure investment and to really fulfill that potential? So, can everybody please join me in thanking all of the panelists. It's been an absolutely great pleasure to host you all. Thank you very much for all of your contributions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, once again, please give a big round of applause to Mr. David Boylan as our moderator for the first panel discussion and also our esteemed speakers for the depth insights. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda, please allow me to share with you a little bit of the background of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum as an implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, a flagship event organized by Indonesia as a part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. The ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum aims to unlock further opportunities and build stronger connectivity between ASEAN countries and the Indo-Pacific. It will serve as an inclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners, mainly from the public and private sectors, to engage in constructive discussions, identify potential tangible projects, and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. 3 major issues of the future will be discussed. The first is green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. Second is sustainable and innovative financing. And third, digital transformation and creative economy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us pivot to our next discussion, on sub-theme 1, and that is green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. With CEO Fireside Chat on developing green infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific, current state and beyond. Without further ado, please allow me to invite on stage our speaker, Ibu Nika Widiawati as CEO of Pertamina, and also Mr. Nick Marsh, BBC Asia Business Correspondent, as our moderator for this discussion. Mr. Nick Marsh, please go ahead. Ibu Nika Widiawati, kami persilakan.
Okay.
Mr. Marsh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this short fireside chat on developing green infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific. I'm Nick. I work for the BBC as their Asia business correspondent based in Singapore. David, the previous moderator, said that there's a VIP following him. I'm sorry, that's definitely not me. I think that's the one after. But it is a pleasure to be here. It's even bigger pleasure to have you, Ibu Nike Widiawati, Chief Executive of Pertamina, Indonesia's state oil and gas company, of course. Good morning, and thank you for being here, Ibu.
Yeah, morning. Good morning. May I call you Nick?
Of course.
So Nick and Nika, it's a good combination. So thank you for having me here, and sorry for coming late. So
that's okay. It's Jakarta traffic.
That's okay.
I don't know if everyone can hear Ibu with the microphone.
Okay.
I think that's a bit better, isn't
Yes.
it?
It's okay.
Yeah, okay. Look, Pertamina is involved in so much about Indonesia's green energy transition. I just wanted to start by asking you this. Indonesia has some very ambitious targets when it comes to renewable energies. The country wants 23% of its energy mix by 2025 to be renewables. At the moment, it's about 10%. Sitting here right now, how confident are you that Indonesia can more than double its proportion of renewables in just 2 years?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nick. So we are all now facing the same challenge in climate. So I don't want to jump to new and renewable energy. Before that, we have to having the same perspective and understanding. We are talking about the climate change. So the most important thing is how is the energy transition pathway? We have the same objective. The finish line is net zero emission, not zero, net zero emission. But now each country have a different position, different starting point. So differing in economic development stage and also social challenge will lead to different energy transition pathway. For Indonesia, we are a developing country, and we have the ambitious target to increase our GDP, to maintain the stable economic growth, as well as inflation rate. So we need an energy as a catalyst for our economic growth. What we have to do now is energy security. It should keep maintaining. Pertamina is state-owned enterprise, have a mandate to maintain the energy security and energy resiliency. But on the other hand, we also have to support the government target to achieve net zero emission. So we have 3 parallel main agenda actually for achieving that target. First, we keep maintaining our legacy business, but with different operation methodology. We do several initiatives for decarbonization. So there is, our legacy business is carbon positive, but through the decarbonization program, we reduce that. There is a short term, but we have also the mitigation for the long term. For example, for the oil business, we develop the 2 main agenda regarding to existing asset, our refinery. So we'll convert our refinery to be green refinery. So we can improve and accelerate our bioenergy. And the second is integrated refinery petrochemical. So when the fuel demand decline, we have 2 product bioasset. So there is a first. The second, we develop the zero carbon neutral business, just like geothermal. We have a huge potential in geothermal, hydro. So there is a carbon neutral initiative. The third one, since we still have the carbon positive, we have an initiative for carbon negative. It is CCUS and natural-based solution. So we have an abundant potential in CCUS, in NBS, and Indonesia also have a potential in critical material for energy transition. We are the biggest nickel reserve as well as nickel production, the second biggest in tin, the 6th biggest in bauxite, and the 7th biggest in copper. And we have also 400 gigaton CO2 storage potential for CCUS and NBS, one of the rainforests, the largest rainforest in the world. So there is a 3 main agenda that should be managed in parallel to keep maintaining the energy transition with and reducing the carbon emission and with affordable. It's very important for us, developing country. The energy security, energy accessibility, and affordability. There's just 3 main agenda that we have to keep maintaining, especially for Pertamina as state-owned enterprise.
Yeah. I mean, you've outlined a real range there of ways that Indonesia can move towards renewables, it can move towards net zero. You've also just used that phrase there, net zero, rather than not zero, because Indonesia's very much it's in its own situation compared to a lot of countries when it comes to transitioning towards net zero. So the idea is that companies can continue polluting so long as they offset that.
It's of carbon offsetting.
Yeah, so I would offset that and remove that carbon from the atmosphere. I want to focus in on one method that kind of taps into that kind of net zero rather than not zero. That's carbon capture storage. You said Indonesia can be a real hub for that. There's lots of untapped places, basins, reserves where carbon can be stored. But carbon capture storage, as we all know, has its detractors. It's incredibly expensive. The efficacy of it has also been, widely doubted. And also a lot of people say it doesn't really offer an incentive for fossil fuel companies to actually move away from using fossil fuels, right? What would you say to that, as the chief executive of Indonesia's oil and gas state company?
Yeah, so before 2002, Indonesia is net exporter with the daily production around 1.5 million barrel per day. So means we have a huge capacity in our reservoir. Our preliminary study found that we have 400 gigaton CO2 storage capacity. We started already. Last year, we inject the carbon from our one block, Subang, CO2 from Subang block, inject to one of our block near the location, we call it Jati Barang, and successfully complete. From that carbon injection, we not just store the carbon, but also increase the production of oil and gas in that block, around 50%. So now we are in progress for the second project in Sukawati. And then now we are also progressing in the third project in Sunda Asri Basin with one of the global company that our study in one location, we have the potential around 2 gigaton CO2 storage. And we signed already with some company as a customer. How about the economic point of view? Technology. I believe that along the way there is, the improvement of technology that can reducing the capex as well as opex. But there is depend on our scheme or mechanism. For example, in our Jati Barang block, we just send the CO2 by pipeline. We don't have to convert or liquefaction the CO2 and distribute to the vessel. The same case in Sundrasi. We will try to look for the CO2 surrounding that area and just transport it by pipeline. So make it more up. We can reduce the capex as well. With 400 gigaton CO2 potential, Indonesia can become a regional hub of CO2. Now the government start to establish new regulation for the carbon utilization. Now we have the regulation for carbon utilization, but still in progress for carbon storage, as well as open for the regional country to store also in our CCUS storage.
You mentioned the huge potential there. We were just talking before this chat here on stage about where the money's going to come from. Because, for example, the Just Energy Transition Partnership money, that's focused on renewables, right? This is a whole different thing. This is about offsetting the pollution that comes from using fossil fuels. Where is this money going to come from? It's really expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. So, carbon trading mechanism. One of the collaboration that can be created in ASEAN Indo-Pacific, we have the regional carbon trading mechanism. So there's the money come from the carbon tax, carbon trading mechanism. So it's more feasible. But I told to the JETP, if we can propose something, just energy transition is not related to new and renewable only, but also how to make a transition, the energy transition. As I mentioned before, we cannot jump from fossil energy to new and renewable energy. Just an orderly and affordable transition, we have to do that.
Yeah.
So our proposal to JETP is also include the decarbonization initiative in the JETP scope.
Yeah,
It's
so
very important.
broadening the scope there, yeah. You mentioned carbon markets as well. That's something we'll be talking about later on this afternoon. Look, we only have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to ask you if it's possible to be brief. You've got the Pertamina on its website has the 8 pillars of its energy transition, right? I'm just going to go through them here, and I want you to pick one and get our audience excited about the one that you see most potential in. You've got green refinery, bioenergy, geothermal, hydrogen, gasification, EVs, like you were talking about earlier, new renewable energies, and the circular carbon economy, which you just touched on there.
So maybe I will choose the green refinery. I mean, also the bioenergy. Why? Our strategy, actually, how to achieve the energy security and energy independency, national energy independency, through unleashing our domestic resources. We have a lot of the primary energy for bioenergy. So we start already actually with biodiesel, B35. 35% is coming from CPO based. And now, B35, last year, per year, we successfully reduced around 28 million tons CO2 from that initiative. And as well as we can reduce the imported. And the second is biogasoline. We will blend our gasoline with ethanol, bioethanol, that's coming from molasses, sugarcane, or cassava, or corn and sorghum. And the second generation can produce from the waste. And the third is SAF, sustainable efficient fuel. So through bioenergy, the just energy transition, everybody say that during energy transition, no one left behind. So my thinking is, Indonesia have 280 million people. If we just move to new and renewable energy, so what is the employment? Unemployment will be increased. So if we accelerate the bioenergy, there is a plantation will be grown.
Great.
And can absorb all the employment there, and then the processing facility, the existing distribution can be used, as well as ICE, internal combustion. So all the ecosystem still the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was a really difficult task I gave you. You completed it with aplomb in 2 minutes. Thank you, Nika Widyawati, Chief Executive of Pertamina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nick Marsh and Ibu Nika Widyawati, for your great insights and also expertise. Can you please return to your seats? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as of current, we are still waiting for the Honorable Anthony Albanese, MP, Prime Minister of Australia. We thank you for your kind patience and understanding. We kindly invite you also to please remain seated, and once again to ensure that all mobile devices is switched to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, if you would please be seated at your seat, as we are now waiting seconds away to wait for the arrival of the Honorable Anthony Albanese, MP, Prime Minister of Australia. We thank you for your understanding. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please be seated at your seat as we are going to proceed to our first Leaders Talk of the day. We thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the Honorable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Alongside with the Minister of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Erick Thohir. Ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly be seated. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to our first Leaders Talk. Without further ado, it is our honor to invite the Honorable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. To ministers who've joined us today, I thank you for giving me the honour of your presence here. And it is wonderful to be back in Jakarta. Thanks for the warm welcome back to this great city. When Australia became ASEAN's first dialogue partner in 1974, my predecessor, Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, described ASEAN as unquestionably the most important and the most relevant group in our region. Half a century later, Australia and Southeast Asia have both changed profoundly. We are both more diverse and we are more engaged. Our economies are more open, more modern and more connected. Our prosperity and security and stability more intertwined. We face environmental challenges, economic uncertainty and strategic competition on a level of complexity that could not have been imagined 49 years ago. And yet for all that has changed, a defining truth endures. The centrality of ASEAN is vital to Australia's future because Australia and ASEAN are bound by more than an accident of geography or the virtue of history. We share a common belief in the opportunities of this region, the potential of our peoples, and we hold a common responsibility to advance stability, peace and prosperity for every nation that calls Southeast Asia home. To recognise the sovereignty of every country and the inherent dignity of every individual. To ensure this is a region where each of us can shape our own destiny and secure our own future, to ensure that we continue to work together. And I'm here to affirm Australia's belief in the power and value of ASEAN centrality, and to match those words with deeds. Today I announce our government's strategy for the most significant upgrade of Australia's economic engagement with ASEAN for a generation, an overdue strengthening of our engagement to reflect the speed of the transformation underway and the scale of the opportunities which are ahead. The strategy we outlined today reflects an enduring truth. This is where Australia's economic destiny lies, and this is where our shared prosperity can be built. This is where, working together, the peace, stability and security of this region and the Indo-Pacific can be assured. The framework we are outlining today charts a course all the way to 2040, by which time ASEAN's combined economy is expected to be the fourth largest in the world. We are building on a strong foundation. In 2022, ASEAN accounted for nearly 15% of Australia's overall trade, greater than our two-way trade with Japan or the United States. But Australia's economic engagement with the region has not kept pace with the growth of Southeast Asian economies. Australia should be a larger trade and investment partner for Southeast Asia. The ambitious plan that we're sharing with you today takes us beyond catching up. It positions us for what's ahead. Throughout 2023, Australia's Special Envoy to Southeast Asia, Mr. Nicholas Moore, has travelled up and down the region, visiting every ASEAN nation besides Myanmar. He's had hundreds of conversations. He's absorbed hundreds of written submissions. And today I am launching Mr. Moore's report, Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040. Mr. Moore has identified 4 key priorities: raising awareness, strengthening understanding of markets, sectors and emerging trends, removing blockages, addressing barriers to trade and investment, building capability, ensuring Australia and the region have the skills and knowledge to work effectively together, and deepening investment, supporting Australian investors to identify, develop and finalise prospective deals in the region. He's also identified a number of key sectors which offer the greatest potential for growth, including agriculture and food, energy security and the clean energy transition, infrastructure and education and skills. Australia brings a lot to the table in expertise, goods, services and capital. We are a provider of first-class services, particularly in health and education. Our fast-growing tech sector is one of the largest in the Southern Hemisphere. We are a reliable, high-quality supplier of commodities, including in agriculture, minerals and energy. We are ready to use our strength in critical minerals, as well as abundant sun and wind resources, to support a secure and stable energy transition for the region. There are significant opportunities for our businesses in Southeast Asia's fast-growing economies, including in infrastructure and the clean energy transition. We will also benefit from further Southeast Asian investment and exports, which are already making a notable contribution to the Australian economy. The foundations are there too. Businesses across the region are already engaging. We've got Australian high-tech company Power Ledger partnering with Thai solar providers to trial rooftop solar energy trading between apartment blocks in Bangkok. There's the Malaysian engineering company Gamuda working with the New South Wales government to build the Sydney Metro West. There's Australian company Oricon providing engineering and design services for exciting infrastructure and energy projects in Vietnam. And Indonesia's cutting-edge technology company, Bukalapak, which collaborated with the Victorian government to open its first international technology hub in Melbourne in 2023. These are just a few examples among many. It's the same story with trade. Leading Australian company Cochlear has transformed the lives of over 9,000 people in Southeast Asia through distribution of its sophisticated hearing implants. If you're lucky enough to be served a quintessential Australian lamington, which I recommend, the coconut is likely to hail from the Philippines. Our economies and our cultures are already so intertwined in ways big and small. But what Mr. Moore kept hearing during his extensive consultations was that both sides can do more. Australia is ambitious for what we can achieve with the region to tackle the challenge of climate change, for example. And we recognise that it's in all our interests to support the net zero transition. Greater trade diversification, including through supply chains, is also in the region's and Australia's mutual interests. There is so much potential still untapped. My government will respond to all the findings of this comprehensive report in due course, but there are some we're acting on right away. Today I announced we have committed $95.4 million to support 3 initiatives that go to the heart of the strategy's priorities. We'll form new deal teams based in Southeast Asia and drawing on public and private sector expertise to identify opportunities for Australian investors and support projects through to finalisation. These teams will develop a pipeline of investment-ready projects and advise Australian investors on matters from regulatory approvals to finding local commercial partners. We'll also embark on a new Southeast Asia Business Exchange program to boost two-way trade. This will improve awareness of trade opportunities both in Australia and in Southeast Asia. And we'll set up an exchange program for young professionals, building enduring links between Australian and Southeast Asian businesses. This will see talented young people from Australia gain experience working in Southeast Asian companies, as well as Southeast Asian professionals gaining experience in Australian businesses. I look forward to getting these up and running. Deepening our engagement with Southeast Asia is an absolute priority for Australia and for my government. But as I've said today, it's also an opportunity for the whole region. In the years ahead, all of us will benefit from the security we build together, the prosperity we create together, the stability that we preserve together, the sovereignty we respect together, the environmental commitments we fulfil together, the energy transition we drive together. We can make Australia's ASEAN's next half century even more successful than the last. And we can share in that success, ASEAN and Australia, together. I thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We had just concluded our first leader talk of the day. and would like to kindly say thank you for the support of our partners, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, and Journey. Area, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S. ASEAN Business Council, World Intellectual Property Organization. We'd like to also thank our partners ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg News, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, Thales and Zoom to support our event ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. We thank you to all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attendance and also participating on the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum for Day 2. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to proceed to a briefer session that will be delivered by Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, with the main topic, Indonesia Plan for Developing Green Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in today's briefing session, I would like to brief you all of Indonesia's plan in developing the green infrastructure to achieve its emission reduction target. Indonesia is committed to reducing emissions by 31.9% by 2030 with our national capacity and by 43.2% with international support. We are also very committed to be able to achieve net zero by the year of 2060. To support this ambition, Indonesia will focus on 5 major initiatives, particularly focusing on building the green infrastructure. First, increasing the capacity of our renewable energy. Indonesia has the potential to build 22 gigawatts of geothermal power, 75 gigawatt of hydropower, about 6.6 gigawatt of solar and biomass, and about 60.6 gigawatt of wind power. Our electricity development plan, 2022 to 2030, is the first of such plan with commitment to build more capacity of electricity from renewable resources. But Indonesia has more potential in renewable energy development than just in electricity. Which brings me to the second initiative, the development of biofuel, biomass, and other green molecules such as green hydrogen. By 2023, Indonesia has already developed B35, replacing about 35% of our diesel oil with FAME. And Pertamina has also launched recently Green Pertamax, which is comprised of gasoline as well as bioethanol, and targeting to be able to achieve E20 before 2030. Third, we are also launching and building our electric mobility and EV ecosystem in Indonesia. With about 26% of the world's resources in nickel, Indonesia has the ambitious plan to make batteries with a capacity of more than 140 gigawatt hour in the year of 2030. Other ASEAN member states also have great potentials, such as the Philippines, which actually also has a very significant potential in developing nickel. In Indonesia, we also have more resources than just nickel. And third, we are also trying to actually build also our capability and also our capacity in the area of not only biofuel, but we are also building our ability to be able to connect the green industry cluster. As you know, all of the ASEAN right now, we all have the ambition to be able to become part of the global supply chain in the EV ecosystem and also beyond. And therefore, to be able to develop a much more cohesive EV ecosystem, we need to also be able to connect our green industry cluster through what we call the green ASEAN grid. And that is also one of the key outcomes of today's ASEAN summit, is that how are we going to be able to connect the ASEAN member states through what we call the ASEAN grid. And I think one of the key potential things that we are going to be able to realize by connecting all of the ASEAN member states through ASEAN grid is that we are going to be able to develop a much more cohesive ecosystem in building the future supply chain for the world, including that in battery. Lastly, the development of the EV ecosystem as well as the manufacturing capacity will not be able to be realized without the connectivity amongst the ASEAN member states. And therefore, building green ports and storage for the green molecules, such as green hydrogens and sustainable aviation fuel, is one of the key elements of how are we going to be able to develop a much more cohesive ecosystem and much more regionalized supply chain in being able to develop this EV ecosystem. So some of the examples that we are actually seeing right now, for example, that there is an emerging hydrogen market that will be created of about 1.4 trillion market by the year of 2050, and therefore Indonesia right now is pushing for this initiative. Indonesia is still at the very nascent state of green hydrogen development. Regarding the SAF, Pertamina has also been developing as a sustainable aviation fuel through many of the initiative that we have. I think that's all that I can brief you on this green infrastructure. We hope that we'll actually give you some ideas about the topic that we will discuss in the following panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda or the second leader's talk of the day, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receiver, you could collect it at the left side of the ballroom. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as now we are waiting for the next leader's talk with His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, we kindly request all delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated as we await for His Excellency Kishida Fumio. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you may so collect it at the left side of the ballroom. And once again, we kindly request of you for you to please stay seated, and also to ensure your mobile device to be switched to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you could collect the SIS receivers at the left side of the bellroom. Thank you. So once again, if you acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you may so collect it at the left side of the ballroom. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to kindly remind you once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, it could be collected at the left side of the ballroom. So once again, if you need an interpretation device, the SIS receivers, you can collect them at the left side of the ballroom. And once again, we kindly remind you to please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Your Excellency, you may proceed to the podium. And the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated.
Hi, ご来賓の皆様、スラマットパギ、おはようございます。この度、日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年、そして日インドネシア外交関係樹立65周年の記念すべき年に、日本の総理大臣としてインドネシアを訪問し、この ASEAN インド太平洋フォーラムにおいてお話しできますことを大変光栄に思っております。インドネシアをはじめとする ASEAN 諸国の飛躍的な経済発展に後押しされ、インド太平洋地域は世界経済を力強く牽引をしています。インドネシアが本年の ASEAN 議長国として成長の中心、エピセントラム・オブ・グロースをテーマに掲げたこと、これはまさに時機を得たものだと思います。また、今回のフォーラムにおいて、日本から多くの協力プロジェクトが紹介される、このことを大変誇らしく思います。ASEAN の掲げるインド太平洋に関する ASEAN アウトルック AIPF と日本が進める自由で開かれたインド太平洋 FOIP は開放性、透明性、あるいは包摂性、国際法の尊重といった本質的な原則を共有しています。ASEAN の中心性、一体性を一貫して支持してきた日本は、2019年にいち早くAOIP への全面的な支持を表明いたしました。そして本日、ここに私は日 ASEAN 包括的連結性イニシアティブを発表し、日本として6つの分野で連結性強化の協力を進めていく旨宣言をいたします。6つの分野とは具体的に次の通りです。第一に交通インフラの整備です。港湾、道路、鉄道、空港を整備をし、ASEAN 諸国の人の流れ、物の流れを促進していく。我が国が現在実施しているプロジェクトは約2兆8000億円分にまで拡大をしています。ハード面での協力に加え、技術面によるソフト面での協力を行い、日本の技術や知識を継続的に提供してまいります。第2にデジタルコネクティビリティです。日本は ASEAN 各国のさらなるデジタル化、デジタル化、そしてデジタル技術を用いた地域の連結性強化に協力していくとともに、サイバー空間の安全を守ることに貢献をしていきます。第3に海洋協力です。海でつながった日本と ASEAN 諸国の連結性を強化する上で重要な要素です。 我が国は海上保安機関や海上警察への研修の実施、巡視船の供与などを通じて海上法執行能力の強化を支援していきます。第4はサプライチェーンの強靭化です。新型コロナのパンデミックやロシアのウクライナ侵略を受け、物資の安定的な流通の確保や食料安全保障が重要な課題となっています。我が国は ASEAN 地域のサプライチェーン強靭化に貢献し、ともに危機に強い経済、これを築いていきます。第5に、電力の連結性です。急速な経済発展を遂げている ASEAN 地域では、電力需要も増大しています。安定的な電力供給を確保するため、我が国はマスタープランの策定や研修などを通じて、電力の連結性向上を支援していきます。そして最後に、人、地の連結性です。社会の発展を支えているのは人であり、人が持つ地です。我々は幅広い分野の人材交流や研修事業などを通じて ASEAN 諸国の人材を育成するとともに、日本と ASEAN 諸国の人々のネットワーク、これを強化していきます。日本はこれらの分野において今後3年間で5000人の人材育成を行います。ASEAN 諸国と技術協力を進め、ネットワークを強化することで、我が国も ASEAN とともに成長していく。日本と ASEAN が新たな社会的価値を共有できる未来を築いていきたいと思います。本年12月、日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年の締めくくりに ASEAN 諸国の首脳を東京にお招きをし、日 ASEAN 特別首脳会議を開催いたします。そしてその場で将来の日 ASEAN 関係と協力の大きな方向性を示すビジョンを共同で打ち出したいと考えています。政治、安全保障、経済、文化、社会の各分野にわたる幅広い協力のイニシアティブを打ち出すとともに、魅力ある文化、人的、知的交流や日本語教育支援の取り組み、これをさらに推進してまいります。こうした取り組みを通じて、日本と ASEAN の輝ける友情を次世代につなぎ、新たな時代を我々の輝ける機会とすべく、皆さんと共に前進してまいりましょう。照りまかし、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, leaving the premises. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while, we'll be tapping on the second panel discussion on resilient supply chain Indo-Pacific as a production hub for strategic industries, including EV and battery. We kindly request and we kindly invite for all participants, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated as once again we'll proceed to our next agenda, and that is the second panel discussion. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while, we'll be proceeding to our next agenda, and that is the second panel discussion. We kindly invite for all participants, ladies and gentlemen, to take your seat as our next program will begin shortly. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite for all of you to please remain seated. And also, we kindly remind you once again to ensure that all mobile devices to be switched off on or vibrate ringtone. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now tapping at the second panel discussion, Resilient Supply Chain, Indo-Pacific as a production hub for strategic industries, including EV and battery. With that said, I would like to kindly invite on stage our moderator for this panel, Mr. Tim Anderson, CEO, Sun Cable Indonesia. Our applause, please, for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. And also, we'd like to kindly invite our esteemed speakers, Bapak Ahmad Fazri, Director of Finance at MindID. We kindly invite Ms. Jeannie Tan, Chief Commercial Officer of DP World. And also, we'd like to kindly invite Mr. Sang-Hon Yoon, Vice President, Head of Future Business Group, Hyundai Motor ASEAN Headquarters. Mr. Tim Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and have a seat, thank you. No pressure following two world leaders and just before lunch, so we will need to keep this very focused and back to business. I think we can hear the vision from our leaders, but now we need to get back and solve the world's problems in the real world. So it's great privilege to have with us three distinguished guests who will bring some perspectives around solving and reflecting on global supply chains, particularly as it relates to the ASEAN region. So in no particular order, we have representing Indonesia, Ahmad, one of the finance directors from MindID, which is an exciting new initiative from the Indonesian government to downstream a bunch of industries, so we'll talk about that. And we have from DP World, COO Jeannie from Singapore. DP World we'll hear from her about international global player in supply chain logistics. And then Mr. Yoon, we are very privileged to have a senior representative from Hyundai talking about some of the issues faced in the ASEAN region. So the key topic today is green and resilient supply chains. So we want to talk and elaborate on that. We want to get to the focus on the key issues that are facing businesses and what are going to be the challenges and solutions to unlock further trade flows in the ASEAN region specifically. So let's start with painting the general picture. Maybe Jeannie, we could start with you. Maybe you could just explain a little bit about DP World and what your footprint is in ASEAN and your plans in that respect.
So DP World is an end-to-end logistics company. Our vision is to enable trade, and we are fully committed to...
Just check if your mic is green.
Sorry?
Green light.
What do I do with this one?
Is it green?
Nope.
Yes. Oh, it should be a green light. Okay, bisa minta tolong dari teknisi untuk cek mic-nya ini? Bu Jeannie?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, keep talking. So maybe while we're waiting for a little technical issues, Bu Jeannie, ibunya. Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Testing. Okay. Yeah. So DP World is an end-to-end supply chain logistic company. Our vision is to enable trade. We want to bring cargoes to our customers from the factory floor to the customer's door. We're fully committed to provide sustainable logistic solutions to our customers.
Thank you, Jeannie. Maybe for Ahmad, could you like to explain a little bit about the vision and mission of MindID?
So MindID actually is a state-owned enterprise. It is a consolidating platform for mining asset and operation in Indonesia. We have cover 6 major metal and mining operation in Indonesia, which is Antam, Freeport, Bukit Asam, Inalum, Timah, and so on. So from the commodities portfolio, we have copper, gold, tin, manganese, and so on. So our mandate actually is for reserve ownership, and then downstreaming. It will be our priority in the next few years, and also strengthening ecosystem for electric vehicle ecosystem.
So if I understand correctly, you have a bunch of mining companies as part of your group, and you also, I think, have a downstream battery factory or operation. Is that IBC?
Yeah, including IBC. It is green.
Yeah. So Mine ID is at the forefront of the downstreaming policy from Indonesia? Yeah, great. And Mr. Yun, Hyundai, I think we all know what Hyundai is anecdotally. You make cars and all sorts of things, but maybe you could explain a little bit about who Hyundai is in ASEAN.
Yeah, our strategy in Asia, I think we have to provide better green mobility like EV or hydrogen vehicles so that we can achieve carbon neutrality as planned. You know that we have been doing our best in many areas for establishing ecosystem. So I think this is our mission rather than a strategy in Asia.
Yeah. And at the moment, where do you have manufacturing of motor vehicles in ASEAN?
We have 4 different manufacturing plants in Asia, in Indonesia and Vietnam and Singapore and Malaysia. And we are building electric vehicle in Indonesia and Vietnam. We're going to try to expand the EV production in ASEAN region.
Great. So we have a context here of a downstreaming agent for the Indonesian government policy. We have a logistics provider, which is the glue and the connectivity between this, and we have a global player with increasing manufacturing footprint here in ASEAN. So what a distinguished audience to be able to unpick some of the challenges and perhaps future for green and resilient supply chains. So Jeannie, coming back to you, we know that COVID disrupted supply chains drastically, and there were disruptions and cost implications. Maybe you could paint a picture of what's the current state of supply chain industry post-COVID.
So there's a very big difference in the way customers look at supply chain pre and post-COVID. I think pre-COVID is about efficiency, is about cost, but post-COVID is about reliability, supply chain, sustainable kind of supply chain. So the focus of customers is definitely changed a lot in pre and post-COVID now.
Yeah, and I think you have a strategy which is a B2B strategy and a B2C strategy. How is that evolving in the post-COVID environment for you?
So DP World, we have a portfolio of port and terminals assets, over 90 of them globally, and that is still expanding. We also have a lot of landside logistics, which we actually can link the terminal to the landside logistics together. We also have an ocean freight supply within the company itself. So our strategy is to actually shorten the supply chain and provide visibility to the customers so that they can actually forecast and project better. And in terms of if there's any trade disruption, supply chain disruption, we are able to react faster and more efficiently.
Very interesting. And maybe, Ahmad, we know that downstreaming is having an immediate impact on trade flow for Indonesia. I believe our nickel exports from Indonesia have jumped dramatically from $2 or $3 billion of essentially raw materials to $20 to $30 billion of semi-processed. Where do you see the potential for further downstreaming and the effect on increased trade exports from Indonesia from your members? Yeah. So what kind of growth do you expect to see in the downstreaming of your businesses?
So for the downstreaming, our priority in the next 5 years. So the ecosystem we have to develop EV ecosystem battery in Indonesia. We have quite diversified commodities to support the development of EV battery. We have nickel, and then we have copper. With the downstreaming and the improvement in processing in Indonesia, we expect the supply chains and to fulfill the demand of domestic, and also we can export some of the product globally.
Perfect. Maybe, Mr. Yuen, we know that in order to decarbonise, we need to have a lot more EVs on the road. What is your prediction in terms of the growth of EVs and the battery industry, particularly in ASEAN, as you see it?
Yeah, it's very difficult to forecast the EV demand because the EV demand is greatly affected by each country's policy and EV infrastructure. So many research companies are announcing very different forecasts, but overall, the ASEAN EV demand is expected to grow from 120,000 units in this year to about 400,000 units in 2030, which account for about 10% of total automobile demand. But I think the ASEAN EV market would grow faster than this forecast because many countries are trying to strengthen the EV policy.
Yeah. So around 120,000 units now, and you think that by 2030 at least we'll be hitting around 400,000 units of EVs being manufactured in ASEAN. So significant growth, but even more potentially if the governments implement policies to accelerate that. And I guess how can ASEAN feed its production to fulfill that demand, increasing supply of components and battery and other components?
Recently, the major automotive industrial countries in ASEAN, such as Indonesia and Thailand, the government have implemented many various policies to expand the EV market and to force their own EV industry. So considering this policy and import duty, it is expected that most of the EV demand in ASEAN would be supplied internally by ASEAN countries, and the volume of imported EV from outside the region would be very limited. And when it comes to localization, currently the major EV parts are assembled and imported and assembled in ASEAN countries. But as the EV demand increases, the localization rate in ASEAN and the cost competitiveness in ASEAN region will be improved. And then the export to Indo-Pacific region as well as the ASEAN region will be possible within a few years. That's why we are considering a battery cell plant in Indonesia.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that you believe that ASEAN has the capability, the products that can fulfill a large component of that manufacture. And as you say, as growth and demand, that will even make the manufacturing capacity and the supply chain to supply that manufacturing even become stronger in ASEAN. And so that's ASEAN, but I guess thinking more broadly around the Indo-Pacific, what can ASEAN do to collaborate with the broader ecosystem across the Indo-Pacific to develop the technology needed to promote that growth we talk about?
Okay. Yeah, to develop the EV industry, a certain size the EV market is needed, but currently the ASEAN EV market is still in the very early stage, so it will take some more time to get the economy of the scale. So I think the first task we have to focus on is to expand EV market. And expand EV market, the price of electric vehicle should be lowered because, which is very expensive than the internal combustion engine. So the financial incentive implemented in many countries would be very helpful. But in addition to this incentive, the collaboration between countries in ASEAN and in the Pacific region would be very helpful. First, I think it's the area where collaboration is needed is import tariff and the localization and technology standard. In short term, minimize the import tariff on the electric vehicle parts and resources can help EV makers supply more affordable EV into the market. But however, at the same time, the localization should be carried out gradually because localization reduces the manufacturing cost and reduce the logistics cost in long term. So both of the minimizing tariff and the localization EV part in ASEAN region, and need is collaboration between ASEAN and Indo-Pacific. And when it comes to technology standardization, so the government, the cooperation between government in this region needed to unify the EV technology standard. So because standardization can minimize the investment cost in infrastructure. Also, it can use the resource efficiently. So for example, we can think about the same charging standard in this region.
Right. So I'm hearing clear messaging from a major industrial group that the policies do matter. Tariff settings and to drive the uptake or increased uptake or decreased uptake, I guess, of EVs is a significant factor. And I guess also I'm hearing that the supply chain connections between ASEAN and other key parts of the supply chain are very important drivers you see in terms of driving that future growth. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Maybe coming back to you, Jeannie, you have this global perspective and you obviously have a very strong Asia-Pacific integrated operation. So, I mean, supply chain resilience, what does that mean for your business, and what are you seeing, I guess, your customers asking for in terms of solutions that deliver that supply chain resilience?
So sustainability of the supply chain is in DP World's DNA. We invest a lot in the future. So to us, our eye is high. So our customers nowadays, when they want to do business with DP World, it's very common that we see big conglomerates, they will ask for our sustainability policies and our approach, how we're going to commit and contribute to that part of the world. So I think in terms of, like Mr. Woon said, on the EV part, on the logistic chain, DP World can play a very instrumental kind of position, especially in ASEAN, where we actually operate about 18 ports and terminals across ASEAN now, and this number will continue to grow. We will actually, like I said, reduce the supply chain so that there's lesser carbon emissions, replace land transport with water-to-water connection. So instead of, for example, one container on one truck, if you can do it by barge, you can actually have 100 containers on one barge. So that will actually cut down on carbon emissions too. So this is something that is more sustainable, instead of relying on just the trucks, the labor, which is easily impacted, by weather, by labor supply, etc.
Right. So really addressing the ESG needs of your customers by having a very ambitious plan yourself as a business to decarbonize and make sure that you're as carbon neutral as quickly as possible, And mine ID, you're downstreaming, you're increasing the processing of some of the products from your mining groups. That sounds like it's going to need a lot of energy. So in a sustainability and decarbonization world that we live in, what's the plan in terms of decarbonizing your downstreaming in terms of energy sources?
So Mine ID currently adopting International Council Mining and Metal. So we expect that we will be qualified in the next 2 years. So we're trying our process, business practices, comply with international standard. From decarbonization perspective, we also closely monitor all of the operation in our subsidiary. So we expect we can decrease around 25% in the next 5 years to 10 years. So that's our commitment to in ESG perspective.
So that's great. You've got a clear ESG strategy. are your customers or your customers' customers asking that you have a greener supply chain, so your energy sources for your downstreaming have to be renewable, or is there some flexibility with your customers at the moment?
Some customers require the standard green for green activity, but some not yet required. So, but in the long run, we will pursue to meet the global standard in our mining practices and our production. So we expect that we can commit with the Paris Agreement and more friendly to the environment.
Yeah, and we know that Indonesia has a fantastic abundance of renewable energy resources, hydro, geothermal, solar. To what extent is Mine ID driving a discussion about demanding renewable energy to supply some of your downstreaming manufacturing?
So some part of our subsidiary use hydro power actually. So we expect that we can utilize the resources for the operation of another subsidiary, so we can consolidate or integrate some our production in the some area that we expect with efficient costs.
Very good. Maybe back to you, Jeannie. I mean, what are you seeing some of the biggest barriers for the adoption of green solutions with some of your customers or the supply chains that you're engaged with?
I beg your pardon, sorry?
Sorry, what are you seeing as some of the biggest barriers? You can have a strategy. Strategy can be very ambitious. It's all about implementation at the end of the day. And so I guess what are you seeing as some of the barriers or the challenges to implementing those green or ESG ambitions?
I think like also Mr. Woon mentioned, the different policies in different countries, non-standardization. There are other challenges which include cost implementation, because cost implementation for eco-friendly, sustainable solutions is usually higher than the traditional alternative. So we have to actually overcome that. We invest a lot in collaboration with big companies who share the same vision, so that we can actually defray the upfront cost. The other challenges we have is in ASEAN, in Pacific Indo, we actually have a lot of climate issues too that we need to handle, and some of them are beyond us. So these are some of the challenges that we face, when it comes to implementing all this.
Right. And Mr. Yun, at Hyundai, you I think have a strategy to integrate sustainability into your business. I mean, what's your overall plan in terms of sustainability?
Okay, yeah, taking the example from electric vehicle batteries, there are concerns about supply shortage during the rapid growth period of electric vehicle, and there are also concerns about the depletion of raw material for the battery. So considering these concerns, the battery reuse and recycling is becoming more essential. That's why we are proactively researching the technology related to battery reuse and recycle. And I think in addition to this, with this technology, we have to make the closed life cycle for the battery, which is collecting the battery from the scrapped EV and recycling waste batteries and bring it back to the new battery production. Then we can make a circulation, and circulation can make sustainability. And I have another story about the recycling. There is the waste plastic, and we melted this plastic and proud thread or strings from this melted plastic, and we use this string or thread to make a tool pouch. And you can see this tool pouch in Hyundai, Creta, and Stargazer. Currently, we are producing in Indonesia. So like we have planned to expand this application to the other part. So I think, this is the main, very important strategy for the sustainability.
Yeah, so very clear, and I mean that addresses one of the, I guess, main concerns with EV adoption and greater adoption of that technology, that it has a byproduct of waste that unless there's a plan or a strategy like you elaborate of upcycling used batteries and using some of those other packaging materials into other things. So very clear strategy, and we applaud you for that. Back to you, Ahmad. Are you seeing, you talked a little bit about ESG before, are you seeing any particular movement from any of your overseas customers around requiring you to have even stricter ESG, or what are you seeing from what are your customers overseas telling you about what requirements you need for ESG in your business?
Yeah, ESG is currently a hot topic from the activity and then financing requirement. All of investor lender also require more sustainability activity in our operation, and then some part of the world require a stricter rule about ESG activity in our mining operation. So that's why we try to commit with international standard and improve our initiative to comply with the standard of ESG global.
Got you. And maybe Jeannie, what is your understanding of the total trade flow that ASEAN represents in the Asia Pacific at the moment? What's the kind of percentage of overall volume that we're seeing in this region?
So we operate across 18 ports and terminals in ASEAN now, and like I said, we are going to grow and expand that. So in June this year itself, we are now, with the partnership of the Indonesian Investment Authority, we announced that we're going to manage and operate the Belawan new container terminal. We will put in our knowledge and expertise to actually increase the efficiency and also improve the logistics and port sector for Indonesia. We will increase it from the current 600,000 TEU capacity to 1.4 million TEU capacity. Our plan is to actually grow this Belawan terminal, a port, to be one of the hub for Indonesia and for us in Southeast Asia. And riding on that, the total projection that we have for the expenditure is about $7.5 billion US. All this will be used to improve the logistics efficiency, reduce the logistics cost, and also transform Indonesia as one of the key places that we want to participate in ASEAN.
Interesting. And as we've come out of this post-COVID disrupted supply chain, I suppose businesses around the region, around the world are thinking about, well, how can we avoid such a big impact in terms of supply chain disruptions? I mean, from your perspective, the DP World perspective, what are you doing to try and anticipate? And I guess what are your thoughts on what might be the kind of category of disruptions in the future? And I guess secondly, how are you planning to mitigate, so if those shocks do occur, your business is in a better way, better position to kind of mitigate that for your customers?
So we always talk to stakeholders, our partners and our customers on how we can actually improve supply chain resilience. One of the things that we've been constantly doing is digitalization and also tapping on new technologies to increase efficiencies so that there's lesser manual work being done, there's higher accuracy, lesser errors, lesser mistake, and of course lesser reliance on labor or manual work to be done.
Right, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DP World has a shipping division, so you have ships, so you're integrated in terms of all aspects of that, and you have inland container facilities as well as fulfillment centres. So maybe you could just share a little bit about what does that give you in terms of an integrated business that helps, I guess, de-risk some of those supply chain risks?
So in DP World, we operate 4 pillars. The first one is the port and terminals that I think a lot of people are very well aware of. And then we have the logistics pillar. We have the marine services pillar, where we actually operate vessels but in the region. When we do not do trans-Pacific trade or transatlantic trade, it's within Europe itself and intra-Asia, in the Middle East, Africa, and India. And we also have the economic zone and the industrial parks. So when we stitch the 4 together, it's really an end-to-end supply chain So you can keep that one container or one container of cargo all within our assets. So we have better control, we create more stickiness, and lesser reliance on having to, for our customers, lesser reliance on having to work with 10 vendors in order to transport one container from A to B. We're able to be that one source, one solution.
Right, very interesting. So maybe, Ahmad, in the mining operations that you represent, you've got a suite of different mining companies. To what extent are new technologies, decarbonised technology, maybe EVs of heavy machinery, starting to be used by your member shareholders?
So, in terms of technology, we invite corporations from other countries to improve our operation. For IBC, we have from China to build partnership in Indonesia, and then in some area also we have collaborate with other company to improve our capability in technology. So in terms of technology, we try to invite other company to partner, to build partnerships in Indonesia.
Fantastic. And I suppose, given we've covered a bit of at a business level, let's maybe just talk a little bit about the policy settings and support. We heard from Hyundai suggesting that the right policy settings around low tariffs or no tariffs or incentives to uptake in the EV will have a significant impact on the uptake of vehicles there. I guess thinking more broadly around what kind of trade settings or policies ideally should we be wanting from at an ASEAN level to basically promote further growth? Maybe starting with you, Jeannie, what are your thoughts in terms of what can governments and the ASEAN collective do to further enhance those trade flows? Jeannie?
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, so if we're thinking about the policy level, and what can the governments and or ASEAN do to facilitate even more encouraging trade policies to improve the flow of goods and services across ASEAN?
Yeah, I think the countries in ASEAN will have to really be committed and work together to develop new policies. And the fact that there are still trade disputes or trade bans, this is something that we need to lend a lot of weight on so that we have a more stable, economic kind of thing within ASEAN. So this is something that we hope that ASEAN can do, and we are definitely there to be committed, to support in this case.
Yeah. Maybe for Ahmad, for you at Mine ID, I mean, obviously you are a beneficiary, you are a product of the downstreaming policy of Indonesia, where we take raw extracted minerals and process them. I mean, at an ASEAN level, what policies or initiatives would you like to see at ASEAN which would help your business even more?
So I think that the government should be encourage the activity. In Indonesia, recently Financial Services Authority just released carbon trading regulation. Maybe soon will be implemented. Something like government intervention, provide incentive, or this incentive will accelerate the goals that we.
Very good. All right. I think we've covered some really interesting topics, of course, of this discussion. I mean, as we start to think about wrapping up the session, I mean, what would be one takeaway you'd like the audience to be left with in terms of a key point from each of your perspectives around what can be done to further enhance both a green and a resilient supply chain? So just maybe a closing comment, 1 or 2 minutes, I guess, from each of you, just around what would you like to see done in the broad sense of market and policy settings, I guess, to improve that green and resilient supply chain. So maybe for Ahmad, if you'd like to start, and then we'll work down one by one. I guess closing remarks, downstreaming, it seems to be working, but what would you like to see?
So Indonesia have rich in natural resources. So we will utilize our natural resources for build one of our mandate is strengthening EV battery ecosystem. So we will utilize, exploit our resources from downstreaming and then build capability to support EV battery ecosystem.
Right. So acceleration of the downstreaming is what I'm hearing from you. Maybe, Jenny, what are your kind of parting thoughts on this topic, and where do you see the future?
So sustainability, I think, is everybody's responsibility. Big companies like ourselves and over here, we are fully committed. So whether it's investment in technology, investment in hours, in efforts to reduce carbon emission. So that includes like using eco-friendly EVs, in our port and terminals, or technologies on, like, for example, we have box bay, which is a high bay container storage. So automation, reduce unproductive vehicle move within the yards. So basically fully committed, and to accelerate to meet our target of net zero by 2050.
Right. And Mr. Yun, from Hyundai's perspective, what are your last thoughts or reflections on this particular topic?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think the first task we have to focus on is to expand the EV market. And in order to expand the EV market, the collaboration between ASEAN countries is important. For example, if there is a policy only for the one country, then it can make a block the trade of electric vehicles. So I think collaboration between the ASEAN countries will be very helpful for us.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard some really interesting insights, and I just like to try and capture those before we close out the session. So, we've been trying to explore and unpick, I guess, the state of the market at the moment around where trade flows are and how they're impacted by ESG and the impact of strategies are related to green and resilient supply chains. So I guess we can pull out a few themes that have been nicely described by our panelists. So it sounds like to me that ASEAN is back in terms of fundamental trade flows seem to be back on pre-COVID levels. Secondly, we're hearing from all of the panelists that each in their own way, their companies and corporations they represent, have very, very clear ESG and decarbonisation goals. I think that's a positive. We've also heard that policy settings at an individual government and a regional government are very important, and in the context of EVs uptake and the supply chain, supply chain, we've heard from speakers that confirm that those policies do have an impact. And so the ability that incentives in individual markets, the ease of which the supply chains can bring components at low or no tariffs, those things we've heard really do matter in terms of accelerating the green part of the supply chain. I guess in terms of resilience, we've heard the strategy from DP World. We've heard their business, which is so integrated these days. It's not just, we're not talking about ocean-facing ports, we're talking about a whole variety of assets, and each component of the transport and logistics from point to point is now part of an integrated solution. And that provides a real assurance to customers that the shocks that may have previously existed where a pinch point in the supply chain might result in a significant increase in cost or constraints around supply. Companies such as DP World going very deep and vertical as a way to future-proof. So I'm getting a sense of optimism. I think hearing the projections around the growth of EV uptake in ASEAN, and the optimism that, in fact, with a few slight changes in policies, that could be even accelerated more. I think that's the incentive for politicians and the system to be able to encourage even more. I mean, we're talking about 3 times, 4 times growth of EV manufacture and supply in ASEAN from factories like Hyundai across the 4 countries that you're manufacturing. I think it's encouraging from the Indonesian side to see the success of your downstreaming, adding value, along with a commitment to do that with strong ESG values. So I think overall, we can face this issue, which has been. I mean, most economies, the logistics costs are a significant proportion of GDP. We know that. Indonesia, typically, some years, the costs of logistics equal over 30% of GDP. It's a massive amount of large economies. And so I thank you, panelists, for sharing some of the insights, both from your corporate perspective, but also, frankly speaking, on some of the things that we can ask governments and policymakers to do. And I think we can all have some optimism that going forward, we can have confidence that our supply chains will be increasingly lower carbon, the values of ESG implemented in a way that meets both your corporate objectives, but more importantly, the objectives of your customers and broader society. So I think we can conclude that we should have an air of optimism around supply chains, and the size of the market and the extent which manufacture of EVs, for example, can be fulfilled within the ASEAN region is real cause for optimism. So on that note, I'd like to thank the panelists. If you could join with me in thanking the speakers for sharing their time and their thoughts. And I also thank you for your attention and look forward to being able to share and discuss these topics further. Terima kasih banyak and selamat siang.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we have a round of applause, please, for our panelist, our moderator, Mr. Tim Anderson, for conducting the second panel discussion, and also our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. Yes, you may please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next agenda, we would like to thank you to our sponsors, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, InJourney, Eriang, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance. And also, we'd like to thank you for your support by ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S. ASEAN Business Council, and World Intellectual Property Organization. And also thank you to ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg Neff, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, TELUS, and Zoom who had been supporting our event, ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly thank you for your time and attendance for the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum Day 2. And momentarily, we will commence the last panel for Sub-Theme 1. And also, ladies and gentlemen, and also our distinguished delegates and all participants, once again, we'd like to also remind you to please keep seated and also to ensure that all your mobile device or any telecommunication device to be switched on your ringtone to silent or vibrate mode. We'll begin in momentarily with our last panel of Sub-Theme 1. And ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we'd like to commence our last panel for Sub-Theme 1, and this panel will discuss addressing energy trilemma, balancing energy security, affordability, and sustainability. With that said, we would like to kindly invite on stage our moderator. It is our honor to invite Ms. Caroline Chua of Bloomberg News. Can we have an applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator for the last panel? And also, we'd like to kindly invite our distinguished speaker, Bapak Darmawan Prasojo, CEO of PLN. Mohon izin Bapak, terima kasih. We'd like to kindly invite Ms. Kathy Wu, Regional President APAC of BP. We'd like to also invite Ms. Eno Ebong, Director of U.S. Trade and Development Agency. And last but never the least, we'd like to invite Mr. Goldie Hyder, CEO of Canada Business Council. Mrs. Carolyn Chua, you may proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Selamat pagi. It's great to be here, and thank you all panelists for taking time to join us today. So we don't have a lot of time, but this is a really important topic and lots to discuss. So I'd like to jump straight in and just to check if you can hear me okay. Can you hear?
That's very faint.
It's very faint. It's a bit faint. I'll try to speak up and see if that works. So as the energy demand grows in Southeast Asia because of economic growth, rising population, but we are now also balancing the commitment to climate net zero targets. The energy trilemma looks set to increase. It's going to be very difficult to balance power demand with security, affordability, and sustainability. So I'd like to open the discussion with a question to all of our panelists. How do you think ASEAN is faring in terms of addressing the energy trilemma? So Pak Damawan, if we could start with you, please.
Well, first thing is the earth is warming. And the future of the next generation might be compromised. So we need to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And I'm here to announce that PLN is the National Electric Company of Indonesia, is fully committed exactly to do so. You know. But in the same time, the growth of economic is very rapid. The additional demand is also very high. How are we going to be able to balance between growth and sustainability? And let me share with you, in the past, when we're talking about cheap energy, it's dirty. But let me share with you also that humankind innovates. The price of renewable energy is going down because of innovation year by year, month by month, week by week, day by day. When I auctioned solar in 2015, it's 26 cents per kilowatt hour. When I auctioned wind in 2018, it was 12 cents per hour, per kilowatt hour. Today, solar is 5 cents, wind is only 5.5 cents. So today, when we're talking about clean energy, it's cheap. When we're talking about cheap energy, it's clean. Yes, there's a trilemma. Affordability, security, and sustainability. In the past, it's a multiple conflicting goals. But with this kind of humankind innovations, it's going to reach what we call the convergence. In that regard, I still believe that humankind always prevail with that kind of innovation. And this is the case with Indonesia. How are we going to walk the talk? 2 years ago, we already removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase. That's avoiding 1.8 billion metric tons of CO2 greenhouse gas emission in the span of 25 years. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We removed 1.1 gigawatt of coal and replacing it directly with renewable energy running as a baseload. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We devised the greenest national electricity planning in the history of Indonesia 2 years ago. The additional generation capacity, 51% is coming from renewable energy. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We already launched a net zero emission by 2060. Where do we go from here today? Is it enough? No. We are in the process of devising, designing, redesign the national electricity planning. With the new one, we understand there is a mismatch between the large-scale sources of renewable energy located in those remote areas, scattered, mismatched with the epicenter of demand. We need to build the green enabling transmission line. In the past, when we're talking about the base load, is coming from coal, 5-6 cents per kilowatt hour. In the past, wind and solar is roughly 11-12 cents. So adding solar and wind at that time is actually to drive the cost up, increase the price of electricity. How about today? There is a new presidential regulations actually stipulating that we're not going to be able to design and build any more coal. So the baseload generation capacity, the new one is coming from gas-fired power plants, hydro and geothermal. When we auction it, it's roughly 9 until 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Price is going to increase. But today, wind and solar, when we auction it, it's only 5 until 6 cents per kilowatt hour. So in the past, adding solar and wind is going to increase the price. But today, adding solar and wind is going to reduce the cost of electricity. That's why we are in the process right now designing and building a smart grid with flexible generation, smart transmission, smart dispatch center, smart distribution, smart meter. With this kind of fashion in which we're treating this as a challenge, yes, but also we're treating this as an opportunity, how we're going to grow. With this new kind of a planning, we are able to add additional 32 gigawatt of renewable energy as a baseload with this kind of a green enabling transmission line. With this newer smart grid, we are able to add previously only 5 gigawatt of variable renewable energy, solar and wind, to become 28 gigawatt of variable renewable energy. In that regard, I'm very optimistic here. Yes, the challenge is huge, but we have a conviction with this kind of a shifting from previously fragmented global communities to become unified with this kind of forum is giving us a sense of pride. No matter the challenge ahead, we're going to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Damawan. And I think you mentioned about infrastructure and the grid, and I'd like to come back to that. But Kathy, if we could move to you.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
No, I think, could we do a mic check for Kathy, please? Can you try again? Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me okay? No. My mic is not on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we see there is strong commitment from the ASEAN governments to Hello? Yeah. Much better. Yeah, thank you. So we see very strong commitment from the ASEAN governments to make sure this energy transition, which is a very complex problem, to be achieved in a sustainable way through collaboration, through building up connectivity, and in an orderly and just way. So ASEAN, we see ASEAN has a huge role to play and has a bright future. We see this energy trilemma needs to be responded in a and strategy, which means at BP we're investing in what the world needs today in terms of energy system, which is still primarily hydrocarbons. At the same time, spend money, investments to build our energy transition for the future. And we need all of those, not just one single source of energy, because of the enormity of the challenges. And we believe strongly that natural gas, because of its features serving as base load, is a very effective bridging fuel. But natural gas development itself is not enough. We need to bring CCS, which is carbon storage and utilization, to enable sustainable natural gas development. And BP, both from a corporate company standpoint and in Indonesia, we're exactly doing that. And I'm happy to share a bit later.
And Ms.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. And I'd just like to quickly thank the organizers, the government of Indonesia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for gathering us all for these very important discussions. So from our perspective, and I should say very briefly, I represent the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, which is a U.S. government agency that's focused on supporting the development of high-quality infrastructure, and at the same time bringing solutions, technologies, innovations that the U.S. has to offer. So I say that by way of prefacing that everything almost that I will say today is coming from that very pragmatic point of view of preparing projects for implementation, for financing, and for sustainability in the end. So from our perspective, ASEAN is really looking at how to address many of the challenges that we face in this transition in focusing on clean energy. ASEAN is focusing both on a collective level and also in individual countries as well. And in that focus, it is very much an understanding of what will it take in terms of preparing projects that can actually be implemented. For the benefit of the region, for example, we are looking at regional sort of interconnectedness projects. And that's very important to focus on the how, the details. Similarly, with electric vehicles, which we hear a lot of, what does that actually mean? What are the policies? What are the recommendations that would be necessary to actually do this? So ASEAN is looking proactively at grappling with some of these very challenging issues. And I think that kind of direction is going to be critical if there's going to be success in facing the challenges. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. And Goldie?
Your question, Caroline, was how is ASEAN doing? And I suppose I could play to the audience and say you're doing a great job. You're doing all right. You've got the good intentions, great ideas, you're bringing down costs, and you're investing. I could lose the audience by saying, you're doing okay, but really not that great, because you continue to use a lot of coal in this region. Or I could say to you that, in fact, it doesn't matter. And you might be surprised. And I say that because carbon emissions, much like COVID, pay no respect to regions, pay no respect to borders, don't clear customs and immigration. They move around. So even if you were doing great, it doesn't matter, because we all need to do great. That's the first point I think we all have to recognize, is we're truly in this together. And that means you have to be honest about the facts. And for too long, we have allowed the facts to get away from our narrative. So if it's already going to be, and believe me, this transition, first of all, it's a transition. Secondly, it's going to be really, really hard. There's nothing easy about this. It's going to be a mess. It's not a straight line. No matter the best of intentions, the best of will, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very complicated. But you know what will make it more complicated? Is if we set aside the facts. And for too long, we've allowed sort of the louder voices, if you will, to set aside the facts. First fact, we're still going to need traditional fossil fuels. At least for the next 30 to 40 years, according to the OECD. You know those cars that we're taking off the roads to get you an electrical vehicle? We're not having a funeral for them and sticking them 6 feet underground. They're being sent somewhere else in the world to be used. They're still going to need gasoline. They're still going to need sources of energy that are traditional. We have to do a significantly better job in promoting the fact that we are not going to achieve net zero without nuclear. For too long, environmentalists, with all due respect, have said, we're going to do net zero without nuclear. Now, many of them have come to the realization that, in fact, nuclear, particularly the innovation that's being led in Canada, small modular nuclear reactors, are going to be a critical piece of helping organize our countries and businesses and society to reach their net zero targets. We're going to rely heavily on carbon capture, something else that environmentalists in particular have said, we don't need to do that. It encourages the creation of carbon. We are going to create carbon. We're breathing, we're alive, we move, we do things. Of course carbon's going to be created. We're going to have to capture it, and we're going to have to store it somewhere. We're going to have to figure out about something as complicated as hydrogen. We're all excited about green hydrogen, but it's going to take a lot of water. It's going to take a lot of electricity. It's going to take a lot of infrastructure. And so these are hard truths that I think we all have to come to grips with. And I'll stop there, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about the trilemma, we remember that a trilemma is supposed to be effectively 3 equal solutions to a complex problem. And I'd like to get into the discussion where I believe they're not equal, and that in fact the most important one amongst those 3 of energy security, sustainability, and affordability is the last one, because we're only going to be able to move as far and as fast as our societies allow us to do. See Germany. Went too fast, too soon on renewables, and now they're running coal plants and had to go back to gas because the society couldn't afford the transition. So we have to be very conscious of the best of intentions here, can be pulled back very quickly in a society, irrespective of your form of government. We serve the people.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to come back to you. Goldie, you mentioned that we'll need a lot of infrastructure. Pak Dharmawan, you mentioned earlier that the conflict among the 3 aspects of energy trilemma may actually be easing. So, for example, affordability and sustainability don't have to be mutually exclusive today. And also, I'd like to get your views on that. Is it now possible to balance the energy trilemma? And given that we will need so much new infrastructure to get there, how do you see the role of USTDA in this?
Thank you for that. And I will admit, in a previous life, I was an attorney. And so I often answered questions about, is it possible with, it depends. But I actually want to go out on a limb today and say, yes, it is possible to balance it, and that view is formed by what I do now in the context of project preparation for infrastructure projects. Because I believe if you keep certain elements in mind, that you can approach the infrastructure of the future that is going to absolutely be addressing the challenges of transition and more, that you can do it in a balanced way. So, a couple of the elements that I would call to mind. Number one, I think we are all in this mindset of creating partnerships, and partnerships that are real, partnerships that look to cross the cross-section of what it needs to stand up infrastructure, whether it is technology providers, whether it is financiers, whether it is project preparers. This all has to be done in the mind of we have to do this in a way that works, taking various elements into mind. Policy and regulations are really critical in that as well. I would say that we also have to be willing to invest in innovative technologies. On the one hand, being willing to risk and test sort of completely new technologies is huge. On the other hand, you have to be willing to apply already existing technologies in an innovative way. I think that will get us a long way towards this balancing. Number three, I think you have to think about, and I almost use these interchangeably, access, i.e. affordability, from the beginning. When you're planning projects, think about who it is and how it is that women, that people in underserved communities, how is this going to impact them? And if you're thinking about that in the beginning, you're going to build something that is accessible and therefore affordable as well. I would say that you have to prioritize project preparation, obviously. I would say that, but it's actually critical to be able to get the financing that you need to be able to stand up these projects and to make sure that they're technically designed well. And then finally, I would say look at the ecosystem of what you're trying to accomplish. I'm going to pick out one subject in particular that doesn't seem that related to project preparation, but you need to keep in mind, and that is procurement. procurement of infrastructure. It is, it can make or break. And so thinking about how you procure, and in our view at USTJ, you do it in a way that takes into account the life cycle, that takes into account the value. And we've taken the time to educate procurement officials around the world on this subject. So those are the elements that I see. And because of that, I do think that you can approach this in a balanced way. You just have to think early, and you have to take into account the entire ecosystem of what will be necessary to accomplish your goals.
Thank you, and I think that's a great view. So it's a lot about preparation and embracing the newer technologies that could come in, but preparing the landscape for it now. So Kathy, if we could come to you. You mentioned a few technologies earlier that some may consider a little bit nascent and not yet at a commercial level that can be scaled up and deployed very widely, such as CCS. Could you share share more on some of these specific projects you're working on, how close, how far we are from commercially deploying these technologies?
So I think, first of all, to fix this problem of scale that we're facing in the world, we definitely need critical technology, new technology development, and new technology application. So in this space, collaboration between government, industry, and academia is a huge enabler. And the process we need to go through is to innovate, to come up with new ideas, to test them, to make them effective, that they do what they're supposed to do, reduce the cost, and to find actual applications where we can scale them up to achieve the massive effect, if you will. And it's not purely from a lab setting. A lot of these new technology applications are born from the practices the industry has been doing for decades. So one example, BP is investing significant amount of money in our Tangguh LNG. It's already the largest gas field in country, and we're building the CCUS capability to this. When the CO2 comes out of reservoir, we re-inject back, but that's only the foundational level. And there are a couple of new applications of this CO2 re-injection. Number one is we're using that to engage in enhanced gas recovery, and that application on an existing technology is the first in the world. I think secondly is the reservoir themselves are huge. In Tangguh, we have reservoir capacity of up to 1.8 gigatons. So from that standpoint, we would have the capacity to store CO2, not just from our Tangguh, our field, but from domestic emission sources and also international sources. We talked about infrastructure. Of course, there's physical infrastructure. I think there's also a policy, regulatory infrastructure that is hugely important. And over the last year, Indonesia government has been moving at a very fast pace to build the regulatory framework through the regulations and to enable the CCS, CCUS industry. The policy and the regulatory infrastructure is hugely enabling. And from BP's standpoint, we're very supportive, and we applaud the Indonesia government's leadership in this space and the collaboration with the industry.
Thank you, Kathy. And Pak Damawan, if I can come to you. So if we think now about the energy transition in the power sector, and as you mentioned earlier, the grid, we can't run away from the discussion around the grid, digitalizing it, smart grid, but also extending the grid out so that it could accommodate all the renewables that we hope to build. So be it the domestic grid here in Indonesia or the ASEAN power grid that has been widely discussed, could you share with us some of the challenges and perhaps what are the collaboration opportunities that people can work with you and together to help push that and drive that implementation sooner?
First, I want to say thank you to British Petroleum. Actually, we are the biggest customer, the anchor buyer of British Petroleum in Indonesia. And can you imagine this? And we are entering a critical phase of transition of energy. Why I'm calling it critical? Because it offers huge, tremendous challenges, but also magnificent opportunities. Challenges. We're talking about, when we're talking about gas-fired power plants, 1 gigawatt is only $500 million US. Hydro, 1 gigawatt is roughly $2 billion US. Geothermal, 1 gigawatt is $2.7 billion US. Capex investment, meaning that the investment is quadruple, meaning that's increasing huge amount of debt. But in the same time, also the operational cost, operational expenditure, the fuel cost of renewable energy is very low. So when we're talking about renewable energy as a base load, it's a front-loaded investment. The levelized cost of electricity is going to be roughly the same, but it's going to be amortized in the next 25 years. So the biggest challenge of the transition of energy is how we're going to be able to deploy large amount of capital. And of course, this kind of forum, the Asian Indo-Pacific Forum is giving us a sense of pride. Previously, fragmented global communities today becoming unified. With that kind of fighting spirit, we are very sure, no matter the challenge ahead, we're going to be able to move forward. We're talking about collaboration of policy, collaboration of technology, collaboration of innovations, collaboration of co-investments. This is local, national, regional, and also international. And, about the Asian power grid. During the COVID-19, and we can see that the Asian regions has been enjoying a very strong resilience. Why? Because of collaborations. But when we're talking about the networks of energy, I think we are kind of left behind. We need to work on it. When we're talking about interconnected grid, it's actually offering secure, robust, sustainable supply of energy. But today, even in Indonesia, Sumatra and Java, the transmission is not connected. Kalimantan to Java is not connected. So that's why we are facing, like I presented before, a mismatch between the sources of large-scale base-load renewable energy, hydro and geothermal, in those remote areas with the location of epicentrum demand on the other part of the region in Java. So we need to build the green enabling transmission line. And the dream of the Asian power grid is actually reflecting the dream of how we're going to be able to grow together, providing robust supply of energy, much more reliable energy, but this also facing a lot of complexities. We have to navigate the complexities of the technical difficulties of building transmission line, the cross-border transmission line from Laos to Vietnam to Cambodia, to Malaysia, to Singapore, to Indonesia, the whole area. We have to navigate the complexities of how aligning some kind of different policies, how we're going to be able to come up with some kind of a commercial feasibilities. This is requiring large amount of investment. So we have to come up with a term in which there is a way to recover the investment back. How about we going to be able to map out every single risk, and each of the risks has to be addressed properly. And then the internal rate of return is going to be commercially feasible. And then also we're talking about legal complexity. So, but with this kind of forum, we understand the Asian power grid is not only about towers, it's not only about wires, it's not only about substations, but it's representing a new strength of Asia, reflecting the shift of previously fragmented ASEAN to become unified for one purpose of all, prosperity for the Asian region. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, if I can come back to you, Pak Damawan has mentioned, some of the challenges like technical and harmonization of policies, if you're looking at interconnected grids around the region, will require a whole other discussion that we perhaps don't have the time for today. But I hope to at least address maybe some of the other challenges mentioned, like capital, how do we de-risk the projects? And USTDA has a lot of experience in that. Could you just perhaps share what are some of the factors that would make you comfortable to enter and invest in some of these infrastructure assets that's needed to push the energy transition?
Absolutely. I think it's such a critical question. And again, from our perspective as being engaged in that early stage of preparing projects, obviously bringing down, limiting the risk to potential investors. And because we are providing assistance through grant-based funding for technical assistance, feasibility studies, pilot projects, the kinds of things that are going to give that assurance to investors. It is very important for us to have our ducks in a row as to the criteria, the factors that will enable us to invest. And perhaps I'll answer the question by example, which is the fact that we have supported here in Indonesia the feasibility, looking at the technical assistance for setting up this first small modular reactor here. So this is looking at advanced nuclear, to Goldie's point earlier, technology, which doesn't yet exist, but has gone a long way in terms of research and development. And so for an agency that, again, using taxpayer funds, but embracing the fact that we do have to take considered risk, what then, how do we do that? So first, of course, is understanding the research, the analysis, what has gone into the product so far. For us, we're fortunate to have experts in our Department of Energy, in our Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So we are able to build on that expertise. We're able to understand the partners that we have who are knowledgeable in the field, who are in communication with our regulatory counterparts. That is important because the regulatory environment has to be developed at pace. And when a new technology, how do you do that? Well, you do that by engaging and sharing information and sharing knowledge. So that piece is something we very much look to in terms of the prospects for success. I would also say that it's important that we see a willingness, even if the sector isn't known, to build on knowledge that does exist, for the regulators to have an inclination to give us a sense that, okay, this will work. I have to, and I can't underscore enough, the technical acumen that we rely on. And this comes from the private sector. In this case, our partner here with the small modular reactor that we're looking at in West Kalimantan is Indonesia Power. They have selected a US firm, NewScale, to look at this possibility. But there's a range of partners here. There is a subsidiary from Texas-based Fluor, and there's a Japanese corporation, JGC. So it's a whole constellation of technical experts. It's critical to making sure that we're doing this in the right way. The last piece I will talk about is communication. And it begins early, and it's not just on the technical sense, it's not just capacity building in the technical part, but also with your population, with your communities, to really be able to explain what it is you're thinking about, what it is you're planning, and how and what the risks and impacts are.
Thank you. And Goldie, if I can come to you, you mentioned right at the start that we are all in this together, right? And I think one advantage of perhaps the ASEAN region is to be able to look at the best practices of what has happened in other countries and to be able to leapfrog the energy transition here. So could you share with us, what are some of the ways and initiatives in Canada that have helped to promote sustainable alternatives that also help to balance the energy trilemma that perhaps we could adopt here in the region?
Carbon tax. You want to incent the behavior you want. I mean, there's not many countries that have taken that approach, but a carbon tax is the most market-sensitive way to start changing behavior. The United States doesn't have it. Many other countries don't have it. It's going to be complicated as we start talking about carbon border adjustments and so forth. The communication, the education, the responsibility that governments and businesses and others have to bring the public with us, I think is an important component of it. Look, this issue is the issue of our time. It is wrought with challenges, but it also creates opportunities. And there's no question that there are many of those. And I'm very proud as a Canadian that our government and the ASEAN governments have now brought in Canada as a strategic partner to the ASEAN. And I think it's a good moment where we can both benefit from what each of us can bring to the table. There's a lot of synergies here. We have what you need, you have what we need. We both have really smart people. We're both going to be much more aggressive and innovative in terms of dealing with the issues. But we have to be, again, back to my point about being honest about where we find ourselves. There are some systemic issues that we're going to deal with. One, if you ask me what's keeping many CEOs, not just in Canada, but many CEOs I interact with around the world up at night, the answer might surprise you. The answer is the decline of democracy. That it's becoming very difficult for capital to be deployed and form and achieve the purpose of deploying that in democracies. Now, I know in the ASEAN there are different forms of governments, but you know what? All democracies aren't the same, all communists aren't the same, all autocrats aren't the same, but capital is frankly neutral when it comes to an ideology. Capital is neutral when it comes to a nationality. Capital has an anthem. How do I make $1 too? I will go wherever it is to make $1 too. And if we're not careful, we're actually going to embolden some of the very societies that we're competing against. And so what do we need from those democracies? But not just democracies, all forms of government as businesses. Because with all due respect, governments are only going to be able to spend so much. It's going to be largely, if not almost all of it, private sector led. Governments can enable, they can create incentives. Just for context, the IRA is about $400 billion, maybe $500 billion. It's estimated that all of today's global GDP, which is in the $135 trillion range, is going to be necessary to get to net zero by 2050. There's no way governments can pay for all of that. So they have to create the incentives for businesses to be able to lead on this transition. So what's holding us back? Number one, I would say to you, we need policy predictability, permitting stability, permitting reform, where we know that if you follow the rules, it doesn't matter who's in power, because with all due respect, governments come and governments go. But businesses have to make investments for the long haul. Otherwise, we get stranded assets. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today. Right? We're being forced to strand our assets to develop new technology. But someone has to pay for all of that. And so policy predictability, policy certainty is a very, very big part of that. The second issue here is what we've discussed is about infrastructure. This is not sexy stuff, but you know what? If you're going to capture carbon, you're going to have to put it into a pipe. You're going to have to build that pipe to be able to store it in certain demographies and geographies that you can't just store it wherever. You have to have certain conditions to do that. And so if people get in the way of the development of the infrastructure, then they're actually getting in the way of reducing emissions. And so we've got to connect infrastructure development to the achievement of our emissions goals. For now, it's seen as unnecessary. We don't need more infrastructure. The fact is, we need a lot more infrastructure. Third of 4 points. The third one is simply this. If you ask most people who have said they've made their 2050 commitments, so they're going to get to net zero, if they're honest with you, they will tell you they don't know how. They will tell you that we figured out how to do 30%, maybe 40%, maybe 50%. Sure, there's some exceptions who figured out how to do it, okay? But the vast majority of them are banking on innovation to happen. We don't really know exactly how we're going to get there from here to there. And innovation requires patience. Most innovation is successful after failing. So we're going to do some things, we're going to fail, we're going to figure out how to do it better, and we're going to keep working at it. And that's where I think collaboration with ASEAN, with other regions in the world, is going to be so central to what we do. And then the fourth component of this, and I just want to repeat it one more time, because if there's a significant risk out there that will get in the way of the progress that we are trying to make and need to make on climate change, on reducing emissions, it is if we lose our publics. If we cannot bring society with us on the journey that we're going, they will slingshot you back into reality. I mean, it's very difficult in your country, the United States, where black becomes white or red becomes blue on day one of a new administration. An executive order can cancel a pipeline. An executive order can remove a carbon tax. An executive order can do all kinds of things. That will not be conducive to capital forming in your country. So you're incenting your way there, but how much of that can you really do in the long run? Right? And so we have to make sure that we're bringing our public with us on this journey and building the infrastructure that they need, particularly electricity grids, particularly cheaper energy such as small modular nuclear reactors, particularly hydrogen and other things which are not easy to do. They're complicated. And so we have to have a truth conversation with our society. Otherwise, we're talking amongst the elites here, we're talking amongst ourselves, and we will be reminded, as smart as we may all be, the public will decide how far we can go and how fast we can go.
Thank you. And I think we've been talking about the energy transition trilemma as to what's needed in terms of infrastructure as a necessary journey. But an emerging dimension of the energy transition is also about retaining or even enhancing country competitiveness, industrial competitiveness. So, Kathy, if you could share with us briefly and quickly, how do you see these aspects now shaping businesses' decisions, countries' decisions about energy mix or investment decisions?
Yeah. So I think in terms of increasing countries' competitiveness is not a new topic. And of course, the agenda in terms of energy transition, because of the magnitude where the amount of investments are needed, Bloomberg talked about 7 trillion per year being needed for us, for the world, to reach net zero between now and 2050. The need for technology, the need for collaboration, that puts the country competitiveness in the new light. On one hand, we do need to collaborate. At the same time, each country really presents the ability to attract capital. I think from an industry participant standpoint, we look at several factors, if you will. First is really the demand that drives a lot of potential, the supply potential, and the technology needed, how mature, would we be able to decrease the cost and increase the reliability so it's scalable. And the infrastructure that I talked about, not just the physical infrastructure, but also the policy infrastructure. And to compete for investments globally. BP has a global portfolio. All of the projects need to meet the hurdle rate. And we look at those factors, the supply, the demand, the infrastructure, the technology, and how stable it is that our projects would be able to survive and be successful for many years because of the long cycle of these projects. I think also innovation and how a country, government is welcoming the new development. BP is exploring low carbon energy opportunities within ASEAN, and Indonesia is very gifted with a lot of geothermal, solar, all sources of new energy, and how can we forge new relationships to make our projects economic, establish the commerciality as the first step, and gradually, steadily scale up so then they can be sustainable over the long term. And we cannot do it alone. That's why collaborating with our national partners, with other IOCs, is critical factor to success.
Thank you. And I think the keywords that we've been hearing a lot is collaboration, preparation, and investing in infrastructure to get us there. We only have a couple of minutes left on the clock, so I'd like to shoot a fire round question to all of the panelists to close this out. Can Indonesia achieve net zero emissions by 2060 while maintaining global economic competitiveness? Goldie?
Yes is the answer, but we've all discussed how, and that's the hard part here, is we need the leadership, we need the will, we need the capital, we need the innovative capacity to do so.
I would also say yes, but let's not let the moment that we are in pass us by. we have reached a level of awareness that I don't think can be peeled back in terms of the importance of these issues, in terms of the collectiveness in which we are talking about these issues. And I think that that cannot be underestimated, but it's incumbent on all of us from our perspectives, including where we have the ability to facilitate and bring together parties that can act here, to act, to keep moving the ball forward, even within the vicissitudes of political change, because we have come quite far in a short time, and we have to make sure that we continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy?
So I would say definitely visa. I think from our standpoint, Indonesia is a very important country in our global portfolio. We've been here for more than 50 years, and we would like to contribute to the long-term sustainable energy security and energy transition agenda the country has. Going back to what I said earlier, the end is very, very important. These things do not happen overnight and full of challenges. So we need to invest in the energy systems the world needs today. We also need to start investing in innovating for what the world will need tomorrow. So we need all of them. And I also wanted to say that each country, each region, the economic circumstances are different. The path to transition is different. And we need to look into the actual situation, the need to figure out the how. That's really the challenging piece. But BP is very committed to supporting ASEAN community, supporting Indonesia to reach our goals.
Thank you. And Pak Damawan?
Yes, we need to make sure that the future of the next generation should be better than ours. And we are fully committed exactly to do so. And we're doing this not only because of international environmental agreement, not only because of policy. We do this because we really care. How are we going to walk the talk? I think yes, we can. We're going to be able to achieve net zero emission by 2060. But we need to get the right policy, regulatory framework in place. We need to design an ecosystem that is conducive for green investment. We need to come up with some kind of collaboration of policy, technology, innovations, co-investment in every single sense. We're not going to be able to bear the burden alone. And PLN here, we're giving the best we can. And in the past, our main job was to provide electricity. But in the future, our main job is to take care of the environment, while electricity is our byproduct. Thank you.
Thank you. And I love the sense of optimism, right? And I think we all acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to be done, but let us also look back at the past few years, and we have seen that the momentum has remained so strong for Indonesia, for PLN, and let us, let that encourage us to continue exploring the collaboration partnerships that we need to move even further on. So thank you. Please join me in thanking my panelists today.
Thank you very much to Ms. Caroline Chua and also to our distinguished speakers for the last panel discussion for our sub-theme 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we had to conclude the Green Infrastructure and Resilient Supply Chain sub-theme. And as of right now, we'd like to inform you it is time for a lunch break. Lunch have been prepared for you at the lobby floor, and also a Standard Chartered is conducting its luncheon called Standard Chartered ASEAN Indo-Pacific Luncheon, accelerating a just transition to net zero in ASEAN at Cascade Lounge. We'd like to also inform you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, that our sub-theme 2, Sustainable and Innovative Financing, will begin at 2 p.m. local time in this ballroom. Therefore, please make your way back to the premises, to the ballroom at 1:50 p.m. local time. And we still have a lot of prominent speakers and also interesting discussion in our second half of ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum right here at the Mulia Hotel, Jakarta. With that said, have a great lunch to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you at 2.
is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia. BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia.
BNI harus semakin proaktif dan responsif.
BNI terus konsisten untuk mendorong UMKM kita naik kelas.
BNI berkomitmen dalam program-program pemberdayaan UMKM untuk go global.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already one step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future.
Mining Industry Indonesia, Mind ID, we explore natural resources for civilization, prosperity, and a brighter future.
BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very good morning, His Excellency Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Good morning. The Honorable Mr. Parjono, Assistant Minister for Macroeconomic and International Finance, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And also our moderator, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Investment Affairs. Mr. Nur Syaifuddin, Senior Policy Analyst, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And also Ms. Pande Putuoka Kusumardani, Head of Center for State Revenue Policy. And also our prominent speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to the Jakarta on Seminar on Energy Transition Mechanism, ASEAN Country Updates. My name is Rima Budiarti. I'm from Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, and absolutely it's an honor for me to be your master of ceremony for today's seminar. First of all, let us extend our warmest and most sincere welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia. And since now we are in Jakarta, I would like to present one of traditional culture from Betawi called Pantun. Jalan-jalan ke Jatinegara, jangan lupa beli papaya. Selamat datang di ibu kota Jakarta, miniatur budaya Indonesia nan jaya. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our seminar today, may I inform you about today's seminar that will divide it into 3 sessions. The first session is about Introduction and Roundtable of Energy Transition Mechanism in Indonesia. And the second session will discuss about country update on energy transition mechanism. And the last session will talk about road to just and affordable transition. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, now we will start the event with opening speech from Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
Good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Friends from non-Indonesian, those are sort of like the set of greetings that we've been doing for how many years now in Indonesia. We say greetings in many different background of languages and cultures. So that's just, again, reflecting how diverse Indonesia is, and also to that note, how diverse ASEAN is really. Today we are gathered here on a very important occasion here, providing us with valuable opportunities to gain updates and progress on energy transition mechanism in Indonesia, in ASEAN. I look at very familiar faces here from Indonesia side, but also friends from many countries as well from ASEAN, and most particularly also our partners have been working with us for quite some time now, building the logic and also the policy and also the projects together on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, as an emerging market and developing economy, Indonesia takes a crucial leadership role in green transition towards low carbon economy. Last year, Indonesia submitted an enhanced NDC to the UNFCCC Secretariat with an increased emission reduction target to 31.89%. It's very detailed. Why don't we just call it 32? Sometimes I I don't know why, but unconditionally we promised 43.2%. Now, this enhanced NDC represents even greater ambition compared to previous Indonesia's updated NDC, which will align with our long-term low carbon and climate resilience strategy 2050 with a vision to achieve net zero emissions by 2060 or earlier. Indonesia realized that huge financing is needed to implement this climate action to support these ambitious climate target commitments. Based on our third estimate of biennial update report, this is one of the estimates, total climate financing needs to achieve the previous NDC of approximately $281 billion by 2030. It was projected to be fulfilled by public and private investment. With this increased ambition, surely the number of investment will be also increased. Indonesia continues to develop many initiatives, including, first of all, from the government side, we do our climate budget tagging. So we look at our budget, both at a national level and also at the regional level. We identify to the existing to date that we have so far, how much money has been devoted for agenda of climate action. The cumulative climate expenditure from the national government until 2021 already reaching $20 billion, which is about 8% of that annual our estimate needed for the 2030. Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, is clearly open for transition and green business. So the government already showed our commitment. We prepared our policies. Now we're looking at the business opportunities, because after all, the government cannot solve all of this problem by ourselves. In fact, Indonesia cannot solve the global public good problem by himself. Now, transition and green investment are clearly flourishing in Indonesia. This due to, among others, the government of Indonesia has issued a number of fiscal incentives to attract private investment in green projects and green industry, including, among others, tax holidays, tax allowances, as well as facilities on VAT. There's also import duty and also property tax involved. These policies have fruitfully cultivated a climate of transitional investment and green investment in Indonesia, notably with the electric vehicle supply chain. For instance, there's an estimate by Institute for Essential Services Reform. This is estimate by ISR 2023. During the period of 2021-2022, Indonesia managed to attract investment commitments amounting to $20.3 billion in the electric vehicle supply chain. The largest share of this investment was directed towards battery production, reaching a total of $15 billion. Fiscal incentives and downstreaming policy in green industry are expected to curb carbon emission by about 15 million tons of CO2 equivalent. We also mobilize funds through innovative financing by issuing green sukuk of $6.2 billion and SDG bonds up to $577 million, both at the global and national level, which are expected to reduce about 10.6 million CO2 emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia also has issued regulations framework to implement carbon pricing and tax. This policy will utilize carbon trading and non-trade instruments, one of which we call carbon tax, and also upcoming is carbon market that we are preparing to launch by the end of the year. This is to internalize the external cost of greenhouse gas emissions under the principle of polluters pay principle. In addition, Indonesia also plans to implement this piloting of carbon market by the end of the year, regulated and supervised by Indonesia's Financial Sector Authority, OJK. Now I'm going to move on a little bit about transition finance. With many initiatives that I have mentioned above, we realized that more efforts still needed to reach the financing need of our NDC to give actual contribution to reduce global greenhouse gas emission, while also keeping the pace of growth and our own development. In this regard, I believe that the key in achieving is our growth-friendly climate action lays on what we call transition finance. This is because transition finance involves providing financial services and products to high carbon emitting industries to support the transition towards decarbonization in the short to medium term. In G20, under G20 Indonesia presidency last year, the transition finance framework was commenced as a guidance for developing policies and financial services to support the climate-related transition. Indonesia, in this regard, launched and continued to develop our Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform as an example on how we pursue the financing for transition in energy sector in Indonesia. Now I'm going to go a little bit deeper on this ETM, and I'm going to mention a little bit about JETP as well. Indonesia is proud to be among committed countries in energy transitions. Collaborating with ADB since the beginning, Government of Indonesia launched the Energy Transition Mechanism during the COP26 at Glasgow, aiming to accelerate retirement and repurposing of coal-fired power plants, and also scale up replacement clean energy technology. Indonesia established the Indonesia ETM country platform. Pak Edwin is the manager of this country platform in Indonesia with his PTSMI. And this is as a blended finance framework that will mobilize financial resources to support and also support from international partners, including multilateral and bilateral institutions, philanthropies, and also private sectors for this just and affordable energy transition. Now, our ETM country platform, through international partnership and commitments, we have secured the funding from Climate Investment Fund. This is $500 million of highly concessional fund for Indonesia. This will be leveraged up to additional $4 billion by the ADB, World Bank, and others, including the government of Indonesia. From this approved amount, the priority in the short term will be focused on accelerating early retirement of 2 projects of total retirement of 1.7 gigawatts of coal-fired power plants. The key challenge is on the involvement of the private sector, where there are still no strong engagement. In considering the risk assessment, we realized that the portion of low-cost financing from concessional flow of fund is really crucial in determining the project return. The lower concessional pricing country platform can obtain, clearly, the more flexibility the country has to develop mechanisms that could ensure acceptable credit risk and also a just transition for investors, lenders, and all related parties. So when we look at it, we're clearly talking about market mechanism. We're clearly trying to internalize all of the cost, and we will determine how much will it cost us to decarbonize. Once we get the number based on market mechanism, also with market mechanism principles, we ask who should bear the cost, how much each party would actually take parts in terms of bearing the cost. Now, I'm going to mention a little bit about Just Energy Transition Partnership, JETP. This is a commitment published by IPG countries, $10 billion from public sector and $10 billion from private financial institutions. These are commitments. With this international support, we will work together. What it means is, again, Indonesia is open for business. Indonesia is open for transition and green investment. Commitments are very much welcome. Numbers can be announced, $10 billion here, $5 billion there, another $10 billion from that side. But at the end of the day, it will boil down to transactions. it will boil down to how do you calculate the return from the investment, and how do you refine and redefine what we mean by return in this transition and green investment in Indonesia and all over the world. Our first hunch saying that it is not going to be the conventional way of defining return on investment. From the beginning, everybody knows that. From the beginning, everybody knows this is going to involve the idea, the notion of decarbonization. Who should bear the cost? Then the market mechanism will actually help us to talk about how we do the transactions. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about another regulatory framework that we've done, not only in Indonesia, but also more importantly now in ASEAN. The key challenge to transition finance is clearly the involvement of the private financing. To mobilize private investment, there is a need to establish a credible approach to identify and labeling transition activities. This is to ensure that the private sector participation would be seen not as greenwashing. In addition, to accelerate our global climate transition effort, emerging economies developing need access to fair and adequate resources in timely manner, just like we discussed before. In this regard, Indonesia, during this year, ASEAN chairmanship, we managed together with ASEAN partners, ASEAN countries, to launch our ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2. I believe that many of you or most of you are already familiar with this. The ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2 is an example on how ASEAN members are working to enable an orderly transition and foster sustainable finance implementation. This taxonomy now has introduced, among others, coal phase out as an activity that will be classified as green or amber. Depends on the qualification of the projects. The ASEAN taxonomy serves as showcase of good, credible, implementable transition with interoperable taxonomy between regions and countries. The next challenge is on how to build this interoperability of the ASEAN taxonomy with others, such as EU taxonomy. So that's why we are very grateful to have our friends from EU attending today, and will be also speaking on this matter. Also with other countries. This is, also, of course, in order to boost more private sector involvement globally, not just regionally. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia continues to enhance international cooperation to advocate climate actions and to mobilize the private and public sector's finance for climate action. Indonesia is actively involved and continues to support and to show its leadership in leveraging sustainable financial ecosystem, including at the G20 Forum, ASEAN, and also not to mention Coalition of Ministers of Finance for Climate Action, where Indonesia is one of the co-chairs of the coalition. Indonesia also continues to enhance cooperation with stakeholders, such as Green Climate Fund has been instrumental help with Indonesia, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, international financial institutions, multilateral development banks, development partner countries, private sector, even including philanthropic institutions. We view that the need for global collaboration in order to create the ecosystem for green and transition industries, including for batteries, electric vehicles, and the green global supply chain. We all need to realize the importance and start to establish the global value chain for production, trade, and investment for green industries. Ladies and gentlemen, during Indonesia's 2023 ASEAN chairmanship, there is a resolute determination to elevate the energy transition program to the forefront of the ASEAN's priorities. The aspiration is for all ASEAN nations to collaboratively embark on a just and affordable energy transition. The ultimate goal is to seamlessly attain a low-carbon economy while simultaneously safeguarding our economic growth and preserving employment opportunities for those impacted. Let's engage in these enriching discussions today and wholeheartedly participate in this seminar. Wishing you all have a pleasant morning and fruitful discussions. And thank you very much for all of our collaborations and working together. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opening speech. Please remain on the stage. Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, please remain on the stage. We would like to have photo session together. And also we would like to invite Mr. Parigiono, all moderators and panelists, as well to Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage and to have a photo sessions together. Once again, we would like to invite all moderators and panelists, as well to Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage and to join the photo session together. Once again, we would like to invite Eslon 2 in Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia to join to the stage to take a photo session together. And now we would like to have photo session together. Please, you may give your warm smile. Please, you may give your warm smile, and 1, 2, 3. All right, once again. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you. And please, you may have a seat. Once again, thank you for the presentation together. You may have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the first session of this seminar, Introduction and Roundtable of Energy Transition Mechanism in Indonesia. This session will explain the general framework of energy transition in Indonesia, and besides that, this session will also highlight the current state of Indonesia energy transitions along with the planned financing scheme. And before we start our session, let me introduce our moderator, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. And please welcome Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin.
Okay, sorry. Allow me to introduce the panelists. Mr. Pargiono, Assistant Minister for Macroeconomics and International Finance, Ministry of Finance. Next panelist, Mr. Gigi Udiatmo, Director for Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, or anyone representing. The next one will be Ms. Cynthia Rusli, Director of Finance from PT PLN. And last but not least, Mr. Paul Butar-Butar, Deputy Head of Jati Secretariat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. As Excellency Pak Febrio and all honored guests, I whispered to Pak Febrio just now, the best thing about the first moderator is that we don't have to repeat the context because the context has been very well explained by Pak Febrio and it's very, very fresh. So I'm just gonna jump right in with the discussion. So Indonesia, as part of the commitment for energy transition, has done multiple collaboration with international communities. And one of the strongest commitment is also in this energy transition mechanism. So, of course, energy transition is a technical problem as well as financial problem. And today with us, we have Pak Pargiono here from Ministry of Finance, who will help coordinate also the financing at some point on this one. So Pak Pargiono, we know that this ETM process has been ongoing for a while. I think it's been discussed in COP26 last time, and there's a lot of work that has been done by Indonesia, government of Indonesia, especially Ministry of Finance, both in issuing the regulation for fiscal support on accelerating energy transition, and also preparing for the pilot project together with MEMR. So, would you like to explain to us how far the regulation has been implemented, and what is the progress on the ETM pilot project, especially on the PLTO Cirebon? Please, Pak.
Terima kasih, thank you very much Pak Rahmat. Good morning, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. As already mentioned by Pak Rahmat, no need to repeat what I actually think that we have in the Ministry of Finance, because everything is done by Pak Febrio, then my job is actually done actually. Just, if I don't know whether some slide will be shown, but directly to the point that Pak Rahmat explains, some progress that we have in the Ministry of Finance. The first is on the CIF, SCT investment plans. Yeah. It's about 500 million in CIF-X funding together with 2.0 billion in MDV's co-financing, and nearly 1.3 in other co-financing. The investment plan aims to achieve the three main pillars: governance, peoples, and infrastructures. And this is already running so far, Pak Rahmat. And then when you pointed directly to the two projects, PT SME, Pak Edwin is here, and Indonesia Investment Authority are in the process of due diligence on the two energy transition mechanism projects. The first project is being conducted by INA with PT Cirebon Electric Power, which is about 660 megawatts, with the total investment of $877 million. The second project is being also conducted by PT SME with the PLTU Pelabuhan Ratu, which is about 1,050 megawatts with an asset value of 12 trillion in local currency rupiah. And then currently on this mechanism, Ministry of Finance is also developing a regulation on ETM country platforms that Pak Febrio mentioned. That if you have slide, I think better to mention to open in the slide 12. This is what I mentioned. Okay. On the ATM country platforms, it regulates the governance of energy transition mechanism and also flowing of the financing process for the ATM, which include governments, investment, and also concessional loans, guarantee, and PPP that Pak Febrio mentioned, from the de-risking, also the side from the government that can provide, including the incentive from the tax, including also the guarantee and de-risking. And then also we have what we call it Indonesia Investment Guarantee (PTPII), which also doing the on the way. And then on the process, if I just go moderately on the energy transition mechanism country platform structure, let me start with if you have already ideas on the source of funding, on the purpose of projects, then we can help on the blended financing. Then you have to come directly to country platform that we have here. Pak PT SME, Pak Edwin is in charge. Under PT SME as the country platforms, we are in the governments and coordinating ministers among us, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, and Ministry of State-owned Enterprises and other ministries related will be on the steering board who will in charge of assessing any proposals, any ideas of projects that we have from the PTSME proposed. Then we assessing for any government's support, whether this is the risking, commercial loans, technical assistance, or other subsidy, which later on the pricing. And then we also be working on the PTPIE on the equity, low-cost refinancing, performance-based payments. And then PT SME will be assessing on that way. And further, we will come up with the Clean Energy Fund or CEF, and then also the carbon reductions funds. I don't know whether you can open on the slide 12. The outcome on the energy transitions projects, certainly with the PLN in charge, is IPP project, is also on the pipelines projects. Then we can measure as well as on the carbon credits. And then the fourth one, Pak Rahmat, on the just transition is among the core also component, the fourth one of ETM, to provide a just transition strategy in Indonesia ATM. The strategic, environment, and social assessment is now being developed. The SESIA National Workshop has been also held last week in August, and the report is expected to be launched in this next month on October. I think this is for update that I could provide, Pak Rahmat. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Pargiono. So basically, regulation is there, projects is there, and then platform is there. PTSMI, if you don't know, the leader of PTSMI is Pak Edwin here, the handsome gentleman in batik. So all the international bankers who want to provide blended finance can go contact Pak Edwin here. And of course, we need to make sure that there is a just mechanism as well that has been worked on. So yeah, I think we are ready to conduct this. So maybe the next, I would like to ask Bu Cynthia here as a representative of PLN. So what is the PLN plan on to support this energy transition mechanism? Please, Bu Cynthia.
Thank you, Pak Rahmat. So good morning, everyone. So we have been hearing the effort from the government. Once it's a regulatory framework and also the intention for the government to achieve the net NDC by 2030 with the enhanced NDC, and also the support from the global community in terms of the JETP platform as well as the local platform on the ETM country platform. I think from PLN as an operator, of course, we need to also develop our own scenario, which is workable with the global and the local platform. And in order to achieve the enhanced NDC and at least for PLN also to be able to deliver our net zero roadmap by 2060, so decarbonization plan. For PLN itself, we have actually translated the enhanced NDC for 31.9% by 2030 into what basically needs to be done within PLN and specifically in the electricity sector. So PLN needs to reduce by 2030 of 127 million tons of CO2 emissions. And that means by 2030 it has to be at the level of 370 million tons of CO2. And then we have developed various effort basically within PLN. So since planning, so last 2 years in 2021, PLN together with the MAMR have already started to develop our greenest RUPTL, meaning that we have already setting down the plan to develop more coal fire power plants. And we have also do a certain initiatives, efforts in co-firing, some other effort within the operational level to ensure that we are able to reduce our CO2 emissions. So by that, from the planning stage and up to the operational level at this moment, we have already been, in the planning stage, reducing the emission by 3.7 billion CO2 emissions. And after that, then along with the government policy and initiatives with the JETP and the plan towards the NDC, enhanced NDC by 2030, we also involve as an operator with the government in the technical working group, specifically developing a scenario. So I think JETP has already, JETP Secretariat has already delivered their scenario assessment. I think yesterday Pak Rahmat has already led the meeting for that, for public consultation with stakeholders. And with that, PN also basically look into what matters in terms of system, electricity, security, sustainability, financial sustainability, fiscal sustainability, and of course, environmental sustainability. So PLN as an operator, as a utility, also has considerations in developing our own scenario and has already delivered our feedback to the JETP Secretariat of the, what we call it, the CIP, the CIPP, or the scenario developed by the JETP Secretariat. So I think the next phase after we have done our planning stage and the scenario assessment, then we need to look into what basically scenario that is executable, workable from PLN perspective in terms of the energy security, fiscal sustainability, financial sustainability, corporate financial sustainability, and environmental sustainability. And we have assessed 4 scenarios. And basically, in conclusion, we have achieved to the conclusions that we are choosing the optimum scenario is the accelerated renewable energy with coal phase down. What does it mean? It's basically we have 75% additional renewable energy and 25% with the gas as a transition for enabling us to do this decarbonization roadmap. And the other issue that is also very important here is the number 4, that with that scenario, basically PLN power system emissions for the CO2 is basically below 370. So by 2030, if we are able to execute that plan, so basically it's already beyond the enhanced, already below the enhanced NDC. So that's also quite a good point in terms of planning, scenario planning. And what we see with the scenario of accelerated renewable energy is that we are operating within the covenants, within that covenants, debt service coverage ratio, debt to EBITDA, and also debt capacity. And we see that the fiscal exposure to that scenario is also something quite moderate, that we think that the fiscal capacity is also being able to absorb that. So basically that's the situation at this moment, Pak Rahmat. In short, I think PLN has already put an effort to find the right scenario that we think meet those four aspects of energy security, sustainability, corporate financial sustainability, environmental sustainability, as well as the fiscal sustainability. So we have quite a lot of sets of slides for everyone. Then, if you want to deep dive on that very specific aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Cynthia. So PLN has done a lot of work, have a lot of menu, if you will, yeah, depending what is the support needed, as Pak Febrio mentioned. Once we do, there will be some impacts, and also who can support us pay for the bill, if you will. Okay, after this, apparently we have one online guest, online panelist from the MEMR. I would like to introduce you to Pak Katro Romandi from MEMR. And maybe also, Pak Katro, are you online?
Yeah, Pak Deputy.
Thank you, Pak Katro. So we have a lot of guests here, and I think we want to discuss on the energy transition, and especially on the energy transition mechanism, which practically require coal-fired power plant early retirement roadmap. So we understand that MEMR is currently drafting a ministerial decree on the CFPP early retirement roadmap, and also the project assignment, as in accordance with the Presidential Decree number 112 2022. So can you give us update on what is the progress on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Deputy. Yang kami hormati Pak Febrio, Chairman Office of Policy Agency, Minister of Finance, and Pak Diono, Assistant Minister for Economic and International Finance, and Ibu Cynthia Rusdi, Pak Paul Buta, and especially Pak Moderator, Pak Deputy Rang Plenary. Sebelumnya Pak Yudo and Pak Didi could not attend directly, Pak, because we all are now at Bali for ASEAN Energy Business Forum, and also me myself also now attending for this energy business forum. Related to what has been asked by Pak Moderator, Pak Deputy, we do have some slides probably that the organizer can show the latest slide number 4 probably. So with the coordination among stakeholders, with Minister of State-Owned, Minister of Finance, and PLN, UNOP, ISR, and also IAPF, we continue to intensify the so-called pilot American transaction to improve energy transition market mechanism viability. And again, we identify some research to achieve the target for the coal-fired power plant early retirement, and there are 15 units probably at the moment under the roadmap, under the draft of the roadmap has been identified, but still we haven't yet get the exact number, what will be the best options or what will be the best mechanism that we would like to have for the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. And therefore, we expect that based again with closely working with the JAPF, Just Energy Transition Partnership Secretariat, that already also in the progress of finalizing the comprehensive investment plan and policy, CIPP could be aligned with our roadmap from the MEMR based to what are the requirement of the CIPP. So on the roadmap, actually, we identify based on the capacity of the coal-fired power plant belongs to PLN, belongs to IPP, and belongs to captive. But at the moment, can you show the slide number 4? Yeah, that's for the CFPP early retirement of captive power plant. So, next. Slide number 4. Yeah, thank you. So we identify the capacity belongs to PLN, IDP, and captive, but still at the moment we only have the data based on PLN data of the coal-fired power plant. And we also considered about the lifetime and capacity factor. How can any the gas productions if we terminate or if we close down or phasing down the coal-fired power plant, and what would be the economic value if we retire this more accelerated. And based on the input coming from the Minister of Finance, especially, and also Minister of Finance and also Minister of State, on that if we try to retire, we have to consider about the PP of tenaga listrik. So we have to consider about the subsidy and the compensation, and also we have to consider about the just transition of the aspect rate of if we retire for this 15 unit of identified coal-fired power plant. So we still have, at the moment, we're still drafting, and we will have two ministerial decree. The first decree related on the roadmap itself, and the first ministerial decree will be on the list of the coal-fired power plant, which is also being agreed. If the list is being agreed by the Minister of Finance and also Minister of State. I will stop here, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. And I think on the energy transition, we have here the Deputy Head of JETP Secretariat, Pak Paul. And you know, there is a lot of discussion just now mentioning about JETP, Pak Paul. Can you update us, what is the process of financing on the energy transition in Indonesia, and what are the targets set by JETP? Give us update on the JETP.
Thank you, Pak Moderator, Pak Deputy. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Kaban, Pak Febrio, dan Bapak Ibu panelis dan juga Bapak Ibu yang hadir di tempat ini. As everybody knows, the JETP has been announced in November, and Secretariat has been working since February this year under the guidance of three ministries actually, led by Pak Rahmat from Menko Marves, then led also by Pak Febrio from Finance Minister, and also Pak Dadan from MEMR. JETP Secretariat has been working together with a lot of partners with working group. Some of them actually are here. We have World Bank here. We have UNDP. I see here colleague and other parties, including the civil society from Indonesia, working together to prepare a kind of a credible scenario pathway for the just energy transition for Indonesia. And then as a result, or the initial target of the JETP as announced during the G20 last year, it was said we need to meet 290 million ton of CO2 from power sectors and 34% of renewable energy. And after the evaluation by technical teams led by IEA, we found out that it would be doable, but it would require a substantial amount of money, substantial effort from everybody, then make it almost impossible to implement. That's why the working group has been the technical working group has been working together to and getting the data from MEMR, from PLN, and from captive power, and trying to see what would be the credible scenario for Indonesia energy transition. As promised, we have finalized from the Secretariat, have finalized the comprehensive investment policy and plan, policy plan, and then has been submitted to government and also IPG, and now is under discussion by government as well as IPG, and we expect to receive feedback so that we can later on respond to that feedback. If you can go to the last slide, please. So on the scenario that we have, as you may know that we have actually 5 investment plan. So five investment area. The first investment area will be in transmission and grid. The second one will be in coal phase out. And the third one will be investment in dispatchable renewable energy, and fourth investment area will be on variable, and the last one will be on the supply chains for the renewable energy technology. Based on the scenario that we have prepared together with the working group, we see actually the target could be reached to 395 million ton of CO2 in the power sector, but it also will still need a lot of effort. There are preconditions that need to be met. For example, we need to invest in a lot of geothermal, a lot of renewable, a lot of hydro, in particular also a lot of variable renewable, more than 20 gigawatt of solar PV and so on. For example, in the scenario that we have now for the JET-B, it said that we would need to phase out about 6 point something gigawatt of coal power plant in order to make room for renewable. And also we have to phase down by reducing the capacity factor in order to make more room for renewable. And all of that will need financing. So as already mentioned by Pak Febrio, by Pak Rahmat, by Pak Barjonen, as well as by Bu Cynthia, all of this will need money. So Bu Cynthia has already mentioned about projects that they will include in the PLN ultra accelerated and accelerated scenario, and only if sufficient financing would be available, then we could really make it happen. If not, then we need to, maybe we have to go with our own scenario that we would not meet the target of 2030, but we could move for example, with other target years that need to recalculate later on. But important is, as mentioned by Pak Febri before, there is a commitment for 20 billion to be mobilized by IPG member and GFANS, and we have checked what would be the, let's say, where the 20 billion could be invested. So if we want to move forward, for example, we need really a lot of investment in transmission, connecting Sumatra and Java, for example, or connecting, let's say, areas in Sulawesi, so that the renewable energy can be evacuated to meet the demand of the captive. We might want to think even to utilize the renewable energy potential in Papua, so that we could, let's say, evacuate that to the smelters in Halmahera or in Obi Island, in order to reduce the need for coal captive in that area for smelters and so on. And these need investment. And also, for as can be seen in the slide here, we expect that the public money, the 20 billion, consists of 10 billion of public money and 10 billion from commercial. We expect that most of the financing from the public sector could be used to finance grid or transmission, and also early retirement, because we expect that this funding, or because this investment would not have sufficient return. That's why it would not fit for commercial. But the other, for example, the variable renewable or some of the dispatchable renewable could go for commercial financing and so on. And I think I will stop here, Pak. Makasih.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Paul. I think you see there's projects already identified in JETP, and also there's a lot of work on the roadmap, if you will. So thank you, Pak. So maybe I just want to pick up a little bit on your comments on the financing package, because people typically say that there's a lot of money in the world, right? Whether it's suitable to support the financing or not, and specifically on the ETM and especially also in the infrastructure, do you see that there is enough money available that and also suitable in terms of tenure, in terms of concessionality to support the projects?
Unfortunately, out of the I would only talk about the public money, but out of the 10 billion money that has been promised, only few of them is really allocated for let's say transmission or early retirement. So to date, as of now, the only funding that is available for early retirement is actually the one for ETM. So not much, let's say if Pak Katro, for example, mentioned about 4.8 gigawatt to be retired, then other than the ETM money, we don't have any money left actually. Also, we call it just transition. So we expect actually that the financing of just part of the energy transition, we expect that should be a grant. But so far, we only see that less than 300 million would be used as a grant, will get as a grant, and about half of them has been allocated for technical assistance. So all in all, we see that the financing available for moving forward with this just energy transition would not be sufficient, Pak. It requires a lot more concessional funding in order to be able to move forward with the scenario. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Paul. So a lot of good work being done, but of course a lot of homework moving forward as well. Okay, I'm conscious on my original schedule, 10:15, we have to finish. So maybe before I close, I would like to ask our panelists here, each one to, because we have all these prominent members, maybe if there is something that you want to tell them, Pak Parjono, to the audience, please. Any messages?
Thank you. Just to highlight, Pak Febrio mentioned the cost is very expensive and the government is not able to bear all the costs, and certainly the private sector involvement, engagement to this process investment is needed. And I see here most of us, the private sector actually have a high interest to this investment, and we are really guided by yours in terms of how we can create the corridor, the framework and regulatory framework that the private sector can be, friendly come to this process, to this energy transition mechanism. And I see also in the global move from the G20, for example, the intention to reform the MDBs, for example, that to expand the mission is not only to the prosperity and also to poverty, but also to global public goods. But then we questioning on the financing that really no one can answer up to now, even though already higher expert groups, but we can put the number, but we haven't been able to put the way to go with this number in a more concrete way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Cynthia.
Yeah, I think I can say that Indonesia we have already started exercising the scenario, and at least we have the initial numbers of the projects already, whether it's the investment focus area in the generations or transmission distribution, including the smart grid, and the level of 150 billion US dollars is something that is now on the table, and hundreds of projects. I think yesterday around 950 projects lists are there, and for the priority projects is around 450 projects. So for lenders and for anyone, the partners in financing can also start looking into the projects, because sooner or later we need to develop the renewable energy, baseload, variable renewable energy, or green enabling infrastructure, the transmission and smart grid. So there are a very vast areas of investment that can be supported by everyone. So we are ready for that, and please start discussing with us, because numbers will be dynamics, but the needs for investments are there, and of course for PLN, again, so long as the assistance and the help extended by the global communities to PLN as corporate needs to be sound, needs to be competitive, and of course we also expect some sort of accelerated in terms of the process of the extended financing facility to PLN, so that we start working on one by one of the projects. For the early terminations, I think we are now working on it on the private sector side in terms of PPA. Of course, consent from PLN needs to be there. We just need to look into how it would fit into the system and how the clause in the PPA enable us to do so. I think this should not be an issue. So we are working on it. On PLN own, it has to be also discussed a bit on the execution in terms of the support from the government, in terms of the stability of the system, etc. So more on the technical. So I think all in all, in the investment plan are there. On the early retirements, we are also working on it. We are quite optimistic that Indonesia is serious and PLN is also serious in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If Pak Katro still with us, Pak Katro, any message for the audience?
Thank you, Pak Moderator. If I may, Pak, the key challenge, and also mentioned by Pak Fabio earlier on the opening, is the involvement of the stakeholders, Pak. So how is the flexibility mechanism to ensure the energy transition mechanism exist in the country? So investment is surely needed, and it needs a strong collaboration and among international partners, government, stakeholders, and its value chain. And I would like also to deliver the high appreciation, for the Minister of Finance, for convening this valuable meeting, and we all actually looking forward for the output and outcome for sustainable finance existence. So global participation and collaboration is necessary, to achieve carbon neutrality in power sector. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Katro. And Pak Paul.
One thing that I take note from what we have done so far as part of in the preparation of the CIPP document is actually the collaboration. So it's really nice to see that under the guidance of the government, Pak Rahmat, Pak Febrio, and Pak Dadan, and also collaborating with all of the stakeholders, PLN and DJK, Pak Katro teams and so on, and also including, of course, the international organization that have supported us in preparing all of the document. This nice collaboration has been able to put up a plan. It is not perfect. It is not perfect, but at least we have a plan that we can, let's say, good as a basis for us to discuss. That will help us in meeting our target, our JETP target, and also meeting our net zero emissions. And then next for us at the Secretariat will be waiting for the guidance from the government and also IPG, so that after that we can get the documents for public comments, so that all the efforts that we have spent, that everybody have spent for this document could be materialized later on. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Paul. So to summarize, basically, it seems like there's a lot of commitment and a lot of good work has been done by the Indonesian government and with PLN, also together with JETP Secretariat and the working groups. That is basically collaboration with a lot of international organizations as well. Policies has been created, platforms being created. But of course, it seems to me it's a very, very complex challenge. Indonesia is very complex. It's a growing country, still middle income. And of course, with the geography, is also facing very unique problems. So bear with us, but we, of course, need to be keep in high spirit, because this is very, very important for all of us. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to moderate the session, Pak Febrio and everyone. And let me give back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, and also all speakers, panelists for the insightful discussions for the first session on this seminar today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the second sessions, I would like to inform you that we have already provided some meals and beverage outside the ballroom, so you may have enjoy the meals and beverage while we continue our session. Again, thank you for the panelists, and we would like to continue to our second sessions. Country update on energy transition mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, and these second sessions will explain the study of CFPP to be retired earlier in Indonesia and update other countries' progress. And absolutely, this session will be guided by our honorable moderator, Mr. Nur Syaifuddin, Senior Policy Analyst, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And all ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Nur Syaifuddin.
Thank you for Master Ceremony for inviting me to moderate the second session, and I'll take the lecturers as a moderator for the second moderator, just like Pak Rahmat already take the first moderator lecturers. For the second moderator, I will take it much easier because the context already delivered by Pak Febrio, and all the strategic policies and etc. already been discussed clearly on the first session. So then in the second session, just like the Master of Ceremony already delivered, that we will talk and discuss about the study on the CFPP early retirement, particularly in Indonesia and Philippines. And without further ado, I will invite our first speaker, Pak Edwin Syahruzad, as the CEO of PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure in Indonesia. Welcome, Pak. From virtual, we will have Pak David Elzinga from ASEAN Development Bank. Please welcome, Pak. And we will also have our third panelist. Mr. Michael Osinakros. Welcome, Pak Michael. So, I'm very delighted this morning because in this seminar on the second session on the study of the CFPP early retirement, we have three prominent speakers that they are very keen in the process of the CFPP early retirement, particularly Pak Edwin as the CEO of PTSMI of Indonesia, that been done with couple of initiatives related with the energy transition mechanism in Indonesia from the as the country platform manager, and we also have Pak David who have been done with study in the Cirebon coal-fired power plant, and we also have Pak Michael that been studying on the and preparing the policy on the energy transition mechanism in the Philippines, and we'll be hearing further from our three prominent speakers about each of the particular topics. And for Pak Edwin, I think you already prepared with some presentation, Pak, about how the advanced updates on the process of the early retirement in the Pelabuhan Ratu coal-fired power plant, Pak, and perhaps you can also share any challenges as well as the next steps that been preparing by PTSMI. Please, without further ado, Pak. Thank you, Pak.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the panelists in the very important session. I think as a country platform, I think we are involved in the two showcases. First, I think is also we are involved in the showcase, which is coal phasing out of Pelabuhan Ratu project, whereas we have formed a consortium with PTBA. It is, like Bu Cynthia mentioned before, it is the asset spin-off modality, whereby on the other IPP modality, we are also supporting and we work hand in hand with INA to support the coal phase out of Cirebon project. I think with regard to the Pelabuhan Ratu project, as I mentioned before, this is the power plant that is quite critical because it is the source of base load modality for PLN, and it is located in Java, and the size is quite big, as the capacity is 3 times 330 megawatt, and also commercial operation has been commenced in 2014, and I think the estimated book value is quite big, is an approximate number of 12 trillion rupiah. And I think this is the first constraint. There is no way we can have a transaction below estimated book value because it will bring PLN to the risk of state losses. And I think from technical standpoint, it is main source of electricity production to Java, since it produces an approximate number of 5,500 gigawatt hour per year in 2021. I think we structure the transaction in such way. There is an equity portion where we collaboratively with PTBA and PLN would be the shareholders. So PLN will receive money from that part. The indicative equity is approximately 30%, representing the project cost, or 4.13 trillion rupiah, And also we hope that we can get collaborative financing to the project in a number of close to 10 trillion, which is primarily, I think that we can have a concessional support from the government. Of course, we need also to collaboratively close a financing mechanism whereby it represents a blended finance from as many as possible commercial financier or commercial lenders that would be attracted to these projects. Next, I think, of course, the modalities start with the spinning off of this asset, because this is the asset already in the balance sheet of PLN, so there might be some sale of asset to SPV initially owned by PLN, and in the second stage or in the later stage, we are going to conduct a sale and purchase agreement to acquire some shares of SPV, 100% owned by PLN. And of course, there is an element of early retirement or phase-out period, which according to the model, we have appointed a consultant, KPMG in this particular case, and they have built a building block, not really a financial model that is based on reality, but a building block based on assumption here and there. And we expect to get 8 years curtailing the lifetime of the initial production, or lifetime of the assets, so that we can have some quite, this is IRR that is reflecting more towards, I think, impact investor rather than a commercial investors. And I think next, with regard to the process, currently we are, as I mentioned before, we have formed a consortium between the three of us, and we are working on it. We are in the stage of due diligence at the moment. The consultant has been appointed, but there is also critical issues. I think we have pointed out several critical issues that needs to be following up, because it is not under our control, but it is under perhaps there is some element of critical issues under PLN control, and PLN need a revision with regard to the PP or regulation that stipulates the direct appointment to the SPV from the asset previously owned by PLN, because it is the SPV that is going to have a contractual agreement with regard to the PPA and the terms and condition of electricity production, and terms and condition with regard to the technicalities, and of course the return, because return is very important, and also return to the investors as well as the financing support to the project. Next slide, perhaps. This is some of critical issues that needs to be resolved quite soon. I think some of it is with regard to the direct assignment, direct appointment, and the other perhaps also with regard to the, I think even though in the previous session that it's been mentioned about the mechanic of the country platform, but we still need also the PMK, Ministry of Finance regulation, to stipulate, to enable us to perform a role as a country platform, and what is really the mechanism, the protocol that needs to be conducted in such way we can also propose for this particular case, we can propose the request for a government support. I think I stop here and I come back to moderator, please.
Thank you, Pak Edwin, for very comprehensive explanation on the current situation or current situation on the providing or process to the early retirement for the Pelabuhan Ratu. I will have a couple of further following up discussion, Pak. But first, I will invite our second speaker first, Pak. Pak David Elzinga. Are you there, Pak? So Pak David is the ADB's senior analyst for climate change energy specialist, and he's been done from his experience, for more than 20 years experience in dealing and conducting a couple of studies on the climate and energies with different institutions and organizations. So, Pak David, perhaps you can explain further about the current result of your study regarding the Cirebon coal-fired power plant, as yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, that according to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, there are 2 coal-fired power plants that are expected to be early retired in the table. So please, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, and I very much appreciate the invitation to this event, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but very happy to participate virtually in this very important event. If I could ask that the organizers put up the presentation, and maybe starting with slide number 3. And just while they organize the presentation, I'll just highlight that we have heard from many speakers on the complexity of the energy transition, and there are many moving parts as the country develops their energy system and their power system. Yes, that was the correct slide. Please display that. As the country grows and develops their energy system in a way that is needing to support the economy and the society in general with energy to develop from a socioeconomic aspect. If you could display the presentation, please, with slide 3. So before I talk specifically about Cirebon, I just wanted to highlight the broad range of activities and just try to put them in context in Indonesia. So, of course, we have heard a number of people speak about the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and I'll just highlight here that we see a number of different initiatives numbered 1 through 5 at the top of the slide. Number 2 is one element, which is the early coal-fired power plant retirement. But we have, thank you. We see that numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5 have a range of development of different areas in the power sector, as well as developing the value chain for energy technologies in Indonesia that can provide additional economic value. And I think it's really important to look at this holistically to see the need for transmission and distribution, baseload RE as well as variable RE to really meet that cost as well as energy security aspects for the development of the power sector. So really, the just energy transition is about not only decreasing emissions, but providing more power to meet those socioeconomic needs. And when we look at going down to the bottom of the slide, the work on energy transition by ADB has a number of activities that can support this energy transition in Indonesia. So we're looking at a results-based lending opportunity with PLN. This can support a number of both deployment of renewables as well as supporting the accelerated retirement of coal-fired power plants. We're looking at a financial intermediary loan with PTSMI that could support Pelabuhan Ratu project. Of course, the chair bond transaction, which I'll speak in more detail in a minute. A prime step project which involves education around energy, clean energy system development. Those are four projects that are found under the Climate Investment Fund's Accelerating Coal Transition window that we have partnered with the World Bank to support Indonesia in their application for this amount of 500 million in concessional funding. So this fits underneath this particular work fits underneath and can be seen as JETP initiatives under specific projects that support that broader strategy that is being developed under the JETP. In addition to that, we are working on a standalone financing on a policy-based loan, which would provide fiscal support to Indonesia that will support some of those policy developments that are happening, and some of those were mentioned by ASDM earlier in terms of the coal accelerated coal retirement roadmap. And then lastly, a range of different technical assistance, including our feasibility study that can really support the analytical work on a range of different areas in the energy sector development, as well as carbon finance, environmental and social aspects, and as well, lastly, I'll simply highlight the ASEAN transition taxonomy, in addition to other areas that are really important for this broader energy transition work in Indonesia. Next slide, please. I'll highlight that in the context of ASEAN, we are also doing work on these topics more broadly in Southeast Asia, but also other countries are starting to investigate and look at how can they develop plans and strategies and specific projects that can support the energy transition in their own country. And just highlighting a number of aspects and how we're supporting this, we're working on a fund, ETM funding vehicle that could support transactions in a range of countries in the region and the Southeast Asia region and beyond. We've been able to bring some concessional funding into a trust fund within ADB that allows us to support these activities. We're working on using Indonesia as a model for some initial carbon methodology and also supporting the ASEAN taxonomy work. So really looking at some structural market-based approaches that can support energy transition. And then the last two topics specifically on just transition, as well as safeguards, and the safeguards including both environmental and social aspects. So that links to the just transition side. So very much making sure that the environment as well as the people and communities are supported in going forward with the energy transition. If I can get you to go to the next slide and then forward one more. Where I would like to, yes, next slide, perfect. Thank you. Just now talk specifically about the chair bond transaction. And this is a rather complex slide. And I want to highlight just a couple points. For one, both INA as well as ADB at this point are looking at providing funding to support this chair bond transaction. ADB would be providing funds on a debt basis, and INA, with the support of PTSMI, as mentioned earlier, would be providing equity funds. What this allows us to do in the transaction is use both debt to relever the project, and by relevering the project, shifting some of those expected equity returns by the owners of the plant into low-cost debt, we can actually use that approach to shorten the life of the project. And then the equity portion provides a different role. What it allows is those who want to exit the transaction can do so. But I think it's very important to note that INA, together with PTSMI, are not investing in equity in a coal plant alone. They're investing in a coal plant that is doing an accelerated retirement. I think that's a very important element to highlight, that these transactions working together with both debt and equity can very much provide significant value to all stakeholders, those who want to continue in the coal plant operation while it accelerates its retirement, and those who want to exit. This really provides a complete package for this type of transaction. I also want to just highlight that, of course, PLN is a key stakeholder in this, and one of the challenges with this project in that PLN has a supplier of power through Chiribon that is contracted to 2042. In this context, with the ETM transaction, now this plant will cease to produce electricity much earlier than planned. So PLN is a very essential stakeholder in this discussion, because now they have to understand, okay, where is that power going to come from in 2037 up to 2042? We knew the source of the power and we knew the price of the power during that period. What is the replacement power going to be? And no matter how much analysis we do over to determine this, we're not exactly going to have full certainty in the future. The power may be less expensive in the future than this coal plant would provide. That would be an upside for PLN and those buying power from PLN. But the power could be also more expensive. Therefore, who's going to pay for that? And that question has come up earlier as well. So we're dealing with some level of uncertainty as to the future impacts of this transaction. And we have to work to manage that through these broader energy transition activities that I highlighted earlier. If we can go to the next slide, and this will be my last slide. Just to provide you quite a specific update on this transaction, we're still working on this with the range of stakeholders. One of the key aspects that we're working on is the launch of the environmental and social audit and an initial just transition assessment. So this is very much working to determine how we can manage any of the environmental and social impacts of ETM. Overall, this can be a very positive transaction, but if there are impacts, how do we mitigate them? And we're currently studying this to determine how to do that. We're currently working with the commercial partners on this to understand the ETM versus business as usual costs, and therefore that will allow us to structure the financial aspect. We're launching the PLN grid study to address that issue on what is the impacts of the early retirement on system planning. And this is, as I said, introduces some uncertainty because the timing of the retirement is beyond the RUPTL planning period, and we also can't know for certain what the future looks like with respect to technology costs and technology capabilities. So this is a challenge to really make a plan today that is going to have a long-term impact on the future. And then also a range of interministerial discussions to make sure that there is an enabling environment, especially for PLN to pursue such a transaction. And that is one of the key aspects that we're working on at this stage. So with that, I want to conclude and happy to answer any questions and looking forward to participate in the discussion following the other presenter. Thank you. Back to you, Pa.
Thank you very much, Pak David, for your very comprehensive explanation on starting from the bigger picture of the ETM and other just transition mechanism that's been doing in the particularly for Indonesia, and you also explain about the current status of your study and perhaps next steps to achieve some objective of the energy transition mechanism, particularly for Cirebon coal-fired power plant. And yes, Pak, for sure we will invite any questions or perhaps highlights from participants. But first, I'd like to invite Pak Michael from the Philippines, that he is the one that preparing the among others, the energy planning and policies in the Philippines. And I'd like to invite Michael Sinacros from the Philippines to share his thought in this regard, Pak. Thank you, Pak. Please.
Okay, thank you and good morning to everyone. And I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me here to be part of this event, although I'm joining online because I'm here in Bali attending the ASEAN Ministers meeting. Let me just share my presentation.
Lagi disiap. Yeah, we have to wait a minute, Pak, for the presentation, Pak. Or maybe you can go on with your explanation, Pak, maybe.
Sorry for why.
Okay, Pak Michael, maybe you can unmute, Pak. We cannot hear you, Pak. Please, Pak.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Okay, so Tim, please. No.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah, Pak. Well, maybe you can. Yeah, okay. Can you share? You can start share, Pak.
Can you now see my presentation?
Not yet, Pak.
Okay. I don't know how to.
Or maybe you can restart your Teams, Pak, and then you can share the screen then.
Now see my presentation? No, not yet.
Yes, not yet,
Not
Pak.
yet?
Not yet, Pak.
Stop working on your phone.
Oh yeah. Oh, otherwise, you need to like restart your computer or something, Pak. Masih enggak jelas posisinya, ya? Okay. Okay. So once Pak Michael still preparing his computer, I'd like to maybe highlight some point from either Pak Edwin and Pak David from their previous presentation that from Pak Edwin, at least you need a more mandate, Pak, ya, with regard to the Minister of Finance decree, as providing some fiscal incentives to your portion as the ATM country platform, Pak. And so far, we know that this PMK, this ministerial decree is ongoing, and we may expect that it can be stated by enacted by Bu Menteri maybe in the near future, Pak. So then, if I may note that according to your calculation, Pak, that the IRR, potential IRR will be 8.5%, and there is no increase in terms of tariff, Pak. So would it be preferable, Pak, for the investor with your finding, Pak, and maybe with your country platform manager position right now, is there any like fiscal incentive or fiscal facilitation that can be you need to be done to support your position, Pak? And for Pak David, we know that in here we also have our colleagues from World Bank. They also doing some just transition study, Pak, and with like very much happier, yeah, if our colleague from World Bank also can join with us in the discussion. So far, Pak, if we may refer to your current study, Pak, in terms of because the just transition will be conducted in the asset level. So so far, any findings that from the community surrounding the Cirebon that been aware about the potential impact of the Cirebon 1 early retirement in the near future, Pak. Then I think that from me as the follow-up question both for Pak Edwin and Pak David, while we are waiting for Pak Michael to be prepared, Pak. Please, Pak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think we are in the journey to develop transition asset class, yeah, and it is a complex asset class to me, and one of the narrative is coal phase out because of Indonesia's situation right now. And from my understanding about the coal phase out itself, yeah, and our fact finding to the constraint that limits us as new investors, new impact investors, yeah, to this journey. I think it requires lower cost of capital, whether itself, yeah, and our fact finding to the constraint that limits us as new investors, new impact investors to this journey. I think it requires lower cost of capital, whether it is equity and financing, and how can we fairly sharing the burden, as Pak Febrio mentioned and Pak Rahmat also mentioned in previous section. I think for us, first of all, as a SMV, Special Mission Vehicle of the Ministry of Finance, we are frequently assigned by MOF to act on behalf of MOF in conducting transaction that is having a big impact but not commercially viable. So I think that's why government support is part of the blended element that enable us to perform and to collect and collaborate, and at the end of the day provide the project with lower cost of capital, which is in a particular case lower cost of debt. I think for that reason, I think we can start exploring and replicate for another transition asset class. And of course we also expect that the support not only coming from the government but of course from other stakeholders, and it also can create the flow of concessional finance to the country. I think that's from my standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Edwin. So I'd like to invite Pak David, Pak, please, Pak.
So yeah, just briefly, and I see Director Sinacruz's presentation is up, and so I'll be brief so we can hear from him. I'll just highlight that from a financial point of view, that we are using a traditional finance approach, which is re-leveraging the investment, but also combining that with concessional capital, that we can really maximize the retirement of the coal-fired power plant. So it's really trying to do something that is innovative, together with using traditional approaches and concessional financing for this first transaction. But also, if we can later use this to demonstrate the emission reductions, we could use carbon credits or produce carbon credits that can be monetized, and that could minimize the need for concessional finance. So it's, I think, very exciting to use concessional funds at this stage, and then later using a market-based mechanism, using the taxonomy to allow for these investments, as well as the carbon finance methodology to bring in other market-based approaches. So we're really excited about that. And then on the just transition, this is a challenging aspect because we're trying to design for to mitigate the just transition impacts at the end of life for this coal-fired power plant, which is estimated under the transaction at around 2037. What I see as a real exciting opportunity within Indonesia, as a country that has significant mineral resources, wants to develop a clean energy economy. So in battery production, as well as other clean energy technologies, this provides that opportunity to shift employment, which is one key element of just transition, from, say, working at a coal plant to then being employed in clean energy technology production. So I think that ambition as part of Indonesia's broader plans really supports energy transition very well. Let me stop there and pass it back to the moderator.
Thank you, Pak David. So since Pak Michael's ready, so please, Pak, you can start your presentation, Pak.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to everyone again, and apologies for the technical problems. Let me start my presentation. So my presentation will cover three parts. First, I'll be discussing first the energy situation of the country, the energy plan, which is our action plan or the roadmap for the energy transition, and lastly on the ETN. Next slide. Next. Okay. So currently, if our total primary energy supply, as you can see here, that we are highly dependent on fossil fuel. So it's about 67% of our primary energy supply. And among the fossil fuels, we are highly dependent on coal and oil. And the RE only contributed around 33 or 34% of our primary energy supply. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Okay. When it comes to total final energy consumption, the major users of our energy are the households and transport. About 60% or more than 60% of our final energy consumption was consumed by these two sectors. And the right hand or the pie chart on the right is by fuel. So we are heavily dependent on oil, about 50%, specifically for the transport. Next. So let me now go to the power generation. As you can see here that our power generation, we are highly dependent on coal. So it poses a challenge for us because about 60% of our power generation in 2022 was contributed by coal. While renewable energy, although the aggregate capacity of renewable energy contributed 29% of our total capacity, but in terms of generation, the share of RE in 2022 was only 22%, while we also have a significant share from gas, about 16% of our power generation. So let me now go to the Philippine Energy Plan. So we are currently, our current plan right now covers the period 2020 to 2040. And these are the targets that we set for this plan. We are aiming for the increase in RE share to 35% by 2040 and by 35% by 2030 rather, and increasing further to 50% by 2040. We are also looking at the penetration or the accelerated implementation of our energy efficiency and conservation programs that will realize energy savings. And we also looking at the penetration of electric vehicle, although we're going to revise the target since we do have the comprehensive EV roadmap right now in place, and the application of technological or information and communication technology, and lastly on energy resiliency, climate proofing of energy ecosystem. Next. So as I mentioned, we are currently updating the plan, and we are going to set a much ambitious target. So our reference will be the 50% of RE share by 2040 up to 2050 in high RE with low OSW. We are targeting that the RE share will increase to at least 60% of our power generation by 2050. So there will be coal retirements. So those that will be retired are these plants are those inefficient plants with high incidence of outages, as well as already reached the economic and technical life. So there's another one, and aside from the coal retirement, we are also looking at the development of nuclear energy under this scenario. Under the clean energy scenario too, we're going to have a higher penetration from offshore wind, and we are looking at the development of about 50 gigawatt of offshore wind, because there was a study conducted by World Bank that the Philippines has a huge potential for offshore wind, about 178 gigawatts. So we have issued several contracts on this, and because we open the RE industry to 100% foreign ownership. So there are now, I think, 3 service contracts with 100% foreign-owned company. Next slide, please. So let me now go to the previous slide. So let me now go to the energy transition mechanism. So in line with the Philippine Transition Initiative, so we are now taking advantage of the opportunities to implement various programs and projects that are geared towards consumer protection, use of new, emerging, and more efficient energy technologies, the development and utilization of RE and other clean energy sources. And to keep up with the current trend, the Philippine government, through the Department of Energy, has been collaborating with the various development partners, the international organization, including through the energy transition mechanism. Next, please. So this is the ETM, the indicative timeline for the ETM. The ETM has been developed to leverage market-based approaches to accelerate transition from fossil to clean energy. And in October of 2021, the Philippines was selected to develop an investment plan for the accelerating coal transition program of the climate investment funds under the ADB. And the main objective of the ACT program is to tackle key barriers related to governance, people, and infrastructure, as well as to address funding gaps leading to the successful implementation of country-level strategies associated with the Kickstart projects, to include even building support at the local and regional levels within the country, as well as to accelerate the retirement of existing coal assets. The 2 CIF ICT investment plan, this is the Multilateral Development Bank's missions, were conducted in partnership with our Department of Finance and the Department of Energy in August of last year and in March of this year, purposely to plan and prepare for the investment plan for the access of this fund on the accelerated coal transition. The CIF for Clean Technology fund committee reviewed the Philippines proposal for a 6-month extension on the submission of country's investment plan. So the request was approved last June of this year, and the Philippines investment plan shall be submitted to CIF by November of this year. Next. So last August 4 of this year, the ADB, together with the Department of Energy, World Bank, and the International Finance Corporation, held the first stakeholders engagement meeting for the Philippines CIF ACT investment plan. And we received more than 120 representatives from the Philippine government, NGOs, civil society, among others, private sector. And as a follow-up activity is to conduct in October a workshop to finalize the investment plan to be submitted, as I mentioned earlier, in November of this year. And I think that's it for the ETM. And I'd like to emphasize here that when we discuss this ETM with ADB, we are proposing that we should also look at the repurposing of coal power plants, not just only retirement, as well as looking at the impacts to the workers. We need to include the to be included in the investment plan should be the upskilling, upskilling of the workers to be affected when we're going to close down the coal mines, retire or repurpose some of our coal power plants. Not only the workers, but even the micro enterprises hosting the facilities, both the coal power plants and the mining areas. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Michael, for presentation on the ITM and energy policy planning in the Philippines. Because of the time constraint, so actually I would like to invite maybe participant to also raise some question, but
proaktif dan responsif.
BNI terus konsisten untuk mendorong UMKM kita naik kelas.
BNI berkomitmen dalam program-program pemberdayaan UMKM untuk go global.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already one step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future. In Bank
Mining industry.
For this, what we have is a separate ministry that sort of have our own policy and our own program to foster creativity. So for example, the Ministry of Culture and Fine Art, we have our own fostering program. The Ministry of Women Affairs, they focus more on the female entrepreneurs in the micro and small enterprise, for example. But now, right now, we are in a phase of data collection and also analyzing. So we are finishing off our cultural mapping. Of course, it's not you can never finish our cultural mapping, but we are updating. The cultural mapping of our communities. And from that, we are going to make a proposal to the leaders, our new government, which is just formed a few weeks ago. So Cambodia has a new government, new prime minister, and he's very excited and very much in pushing for diversification of our economy. Yeah.
So a lot of hopes for the new government to put more attention on the creative economy in Cambodia as well. Now, any rooms for collaboration with ASEAN or Indo-Pacific countries? What key areas would you say is ready for collaboration in Cambodia?
Cambodia is always very open to collaboration in any sector, especially within this new mandate. We are very much open for any proposal from private or state. Within the creative economy, I will give specific example for us in the Ministry of Culture and Fine Art, whether it's film, whether it's content building, capacity building. We have ambitious plan on developing our creative school. So we have secondary school and University of Fine Art under our ministry responsibility, but we have not focused on the digital side, not much, but we are creating this plan and we are looking for partners. We also wanting to grow our film industry.
So it starts from cooperation in capacity building. That is also seek for
cooperation.
Investments?
Investment, yes. In any sector. I know that because we have the ASEAN Summit, Leader Summit on just this morning. And I'm sure our new Prime Minister, he mentioned that Cambodia was very much open to investment, and we'll try our absolute best to make environment viable for investment. Yes.
Now, I just want to touch a little upon technology. So how have the creative industry in Cambodia utilized the technology? Just to answer a few questions here, is it really open for like social media, and how open are you, and also how has it been utilized?
So yes, because of our young population, we are very much open to social media. So right now we have all the Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, whatever they can get.
Do you have a TikTok?
I don't.
You don't have, okay. I'm just checking.
Maybe I'm not young enough. I pretend, I try to look young, but I am not young enough. Actually, I do have access to TikTok.
Okay.
But, yes, I do.
Same with me then. Only have access. I
Yes.
don't know what to fill in.
But it's incredibly.
It's growing there.
It's the fastest growing app because of our young population.
Okay, and they're very eager to create through those platforms?
Oh yes, there's all sorts of contents. There's all sorts of contents up there in TikTok, and especially for younger people. And we have content from Cambodians from around the world as well. So it's really all this social media, it makes the world smaller.
Yeah.
But it's also an incredibly effective way of giving off high volume communication. When you
Has it been utilized to promote what Cambodia can offer in the creative aspect or creative economy aspect?
The tourism industry has been, after COVID, what happened during the pandemic, how our tourism industry, which is one of the main economic contributor in Cambodia, our tourism industry, how much it declined during COVID. And I think the Ministry of Tourism has utilized social media as a way to promote tourism in the country, which is very effective. Especially they managed to drive up the not just international but national tourism as well within the country, make people want to go out.
Okay.
And
So my final question will be touching upon inclusivity. As we know that the creative sector, it will grow. We have the tools, the technology, as you said, it's also being utilized. But what is Cambodia doing to keep it inclusive for everyone? How do you keep it more and more sustainable, especially in Cambodia as the industry grows?
How do we make it more inclusive for everyone? So we, like I've mentioned, because we have many ministries involved. So, for example, for us, a lot of focus is on not just on the youth, but on the local community as well. So we have a program called the Living Legend in the traditional community. So we go and explore different local community, and then we've actually given a special decoration for any elders in the community or people in the community who are specialized in their art. For example, and that is Ministry of Culture. So Ministry of Women Affairs, they focus on fostering women enterprises. So, and the Ministry of Education focus a lot on the youth sector. So and we are very much we have a special program that involve artists with disability, for example. So we have that, and also we have a special policy on what we call the indigenous support system. So to all the ethnic minority or indigenous within the country as well.
So there's also capacity building for them, getting them involved as well.
Yes, getting in touch with their tradition. Make sure that their tradition don't die out. For example, for the indigenous minority, yes, And I have one exciting new program that I would like to share with you, just quickly share with you, and that is to do with what we call the ancestral skill training program, which is part of the youth training program. The new government has put, within the new mandate, we have a capacity building program for 1.5 million youth.
Okay.
Yes, very
from the new government.
From the new government. So within this program is currently will be rolling out shortly.
Okay.
And for the creative sector, for the cultural and creative sector, we get 2 to 4% of this 1.5 million, making it 30,000 to 60,000 youth.
Okay.
Yes. So we'll be training a specific traditional skill that can be used to earn a living.
I see.
Yes. So it's not just traditional skill for you to be aware of. No, it's a skill that you can use to earn a living.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that hopefully would also grow, let the industry grow, as well as capacity building and collaboration. I think that's areas for collaboration as well.
Yes.
Now, our time is up, but I thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Madam Pen Moni Makara, the Secretary of State, Ministry of Cultural and Fine Arts of Cambodia. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and also to our moderator for that very lively fireside chat. Once again, why don't we give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. And so, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our exploration of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum 2023, please allow me to welcome to the stage the Regional Director of Korea Creative Content Agency, KOCA. For his brief presentation, please welcome Mr. Kim Yong-soo.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, good afternoon. Selamat siang semuanya. My name is Kim Yong-soo, Regional Director of Korea Creative Content Agency, Indonesia. I'm honored to have this opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Today, I'm here to share to you how KOCA builds an inclusive creative economy ecosystem through Korea 360. Established in May 2009, KOCA is a government organization to promote cultural content and creative industry under the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea. KOCA supports production, planning, creation, distribution, overseas expansion, business growth, training, R&D, policy financing, and policy study of many different genres, including broadcasting, video game, music, fashion, animation, character licensing, comics IP, and new technology convergence content. Among our major support activities are as follow. As you know, Squid Game through Studio Cube for infrastructure support, Extraordinary Attorney Woo for human resource development, Baby Shark, Pink Phone, and Descendant of the Sun for IP overseas expansion. Through the support and business promotion program from KOCA, Korea's content market sales reached 144.4 trillion Korean won, exports of 13.5 billion US dollar, and employment of 607,000 people, which becomes the 7th largest market in the world. The Korean government recognized that the core of the creative economy is the overseas expansion of related industry. In particular, the content industry, which is regarded as a high value adding industry, is being fostered as a base industry for the creative economy. And the global expansion of related industries through the Korean wave is of our vital importance. The Korean wave, or Hallyu, began in 1997. At the time, only Chinese and Japanese consumer. At the time, only Chinese and Japanese consumer preferred the Korean drama, K-pop, and games. But now, Korean wave also gains popularity in ASEAN countries. This is also evident in statistical figures. Compared to 2019, exports increased by 25.6% in 2020 during COVID period, and are expected to increase by double digit in 2021. In Indonesia, Hallyu is becoming a daily culture. Based on K-content's consumption by country, Indonesia has the highest intention to purchase Korean products and services such as K-pop and dramas, followed by Vietnam, India, UAE, and China. Therefore, in December 2022, KOCA established the Korea 360, a comprehensive exhibition center for Hallyu, which is located inside the Lotte Mall, Jakarta, jointly with the 4 ministries, including the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Korea 360, as a base for spreading Hallyu in ASEAN, is located to strengthen the Korean brand, provide opportunities to experience new Hallyu culture, secure a Hallyu fandom targeting the new generation, and revitalize the creative economy by leaping into a country with attractive Hallyu culture. In Korea 360, you may find a handprint of Korean celebrate, collect on a permanent exhibition where you can experience Korean content, lifestyle, food, culture and tourism, and various other Korean content-related events. The number of our visitors are increasing steadily as we have carried out 60 promotional events collaborating with 1,932 Korean brands and 4,292 products. Revitalizing the national economy through creative industry is a common goal and concern of Korea and all ASEAN member countries. However, a common approach to these goals and concern may not fit, since there are some difference of economic, political, and cultural background of each country. Today, I share the methodology for revitalizing the creative economy based on content consumption and added value through our Korea 360. We believe that experience the content will lead to actual product consumption as source of a sustainable creative economy. So, enhancing IP development, elevating creative economy ecosystem. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Yong-soo, as our esteemed speaker for your session today. And so, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, we will continue with another panel discussion. Again, we are here gathered at Ballroom 3. We're going to discuss more about creative economy. And knowing that we're joining the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which is a flagship event organized by Indonesia as part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. Again, in this forum, we do hope to unlock further opportunities, and we can build stronger connections between the ASEAN countries and also the Indo-Pacific. And we also hope that this will serve as an inclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners, mainly from the public and private sectors, to engage in constructive discussions, and we can together identify potential tangible projects and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. One of the three major issues of future that will be discussed today, ladies and gentlemen, is digital transformation and creative economy. Now, this sub-theme aims to address concrete ways to leverage technology and also innovation in order to drive economic growth and also diversification. How we can together promote creativity, how we can empower businesses in this digital era through digital transformation and also creative economy. And we're very happy to have 88 speakers and gathered 2,500 participants from 51 countries. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for this next panel discussion, we are going to shift our focus to recovery momentum, advancing creative industry and tourism as experience economy. And we do also hope that being talked in this session today about how to build an inclusive creative economy ecosystem, our key speakers will be able to share their experiences, their thoughts, their insights to all of us. So with that, for this session, let's transition and continue to explore these ideas together. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming once again to our stage, Mr. Timothy Marbun as our moderator, and our esteemed speakers today, Mr. Donny Oscaria, CEO of InJourney, Mr. Yang Lee, Head of Public Affairs Asia Pacific of Booking.com. And we're also delighted to have Ms. Mantini Yongvikul, Director of Creative City Development of Thailand Creative Economy. So, Mr. Timothy Marbun, you have the floor.
Good day, everyone. I believe I just said that 20 minutes ago as well. So thank you for staying with us in Ballroom 3. A very exciting topic we have here today. Once again, welcome to all the speakers. Welcome to Indonesia, if anyone has only been for the first time here. We are talking about recovery momentum, advancing the creative industry and tourism as an experience economy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to lie to you. As you sit here in the beautiful Hotel Mulia in Jakarta, your host, which in this situation is Indonesia, secretly hopes that you've seen enough, experienced enough for you to come back, probably bring your family, and have a vacation. Hopefully you enjoy enough Jakarta or even Indonesia. And this is what happens every time we have events like this in ASEAN countries. Any ASEAN countries, say Laos, Thailand, or any ASEAN countries, we try to use this momentum to showcase the best that we have in arts, culture, people, services, and also even nature when we can. Now, our region, the ASEAN region and the Indo-Pacific as well, is a very rich heritage culture. It's so rich culture, so diverse. But at the same time, we see in ASEAN countries, if you look closer, we have lingering similarities, in our folklores, in our heritage, and in the shapes of our temples as well. So it shows that from a very long time ago, we've been working together. We have a Thai as well here in the region. And creative economy has been the very foremost and been very successful in showcasing the very rich socio-cultural heritage that ASEAN has. With the help of technology, it has never been easier for us to showcase this. It has never been easier for us as well to book your flight to the next Southeast Asian destination that you've probably had bookmarked in your Instagram for the last year, or maybe even more than that. I know I have a lot of bookmarked areas that I haven't been going since COVID. So Southeast Asia is one. Now we'll be talking about the creative economy and also its support in tourism. But there's also an aspect where, as we see a growth here, there are also challenges that also come up. Maintaining fair prices is one as well, and also ensuring inclusivity and sustainability. As the numbers grow, sustainability is getting harder and harder to reach as well. We should not leave this in the back burner. It should also be one of our focuses as well as we grow together. Now, I'm sure we will have great insights from our speakers today. Please allow me to just give a short introduction to our speakers. First speaker, he was previously the Vice President Director and Commissioner of Indonesia's flagship air carrier Garuda. a familiar face in tourism and also aviation industry. He now leads InJourney. InJourney is a state-owned holding company consisting of airport, cargo services, tourist attractions, hotels, product retail management, creative industry as well. And also InJourney is dubbed to be the future of tourism in Indonesia. Welcome the CEO of InJourney, Mr. Doni Oskaria. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Doni. Our next speaker has held senior roles in public affairs and public policy in Food Panda, also in Jewel Labs and advisory firms such as APCO Worldwide and also Asia Group Advisors. He is very passionate about ensuring businesses that grow in sustainable and ethical manner while also building trust, win-win relationships with key stakeholders. He is the head of public affairs for Asia Pacific at Booking.com, Mr. Yang Lee. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Yang Lee. And our next speaker has a proven track record in orchestrating successful Design Week events in Thailand to celebrate innovation and design. She also initiated district developments, fostering collaborations within the Thai Creative District Network, and established strategic partnership with UNESCO. And she is now the Director of Creative City Development of Thailand Creative Economy. Please welcome Ms. Montine Yongkivo. So I've said enough. I only have questions next. So my first question is for everyone here, but I'll just start off with Pak Doni and go further on later on. So what we want to talk about first is the change that you've seen, especially if we compare it to pre-COVID and post-COVID. So what is the most profound impact and changes that you see in the creative economy and tourism sectors that fundamentally is altering the way that we consume the industry and the whole landscape? What is impacted the biggest and what change do you see? So I'll start with you, Pak Doni.
Thank you, Timothy. Before I explain about the change on the tourism and creative economy, I would like to express the change in how Indonesia changed the strategy in tourism and creative economy. Before, in the last 5 years, the government changed the way we're approaching this industry. Before, we were more focusing on marketing, but in the last 5 years, we realized that this industry basically is based on the destination.
Yeah.
So we changed the whole we manage this industry. Now, since we understand that the last 5 years, the government already introduced the 5 super priority destinations for Indonesia. And just 2 years after we introduced the 5 super priority destinations, the COVID happened.
Yeah.
And then during the COVID, we using this time to establish new company that called InJourney. InJourney is actually the holding company for the aviation and tourism. So this will be the changes to the whole ecosystem of Indonesian tourism.
And your task with that.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is the first ecosystem holding actually for the Indonesia. So during the pandemic, we think that the behavior of the customer will be changed.
Okay.
So we prepare to change also the way we manage our company. But now, after the COVID is finished, we see that the tourism industry is still the same.
Okay.
People still want to touch something. People still want to see something. Before we think that the behavior of the customer will be changed now more on virtual and more on the online. But in fact, like in Indonesia, basically we have 2 inbound airports since we also manage the airports here. Jakarta and Denpasar.
Yeah.
But yes, it changed on the business sector because Jakarta is more, the visitor to Jakarta is more on the business.
Yeah.
But in Bali, they're more on the tourism. Like today, we see that the numbers of visitors to Denpasar we already reached 95% before COVID. So the way people do the travel, the tourism is still the same.
Okay.
But of course, the way the distribution model is different now. Yeah, people more on the online booking and everything. But in the business side, we're facing a big change. Like in Jakarta before, like in Jakarta, the recovery rate for the Jakarta is already 35%. It's only 35%. This means that in the business sectors, the behavior of the customers is changed, but on the tourism, that's still the same like before COVID.
Interesting. Maybe bookings has also numbers on that. Is there, because I would guess that it's been good after COVID, but Pak Doni just said that there's a difference between tourism and also business travels. Do you see that as well, or what changes have you seen?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, for everyone who doesn't know, Booking.com, we're an online travel platform. You can book hotels. You can book flights now as well as attractions. So we're also expanding the scope
anyone
of our
doesn't know
business.
Booking.com. So.
So I think, obviously pre-COVID, we actually, the biggest change that we see is people obviously got online during COVID. We saw our search numbers increase significantly during COVID. And that pattern of using online services generally has gone up. We obviously have a lot of conversations with, physical in-person agents that book hotels and book flights. That usage went down significantly during COVID, right? And that's probably pretty obvious because everybody started using online services. That trend of using online services, particularly on our platform, has significantly rebounded. As Pak Dani and Timothy alluded to, we saw a increase to 150% of our COVID number sales in 2022.
Wow.
So that's last year. That number has since plateaued a bit, as sort of, what we saw was a lot of pent-up demand. People, as Pak Dani said, people want to experience physical things.
Yeah.
No offense to our friends at Meta who want, tourists to experience the metaverse, but I think people still want to experience physical things and physical destinations. So that has absolutely not changed. I think a couple of trends related to travel that we have seen that has been a market shift compared to pre-COVID is that increase in intra-ASEAN and intra-Asia Pacific travel has significantly gone up. We saw a tremendous surge in domestic US travel. That is cooling a bit. We also, all of us, I think, expected a strong rebound of the Chinese traveler. That has not emerged. So far, we're still wondering, when that boost will come. But I think that's on the demand side. I think the other side, which is the supply side, to Pak Dani's former employer, is I think part of the constraint of travel has to do with how airlines and how hoteliers and how hospitality providers are able to provide capacity. So we know that a lot of the Chinese airlines have struggled to build back capacity. A lot of the planes that they have mothballed can't actually be brought back to service. They have to buy new planes, and new planes aren't just rolling off the supply line, right? So I think part of the reason we're not seeing the Chinese traveler isn't because they don't want to travel, it's because plane tickets are exceptionally expensive. For all of you guys who have flown here, I'm sure the budgets have increased for covering flights. So I think part of that is a supply side constraint, and if we see the prices go down, I think we'll see shifts in travel patterns again.
Okay.
And I think one last trend that we're seeing is the rise of what we call the B-leisure travel, which is business travel is the primary activity, followed by leisure, either right before or right after.
Okay.
I think what's happening is that people want to bundle trips together because they're able to work from home or work remotely. I think that work remote culture is actually expanding to travel because people don't feel like they have to go fly right back to the office.
I see. I see. So the flights to Bali, maybe Pak Doni, they also work in Bali. But instead of just stopping in Jakarta, let's just go to Bali, work from there. I guess maybe that answers a little bit of that aspect. So Ms. Montini, from the creative economy sector in Thailand, what do you see? What changes do you see?
So, do you hear me? So, my job is like, I come from the different angle from these two gentlemen, but I have to work with them because I work for to support the creative industry in Thailand. And after the COVID, we saw that the people access to internet more and more. And then the online content is a big trigger for tourism industry. That's why we try to promote the content industry like film, music, and series in Thailand to trigger the young generation to come to travel and also to create more value in terms of business. And we saw another part of change in Thailand as well, like once the destination is still important. So that's why we saw many creators return to local area like in many provinces in Thailand, because among the COVID, the cost of living is high up, and then they relocate their business to local or their hometown. So we found that there's a lot of creators in local area, and then they can gather to be like the creative group to create some kind of event that's very interesting, like the festival or the recipe, the taste of local. They change the perspective of the traditional festival to be the creative festival that can attract the new tourists, especially the young generation. So this is the things that we saw, and then we try to support them to happen more and more.
Oh, so that happens locally in the communities?
Yes.
Oh, beginning from them?
Right.
Okay. So has there been challenges in building the industry, and how has it been post-COVID? After COVID, would you say that you're twice stronger, or has it been challenging to get back to the situation before COVID?
It's very challenging because to get back before, the creative industry in Thailand, not much that can grow up because of the ecosystem. In some ecosystem, like regulation or some funding, lack of funding. But fortunately, the online market open for the creative content, that they can find a way to get back and then can connect to the global market more and more.
At least it provides them a platform.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm moving on to the nexus between tourism and also the creative industry. We know that the creative community as well, it could really help people experience more and therefore bring more tourists to wherever destination it is. Now, what would you say is the nexus, and which areas, which key cross-sector opportunities do you see in the very near future that can be done to promote this and probably to build the creative industry and to support more the tourism, especially in the ASEAN Indo-Pacific area? Adoni.
We understand that the tourism and the creative economic is like two sides of the coins. Yeah? So we cannot, sometimes, like in Indonesia, we're using the creative economy as the attraction for the tourism. Like in Bali, for example. Yeah? Some of the tourists come to Bali because of they want to see the tari kecak or something like that, the kecak dance and everything.
They know what they're coming for.
Yeah, they know the reason why they come to the some destination because of the creative industry also. So in this case, in Indonesia, the Minister of Tourism is also responsible for the creative economy. So I think now is like in Indonesia now today is we more develop on the destination based on the creative economy. Like we just relaunched our the miniature of Indonesia, the Taman Mini is the content of the creative economy. So we develop this as a attraction for the tourism. So I think in the future, these two, the tourism and the creative economy should be work together, because if the creative industry we can use also as a tools to promote our destination, and also in the tourism, most of the tourists also are looking for the creative industry. So I think the both industries should work together.
So what is Indonesia doing on that? What do you see?
Now is I think we changed some policies also in the creative industry we're using this as a to promote our tourism. Like in the movie, we're starting to change the policy before, some restriction to the in the movie industry in our policy. Now we changed the whole policy now. The Indonesian now starting to use the creative industry to promote our tourism.
And very, prepared to do so at this moment. Mr. Lee, maybe you have an opinion. I'm sure you have an opinion on this as well. You might see the link between that, the creative industry in certain areas like ASEAN, Indonesia, Thailand, and other areas, to tourism. Is there like a strong link? And how can we really utilize this link? What do we need to know from the Booking.com side?
Yeah, I mean, it's intricately linked. So, I mean, people go to a place because that destination has local art, it has sport. People visit a place not just because of the destination. I mean, what is a destination made up of?
Yep.
It's made up of history, it's made up of individuals, it's made up of stories, right? And Booking.com, we completely believe in that. We're one of our key kind of focuses in terms of marketing is sponsoring major sporting events. You guys might have seen that we sponsored the Super Bowl in the US. We sponsored FIFA Women's World Cup. We sponsored the International Cricket Championships this year. And we are continuing to sponsor these major sporting events because we believe that people seek to go to those things. And if you see the attendance numbers, they're absolutely matching that assumption. So beyond that, we also believe that local content is extremely actually useful and very a big draw. So for example, I think someone from Coca was just here and talked about the wave, the Korean wave. It's actually, we are running a campaign now called the Ultimate K-Pop Suite. And basically what it is you get to come and visit the favorite restaurants, cafes, and bars of your K-pop star that you recognize from TV.
Those restaurants have been there for years.
Correct, and nobody knows about them, right?
Nobody knows about them.
Or for example, the Netflix show Crashing Onto You, I don't know if you guys know about that.
Okay.
It put the town of a Switzerland town called Isselwald, which is a fishing village of 400 people. It completely overran with tourists because of that Netflix show.
Yeah.
So the connection between creative economy and tourism is extremely close, in fact. And actually, because of COVID, because everybody was consuming Netflix and Amazon Prime and Disney Video during COVID, that influence of visual media to tourism is even stronger now than it was before COVID.
Okay. So Booking.com wants more countries to do that, right?
Well, I'm not sure that Swiss fishing town is very happy necessarily with the inflow of tourists, but that is a phenomenon.
Actually, I think it's crash landing on you. Yeah?
Crash landing on you, yes, that's right.
I know my kid. I just browse Netflix too often at night. Ms. Montini, maybe you could give an example of that as well. When you have a creative product, it could bring a lot of more tourists. I mean, Korea is going, the pop culture is going crazy right now. Everybody loves it. Thailand, I'd have to say, we saw that during one movie. There's one particular movie that's famous around the world, which is Ong Bak, the trilogy. If you could just bring us back there, did it help at that much as well to bring tourists into Thailand? Does it have that big of an effect? And probably learning from that, has Thailand learned how to maintain the hype, to bring more people into Thailand from cultural products?
Okay, so Ong Bak is very
long
time ago.
Long time ago.
At that time, I think everyone, especially a man who want to act like the Javanom, to everybody learn in the class of kickboxing, and found that it's too difficult to be Javanom.
It's too tiring. I tried. It's too tiring. I couldn't do it.
So from that time until now, we have not much movie that could create that kind of impact. We have only the ghost movie that to utilize the scary imagination
horror
of
movies.
that's the horror movie. The whole horror movie is like our selling point for the Thai movie. And in the last couple weeks, we saw a new trend that we can keep the momentum to attract the people come to Thailand or to know about the Thailand. We set up we call the Y series, the Boy Love series, because this kind of series they have the content and character that fit to the new value of the new generation is about the genderless and gender equality. So once they can fit, the content can fit the global market with its new value, they can expand to the related business like the brand presenter, the event, or even the tourism that can expand to the new global tourists that can connect to this story and then came back to Thailand and maybe can expand to another business, as I mentioned.
As we've heard just from the Deputy Minister of Cambodia, Madam Pen said that they're looking up to Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines as well. So Thailand is one of the more advanced in creative economy here in the ASEAN region. So what do you need to go even further at this moment for Thailand?
For Thailand?
Yeah.
Actually, I think the ASEAN have a lot of potential. And I think we face the same problem in Thailand. We got the annual budget for support.
Budget is always a problem.
Yeah. to see the presentation from Kokka, we said, oh wow.
Looking at their budget?
Yeah, we got a lower budget compared to the value creation that we create from the creative industry. And that is, I think we face the same problem. And the second one is like we have many creative, but how to connect the creative people to the business model is quite difficult because we didn't want them to be the businessman, but how to utilize that creativity to be the new business model. Because one, you want to expand your creative industry, you have to understand more and more about the business and also some networking, some partnerships. So we try to launch this kind of program to uplift the skill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same question to Pak Doni. If we want to advance our creative sector to, contribute more to tourism, what does Indonesia need right now?
Actually, now Indonesia is more focusing on the destination development.
Okay.
We are in the good timing, in the good time, since the collaboration between the Minister of Public Works and Housing, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economics, and also with the engineer, we are now trying to develop many destinations. In Bali, now we're developing the medical and wellness destination. We are collaboration with the Mayo Clinic and 20 aesthetic clinic from Korea.
Oh.
Yes, and also we collaborate with the fertility clinics from Malaysia, and wellness from Thailand also. So this is one of the big projects for Indonesia to bring to the next level of our tourism. It's not only the culture and nature, but we also now improve our quality of destination, since we also learn from the Thailand. Where we understand that numbers of visitors to Thailand and to Indonesia is the difference is very high. Currently, I think that Thailand is in a year the number of visitors reach 40 million. In Indonesia, it's only like 17 million.
17.
So yeah, so we learn from them also, like in how Thailand developed their destination. In Bangkok itself, for example, they have 60 golf courses. Compared to Bali, we only have 3 golf courses. Now we're starting to develop our destination. In Bali, we developed the medical and wellness complex. We bring the international brand just to add some more destination in Bali.
More reasons to come.
Yes, there's for example, the second one, like in how we now change our Borobudur temple to become the Buddhist temple, since we understand that the market for Buddhists in Southeast Asia is very big. Now we change, before that Borobudur temple is only, we are not using that as a Buddhist temple, but now we open that. We just did the Waisak in Borobudur. We collaboration also with Thailand, and we bring the monk from Thailand to Jogja, to Borobudur. And now we are in the discussion with the travel agents, many travel agents from Thailand. We just did the fam trip to Jogja, and we also opened the connectivity between Bangkok and Jogja. And we understand next, at least we can bring at least 3 million, 3 million visitors to Jogja. Since we understand that Borobudur is one of the the best for the Buddhists to visit, to do some prayer and everything.
So religious travels.
That's the only. There's also something that we developed, and the other side we see that we are also developed the Mandalika. Mandalika, if one good example also how the government now did the collaboration between the Minister of Public Works and Housing, developed the infrastructure from the airport to the Mandalika special economic zones. Not only the highway, but also the infrastructure surrounding the complex. And in journey, developed the airport, the big airport, nice airport, and also we developed the hotel inside the complex. We just we develop also the circuit. We bring the MotoGP inside to promote the Mandalika. So this is the next level of how Indonesia manage the tourism sectors.
So that's exactly it. When you build the Mandalika, you also bring the events. That's what you have to do, and to create the whole ecosystem there to make even those who've never been there comfortable to go there. So that's interesting from Indonesia. Now, I guess we only have time to touch upon sustainability and inclusivity. So I'll go to Mr. Lee about this. I mentioned on how the numbers, and also our speakers here have mentioned that it's been good after the pandemic. Numbers have been good. Booking.com has been working hard for the past 2 years, but everybody with a happy face there. But how do we keep it, sustainable? How do we keep it inclusive? Because we have to give this chance to everyone, and probably competition in grabbing the supply is high, but what does Booking.com do to ensure this?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I mean, maybe I'll touch on sustainability first. I think during the pandemic, one of the things that we obviously, everybody was it was very apparent, is how the nature and fauna recovered as a result of the footfall traffic decrease. I think there was a very popular news story about how fishes returned to the Venice canals. So I think that was very instructive for us as a company. So I think we were one of the first movers on developing a sustainability product within our user interface. It's called the Travel Sustainable Badge. It was launched in 2021. And the idea was to capture the sustainability investments our hotel partners were making. So things like, off-grid electricity generation through solar or wind, changing windows to be double paned, removing single-use plastics, incorporating EV charging stations within hotel garages. These features, we know a lot of our hotel partners are doing, but actually many of them don't go off and get certified. Get the certifications from LEED, for example, for building certification, or GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council. So we thought, how can we help them be recognized? But I want to emphasize, we're not a certification body. So we developed this badge program. It still has a lot of room to improve, but since the day we started in 2021, November 2021, to date, we have about 500,000 properties with the badge. To put that in perspective, that may seem like a lot, but we have about close to 30 million listings globally, so it's still quite a long ways to go. But I think, as some of the speakers have alluded to since yesterday, sustainability is really a very big, long journey, right? And tourism is an ecosystem. We control, and we can only influence a very small part. For example, Pek Dani's previous employer, the airlines, they have to do their part. The last mile rental car industry has to do their part. But for us, what we try to do is we try to nudge consumers and hotel partners to do better, and we offer incentives and information to help them make the best choice. So that's what I'll say on sustainability. In terms of inclusivity, I think that's a very interesting question because, I think for us, we kind of position booking as a catch-all. We offer everything from hostels to five-star hotels, and we know not every provider actually aims to do that.
Yeah.
So we know, there are providers who aim to be exclusive. So I'm sure many travelers, they book their five-star hotels from Amex Travel, for example, and call the concierge. And then there are backpackers who only use Hostelworld, for example. So I think for us, the value we provide is we want to try to provide the most choice across the full spectrum of offerings. And I think that's what made us popular. And we've been able to do that because we've been around for a very long time. Booking was founded in 1996, so we've been around for more than 27 years. So yeah, in tech years, we're considered probably ancient.
But it's nothing like 96 anymore in 2023, right? So you've learned a lot along the way. And being from 96, you've gone through a lot of very dangerous years there. So interesting from Booking.com. Now, Ms. Anthony, I'd like to ask also about sustainability and also inclusivity. We talked about the cultural heritage also that we have here in the ASEAN region. We talked about the creative industry that is growing here in ASEAN, the platforms that is being used to grow that as well. But in the process, things tend to get left behind if we, again, put them in the back burner. There are people who are unfamiliar with the technology. There are people who do not have the access. And then the technology or the projects become less inclusive for them. Now, how do you keep, in Thailand, how do you keep it inclusive? The creative economy, as it grows, how do you keep it inclusive for everyone in Thailand?
So, as I mentioned earlier, that there's a lot of people who are from creative sector return home, and from my point of view, my agency try to keep this kind of people stay there, because this kind of people who are from the creative sector, they know how to add value to the heritage culture, and they know how to they have the mindset of the sustainability or like the inclusive people, because once they return home, we found many evidence in province in Thailand. They set up the studio for the children, mostly are the art studio. The art is like open for everyone in the community to join in, and then in the meantime, they create the products that to create the fair trade, like we have many design products to give a fair trade to the community or to the viewer. So that's why in terms of policy, we try to keep these people to stay in the local communities, because now they can do their job anywhere, because the technology can help them to stay, and also the delivery system is also help them to stay in the local area. So to keep them there is the best way to keep sustainable way and inclusive people.
It keeps track, and also it's more reachable that way when they're there. Interesting as well. So probably just a closing statement from everyone. What collaborations do you wish to see if we're talking about trying to advance our creative economy in the region, in our countries? And also, what do you see in the future for tourism when we're talking about building a more creative economy around the world? Padoni?
I think I would like to use this opportunity to express my opinion about the region, the ASEAN region. This is actually the good opportunity for us to bring the tourism. It's not only like Indonesia by Indonesia and Thailand by Thailand, but we need the collaboration between the ASEAN countries. Like in Sanur, we develop the medical tourism. We bring two good brands from the ASEAN countries, from the Malaysia and also from the Thailand. I think that's also opportunity for Indonesia brand to exist in all ASEAN countries. That's the first one. The second one is the connectivity between these countries. I think we need to improve how we see this region as as a, as a seamless connectivity.
Yeah.
Like today we want to open the Yogyakarta to Bangkok, Yogyakarta to Cambodia, and vice versa. I think this is the next level of the ASEAN countries. We should go together to see the opportunity to increase our tourism industry and our creative industry. Then I believe that in the future that would be happen if we can work together to bring this and also penetrate the same market together. This is like we are very close each other. When people comes to Kuala Lumpur, for example, it's easier for them to fly to Danau Toba. It's very close.
Very close.
Yeah, and also if people comes to Thailand, it's also they can come to Bali, so we can create the package between Indonesia and Thailand and something like that. So the next level, I think it's good for the association, like the Association for Tourism in Indonesia and Thailand and all the ASEAN countries. We work together how to bring the ASEAN tourism and creative economic to the next level. That's from my point of view.
Okay, collaboration. When the borders aren't there, it's so easy to interact, so easy to build something together. Interesting point, Padoni. Thank you, Mr. Lee. What would your closing statement be about this?
Yes, so I think there's strong, obviously, socio-political, macroeconomic challenges that's been mentioned already. But I think one fundamental truth that we've seen post-COVID is people will travel and they love to travel. That is not going to change. And I think for us as a company, we focus and doubling down on our philosophy of the 3 Ps, people, planet, and profit. Triple bottom line, I think everybody's familiar, but I think it couldn't be more apt now, given the focus of sustainability. I think from our perspective, we want to continue to work with governments to focus on a couple things related to sustainability and tourism. I think there's a lot to be done there, but tourism sustainability is complicated. It's complex because it's a big ecosystem. It's not like producer like Apple, for example, which controls their whole supply chain. We can only influence the airlines so much. We can only influence the hotel partners so far. So we need government to step in to help. I think one concrete policy I can share with you that has worked quite well in the housing space is in many cities across the world, but I'll just use one from San Francisco. The government incentivizes developers to produce social low-income housing with access to zero-interest long-term loans. So basically what they're saying is we will reward you to build bigger and better and more if you provide a social service while you do it. I think you can absolutely do that with sustainability. You can provide that incentive to build new hotels, new developments, that have sustainable elements, and you get access to more capital. See, I think you have to make that kind of access to capital pathway smoother and faster, and then I think the developers will come. I think that's easier to do than legislating and requirements. That's always harder to do.
Low cost as well, right? By that way. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Ms. Montini, what's next for the creative economy in Thailand? What do you see exciting next?
Among the ASEAN, apart from the FTA, we talk about trade and the products and labor, but why don't we can collaborate in terms of artists and creative people that can free flow among the ASEAN? Because the artists, I heard that our artists go to Borobudur to do like lighting festival there, to join a lighting festival there. So if we can enhance these artists and creative people to free flow among the ASEAN, they can go to collaborate with the local communities and also like some destination. They can create some attraction or new perspective of that destination. So if we can collaborate among the ASEAN, we can have like the new tourist destination every year from artists in ASEAN. So that's why I think I don't know that we have infrastructure to support them now or not, but I think it would be a positive way to do it, and I think it could be do it without like we can just adjust the regulation or something. It's not to invest much in this.
Interesting point as well, Ms. Montini. I guess that also adds up to trying to just bring down the borders and anything that's hindering us from working together, I guess. So artists moving from one country, from one ASEAN country to another, an ease of travel between these countries, an ease of actually, meeting a network base between artists in this region. I think that could do a lot. Borders, technology would also help bring down a lot of borders there. But then again, travel, we need easier ways to be traveling among ASEAN and Indo-Pacific countries. So there's a lot of room for regulation. There's a lot of room for collaboration as well here, and a lot of room for deregulation. I guess that's the word, not regulation, but deregulation. But there's a lot of aspects to that as well. But I see the energy there in ASEAN, and I'm sure that with the youth of ASEAN, the big population of youth in ASEAN, they expect that as well. Now, creative economy, I expect to see a lot more exciting stuff from ASEAN coming up in the following years. We've seen a lot of growth in creative economy from a lot of countries, Indonesia as well, taking the world stage as well. So let's hope that that also attracts more and more people within the region, ASEAN and Indo-Pacific. Thank you so much for your insights, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause to Pak Doni, Mr. Lee, and also Ms. Montini. Thank you for your insights, and we'll hope to see you again, maybe in another city in ASEAN as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks again. Thank you.
Once again, we'd like to thank our moderator and also our esteemed speakers today for that. Once again, a very lively and insightful sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the panelists today sharing their insights, their experiences, we will now continue with the next session. Now, before moving on to the next fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, again at the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, implementation of ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, today together at Ballroom 3, we are here gathered to discuss more about creative economy. But we do hope that all of you today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, have also had the chance to exchange ideas about the other two major topics or issues being discussed. As one of the first is green infrastructure and also resilient supply chains. Now, speaking about sustainability, ladies and gentlemen, that seems to be one of the words being spoken a lot about today. We hope and we are aiming to explore ways to foster green and sustainable infrastructure development and also ways to fortify supply chains against global disruptions. And also another major issue being spoken and discussed here at the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, again, sustainable and innovative financing, where the sub-theme also aims to discuss efforts how to mobilize funds for green initiatives and accelerate sustainable development as well as connectivity in the Indo-Pacific region. And now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we will continue. Let's transition to our next agenda for the day. We will have another fireside chat. And with that, get ready for another engaging session that promises to enlighten and inspire all of you today. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator, the managing partner of Vietnam office, McKinsey, Mr. Bruce Delte, and also our esteemed speaker, the CEO of FPT Smart Cloud, Mr. Lê Hồng Viet. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good afternoon. Everyone can hear me? All good? Okay, good. Very good. So my name is Bruce Delte, and as mentioned, I live in Vietnam. I'm the managing partner of McKinsey there. And this CEO Fireside Chat is to hear a little bit more about what it takes to take a digital product idea or vision, make it a reality, and then sustainably grow a business related to it. So very happy today because we have Mr. Viet, Mr. Lê Hồng Viet, who came from Vietnam as well yesterday to be with us. and who is the CEO of one of the largest subsidiaries within FPT, and FPT being the unrivaled technology player in Vietnam and also involved in a number of countries outside Vietnam. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Bruce, and good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the event today, right?
So I think we should probably start by introducing FPT a little bit. So if you could tell us a bit more about the group, quick words about the last 35 years, and then where the group is today, and in particular, FPT Smart Cloud,
Right.
that you are heading.
Yeah. So FPT is like one of the definitely the largest IT company in Vietnam. We founded in 1988, and surprisingly at that time there is no corporate law yet in Vietnam. So one of the very first company established in Vietnam after the renewal of the economy. And at the beginning we already identified innovation and technology is the key cornerstones for our company to be successful. And actually, at the very beginning, we start with food. That's why it's FPT, Food Processing Technology.
Right.
And after 2 years, we pivot into IT. And from that time, we built, I think, most of the largest IT systems in Vietnam for the government, for financial institutions, and reach out to the community as well. And in 2000, the year 2000, our founder decided to go global, and we extend our business to developed countries like US, like Japan, and provide IT services to this company. And right now, FPT is around $4 billion in terms of revenue, and we're operating in 29 countries in 3 main areas. First one in technologies, second one is telecommunication, mostly in Vietnam, and the third one is on educations, where we right now having around 160,000 students in our education systems, and in total, FPT is serving around 56 million Vietnamese people through our solutions, and around 600,000 SME enterprises and SMEs in Vietnam through our products, creative products, of course. And talking about FPT Smart Cloud, then we are the number 8 subsidiary in FPT, and our mission is to accelerate the digital transformation through key technologies. And we've been working actively in 3 main technologies these days. The first one is cloud, of course, as a foundation for all IT system coming into the future. The second one is data, when you capitalize on the data. And the third one is AI, when how can we automate things, how can we increase the productivity, and how can we increase customer experience through these technologies.
Okay, thank you. So let's get into the core of our talk, right? Because you've explained that FPT embarked on every new wave of innovation until what you're doing today, which is really, you've got the AI platform in place and so on. Can you tell us a little bit on what it takes to actually get to that initial intent, right? To embark on a new wave of innovation and actually make it happen? Because I think that would be very valuable for a lot of players, and to understand actually how you've done it at FPT.
So I think the most important thing is the vision. How can we imagine about the new world?
Right.
And FPT is always looking forward to into the futures, and the leaders of FPT Group also have strong passion in innovating technologies and bringing those technologies to serving for common goods. So the desire and the vision of the leadership team is one of the very key area. And the second one is definitely the people. In FPT, we motivate people to be creative and to have ownership of what they have been doing. So, for example, our company is established when we was a small R&D team inside FPT Corporation, and we have freedom, and we have people, creative people to conduct R&D, and then we can build a product. But that's the very initial phase. The most important thing is how can we bring it into life? How can we find the right use cases for these products? Because the product is just a product. If you don't bring it into life, it will die. So working very closely with the community and with the customer will help us to identify the right pain points, and then our products will be very much focused on these pain points. So I can share you a story. For example, we have a very interesting story. Right before COVID, we incubated an AI product to automatic engagement with users. First, we provide to financial industry to have improving the quality of the contact centers, automating the human conversations between the contact centers and the end users and the business. And then COVID happened, right? So we pivot very quickly to bring it to the government. At that time, we have a lot of people having COVID in Vietnam and potentially having COVID in Vietnam. And then the government needs to have a way to control precisely who are infected and who are not.
Right.
And we turn our contact center into a giant COVID surveillance systems, right? So we call to every individual seasons, and we ask about the symptoms, and then we provide automatic advice for them how to respond to these symptoms, and then we also having the inbound contact center for the government. When they need help, they call in. Before applying these technologies, then it's like overflow of the contact center. Nobody is picking up the calls. Right. But when we introduce the new contact center in, automatically the system pick up the call and then qualify all of the inbound calls, and who really need help, and we redirect it to the right people. So it's helped a lot for the campaigns in Vietnam.
Okay, so as a quick summary from that genesis into a product, you mentioned three things, right? You mentioned encouraging people to be creative, mm-hmm. right? Number two, I think there was the part related to meeting of minds, and stakeholders talking to each other, and then eventually getting there and then improving along the way, right? Mm-hmm. Now, in a new phase of development, like, everybody talks about Gen AI today, right? Where you have to make choices between what use cases I'm going to go for, what first step should I take moving forward. How do you go about filtering this?
So I think safety first, always safety first. So we need to identify the use cases that we can control the quality of the answers. For example, we go first with financial industry because everything is very clear based on the numbers and of the policies that they already have. And then we go to creative industry as well.
Right.
Gen AI is very well performing in creativities, and it's no harm that you're creating something special. But we are more skeptical in healthcare because it can affect people severely if the answer is providing in a not a proper way. So we qualify it based on the safety to the operation and to the people, and then we provide the measure to control the result as well.
Right, yeah. Okay. So you touched a little bit before with the COVID example in the relationship and also the cooperation that FPT may have with governments and non-private entities, right? And digital inequality is probably one of the challenges that we're facing in ASEAN. And then obviously, as you said, innovation and turning it into action works if the majority of people can actually benefit from it. So perhaps you can tell us a little bit on how you see your mission, right, as a private technology company, and how you interact with perhaps non-profit or government to overcome.
In technologies, we all know that technology can assist people quite a lot, and especially with less advantaged people.
Right.
So the way that IPT is approaching is we work very closely with local government, the provinces, and we do have a program to co-invest with the local government. So IPT is investing first, and then we work with the local government to bring that solution into life. And from our experience, it is always more successful when you have a collaboration with the provinces in the bottom of the list, because they really have a great ambition to bring good life to the people living there, but they don't have the economic advantage to do that.
Right.
So when technology is coming in, they find out that it's a new tools for them to develop the people there. So we bring in the technologies, and then after that, we bring in the education system as well. So
yeah, I was about to get into that. Is that also through that channel that you find talent, perhaps, or where the FPT University comes in, or you build capabilities on the ground as well, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So because we right now have 160,000 students in our list, so we spread out in the country, and everywhere we go in Vietnam, we go in between both education and software park together. So we provide education from K-12 and university in that province, and then we build the software park beside that university, so that the student graduated from the university can go directly into the software park, and then they can provide their knowledge, their creativity, their innovation to all over the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so this is a bit of the formula, right, that FPT is taking and doing and implementing in Vietnam. Now, and perhaps as a way of getting into a conclusion as well, if we start thinking from an ASEAN perspective, do you think that would be the right approach across ASEAN?
Yes, I think we do have the right approach. We do see that the right approach across Asia, because FPT is also extending to Asian countries. Here in Jakarta as well, we have our business here. And we do see that the education and the creative innovation technologies need to go hand in hand. The formula may be different, a little bit different. It can come, in Vietnam we built our own university. Here we can collaborate with many local universities here as well. So we built our local capability here in Jakarta, in Indonesia, and then we're cooperating with local universities in order to bring it to the world when we through our business partners around the world. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And maybe one last question is, what do you think will be the biggest challenge over the next 3 to 5 years? Maybe for FPT, or related to the discussion we had on overcoming the technology challenge from an ASEAN perspective?
So I think the technology right now is changing very fast. So for me, the most challenge will be we are not acting fast enough in response to these technologies. So for example, if we are not applying AI properly, then if we are not fast enough in using AI into the right use cases, then we will fall much behind. AI definitely can increase productivity, and what is exactly what ASEAN need, right? Taking the advantage of the current change in technology is the key success factors for Asian countries, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Thank you very much. I think we may be getting running over a little bit.
Yeah.
But thank you. That was a great exchange. A bit short, but very valuable lessons from Vietnam, from FPT, on technology growth and innovation.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much once again to our moderator and our esteemed speaker for that very lively fireside chat. Once again, thank you very much for sharing with us and making that conversation was truly exceptional. Ladies and gentlemen, still at the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum 2023, implementation of ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. We hope that you have enjoyed the previous sessions and also had the opportunity to engage in valuable conversations and also had the time to network with each other. We are now very excited to continue our journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration. But again, we'd like to thank all of you for still being part of our event today. And we'd like to invite all of you also to rekindle our enthusiasm and focus as we're about to delve in the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that this forum aims to unlock further opportunities and how we can find ways to build stronger connectivity between ASEAN countries and the Indo-Pacific and find ways to promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific itself. Knowing that this forum has invited 88 speakers, gathered around 2,500 participants from 51 countries. And so, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we will together gather here for our exciting panel session, which will be titled Funding and Opportunities in Movies and Digital Products. And we will have our moderator and also our list of speakers today who hopefully will shed the light and also share their experiences, their insights on this topic. Again, speaking together on this creative economy at this Ballroom 3. Soon after this, we will still have another panel discussion and also another briefer session before having to close this event this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage our distinguished moderator for this discussion is none other than Mr. Lin Newman, the Managing Director of AmCham Indonesia. And joining us as our esteemed speakers are Mr. Mike Wiluan, CEO of Infinite Studios Nong Sa Batam. And we'd like to also invite Mr. Ruben Hattari, Director of Public Policy Southeast Asia of Netflix, and Mr. Chaitanya Divan, Head of Content Acquisition Prime Video Southeast Asia. And to our moderator, we give the stage to you.
Microphone live, can I be heard? I guess so, okay. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm quite honored to be at this session and to be asked to moderate a discussion. We have with us three panelists who are quite distinguished and active in the field of film production. I'll start by mentioning, I guess we'll start from my immediate left. Mike Wiluan, who is one of the leading figures in Indonesian film production and studio work, animation, and other things. He is the CEO of Infinite Studios and Nong Sa Digital Park up in Batam, and a leading player in the industry here. In addition, we have my old friend Ruben Hattari, who is the Director of Public Policy for Netflix, Indonesian, of course, but based now in Singapore for Netflix. And in addition, we have Chaitanya Divan, Head of Content Acquisition for Amazon Prime Video in Southeast Asia. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you. I want to start, if I may, with sort of a general question, but that has a lot of components to it. And it's a conversation that we have in Indonesia frequently, and I don't think we've quite worked it all out yet. But I'd like to give each of you an opportunity maybe to discuss what does it take to create a roadmap and a climate, and a positive investment climate for the growth of film production in this region. But also, we're all active in Indonesia, so I think it's worth talking about that. Some countries in ASEAN are more successful than others in this field. So maybe we'll start with Chaitanya and then work our way this way, give each of you an opportunity to tell us what your ideal roadmap would consist of and what we need to do to unlock funding and other aspects of film production in the region and even in Indonesia.
Sure, thank you
Chaitanya?
for that, Din. The way I like to think about this is there is a value chain in the media business, right? And what is the value chain here in video entertainment? It really starts with content creators, and we know that that is already a flourishing ecosystem. There are a lot of ideas out there. These content creators now have access to some of the tools that enable them to easily create audiovisual content. And then after the creators come the services that bring together all this content in a form and format that can be consumed easily. So whether that's streaming services like Prime Video or whether it's the TV channels out there, they are really the second part of that value chain. And then you move to the distributors who are in a position to take these services to the end consumers. And of course, the value chain ends with the customers who are engaging with this content. And the way to think about it is, for each part of this value chain, what is the ideal number of players? What is the size of that part of the value chain? And what are the specific needs in that step of the value chain, right? And what can we do to strengthen every step of this value chain? Because ultimately, the strength of any chain is really equal to the strength of its weakest link. And if we are able to strengthen each part, then that ecosystem can flourish to create the kind of content and creative economy that we require.
Ruben?
Thanks for the question. It's kind of hard trying to think about a roadmap for the creative sector because, being creative, we don't really plan on roadmaps. But, I think, Netflix, we have been around in Southeast Asia since 2016, and we have seen tremendous opportunities here in Southeast Asia in terms of, the local content that we could potentially bring internationally, not across in the countries where we operate, but not across the region, but, globally, right? So I think bringing some sort of a framework where, we do have a clear plan to grow the local film industry is very much needed. And I know many governments across the region is looking at this this plan or the roadmaps very, very seriously. But if I have to kind of look in, maybe four specific areas where I think, we can really deep dive and spend a lot of time collectively. I think one is that investing in the human resources in the film industry, right? I think that's very much needed. And I see this very much across the region where, the stories are there, but, you often go to movies here in Indonesia and the talent pool, whether it's above the line or below the line, we're tapping into the same resources over and over. And I think Mike will speak more about this later on as well. So I think kind of growing that human resources, not only quantity but quality as well. I think that's very much needed. I think number two, how do we actually bring more investment to this industry, right? I think many many governments are still grappling with the idea that creative economy has a massive spillover effect on other industries as well, right? And sometimes the spillover effect is not as direct as conventional industries, but it's there nevertheless, right? So it's like, how do we actually convince governments to think about, developing incentives to actually bring more investments into, our sector? And, I think that will further kind of spur the growth definitely for this industry. I think third is around, unfortunately, there's There's a lot of overlapping and regulations as well in this sector. Again, when I'm thinking about Indonesia, is a very decentralized government. And when you do a lot of production outside of Jakarta, you can think about the various layers of regulations that, a lot of the production houses have to actually go through in terms of seeking permits and licenses as well. And then, the other thing that we often kind of think about as well is also on the infrastructure, right? Coming from the OTT side, sometimes we think about infrastructure in the sense of connectivity, right? It's like, how do we actually get our services out there more accessible? But when we think about the infrastructure, it's also the hard infrastructure, like the studios, right? Are they there, right? I mean, I've had the pleasure of kind of visiting some of the sets, some of the production that we're doing, and when you think about kind of bringing foreign investments, that kind of level of investment on the infrastructures need to also be pumped up as well, right? So I'll park my answers there, but I think those are the 4 areas that I'm happy to kind of go deeper later.
Great. Mike?
Thank you, and I think certainly it's a very broad question with a lot of insight and discussion. Maybe my insight obviously is from a creative and producing practitioner in Indonesia, and just a little about what I've been doing over the, 20 years ago I started Indonesia's first animation studio, and I remember when we first started to develop the studio, we needed a roadmap or a vision of some kind, but we just understood that there was a need to digitize the industry. There was Indonesia is so creative and is so resourceful and has so much potential. So we knew there was an opportunity to capitalize on Indonesia's natural talent. We started off with 10 employees, and we've gone up to now close to 500 animators. And over the last 20 years, have cycled through many thousand local animators who have then set up their own studios all over Indonesia. And today we have dozens of studios across Indonesia producing very good content. And I remember when we first started producing the content, there was very little chance to get the opportunity to work with major studios. And we had to prove ourselves, and over the last couple of years, the first couple of years were really tough, not just promoting ourselves as a studio that was able to produce great content, but internally as well, to see the involvement and focus of how the market and the resources reacted. I remember when we first started hiring our first animators, I had to ask their parents' permission to hire them, because they didn't believe that their kids would have a future in the industry where they would go and play with cartoons and draw, right? And they just felt it was a waste of their time, and that, in 2 years they would come back and work for another industry that was more certain. So I had to do these seminars for parents and sort of like tell these parents that, look, there is a future in this industry, and that your kids are gonna make money, they're gonna have a good salary, and they're gonna be upskilled, and they're gonna be relevant for the future. And I remember going through those seminars thinking, how many more seminars am I gonna have to do this to grow this industry? And in no time at all, we managed now to do a lot of good business and now have a very big resource of great talent. But just going back to, that's just an analogy of how internally we've evolved in terms of the industry. But just as a whole, the creative industries, like my esteemed colleagues here have mentioned, that it's a huge business, and it's not just actors and producers, right? It's a whole ecosystem of there's the crews, there's the creativity, there's the writers, there's the directors, there's the equipment, there's the locations, there's the there's the TV studios who support, there's the the OTTs that are involved, it employs hundreds and thousands like, there's a lot of employment and benefit to tourism, to the economy, for films that come into Indonesia that are made. And when we talk about the reference to, like, a lot of people talk about the Korean wave that has swept the world, and how the industry has really ignited not just the promotion of Korean culture around the world, but the Korean film industry, right? It has really ignited and has found distribution and huge market and appreciation elsewhere. So we kind of feel that ultimately Indonesia has that massive potential, not just domestically, but for us to be able to export content internationally. Now, a couple of years ago, you may remember that there's been a few films that have been made that, like The Raid, and that ignited this huge renaissance in action genre in Indonesia. And after that, there's been quite a few movies that have been made with Indonesian talents that have found a huge following and market. I mean, I've been involved in some of those movies, and I've really seen this renaissance take off, and now these guys are actors and producers. They're working in Hollywood, they're working in Europe, they're working elsewhere, and we're really proud. But I think one thing is missing that I think definitely Ruben's pointed out, that, you know, I think there needs to be a lot more fixing and government engagement and collaboration. Engagement in ASEAN, obviously, with ways in which there are more formulaic structures in which we're able to find financing and grow each other's industries. You know, and also the creative industries, like, there's a lot of great collaboration that's happening on ground level, like co-producers, co-collaborators that are happening between Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam. We see it happening all the time. But what we'd love to see is that happening on a G2G level as well, right? More platforms for us to be able to promote and cross-pollinate. And just let me add just one more point then on this. Sorry, just very conscious of not overstepping my time here as well. But also what we're seeing in the market is more what OTT has done. OTT has enabled markets to slightly homogenize in that sense. You know, I think Southeast Asia has been incredibly, you know, traditionally a fractured marketplace with so many diverse languages, ethnicities, colloquialism. So sometimes what works really well in Indonesia won't work in Thailand, won't work in Malaysia, but there are crossovers that do work. Right? I mean, we've seen the success of Korean content, Bollywood, Thai horror, Korean films, just really, and Japanese films. Right? I mean, we've seen them move across borders now more easily, and I say it's thanks to the OTT players that have come into the industry and have allowed more distribution potential for our content. So that's more opportunity that helps us grow the industry, and that helps towards the general roadmap.
Very thoughtful answers, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Going to ask some individual questions, and I'm going to start with Ruben. We'd like to know more about how Netflix Asia views funding and investment opportunities in emerging markets, and are there any best practices from around this region or individual countries that you think could be replicated and could help be a boost to the industry?
Okay. That's a loaded question there, but let me kind of take it in pieces as well. So our business model is subscription, right? And the content that you see on every single title that you see on our catalog gets acquired in two ways, right? Either we license the IP, right? You produce, you hold the IP, and we kind of license it for an X amount of time. And based on the business negotiation, we would kind of say, like, okay, this title is available globally or in, you know, certain markets as well. But there is that kind of licensing model that exists, and, you know, when you normally, if you've kind of been a subscriber to Netflix in the region since 2016, pretty much all of our catalogs is, licensed titles, right? All originals as well, but not really investing in kind of local originals where it's coming from Southeast Asia. There's the other kind of side of the content as well, where we invest in the titles themselves, right? And this is naturally done because, there's more kind of fragmentation of more players in the industry as well in the OTT space. And we have seen success when we invest in more and more local content. The appetite to that local content increases as well. So, I'm kind of going back in 2016 when you would normally watch Netflix and you go to the top 10 list, that we have on our system, and I would say like maybe 6 out of 7 of the top 10 would be dominated by Hollywood and K content as well. But I think if you look now, I think there's more and more kind of local content coming out of this region. Of course, we would love more coming out of this region, but there's definitely an uptick in terms of growing appetite as well, right? So, you see that there is more investment coming into local content production, whether it's coming from us or whether it's coming from other means of investments as well. One of the things that we have seen, and I think this is a conversation that the larger industry have seen as well, and very specific to Indonesia, is that post-COVID, theatricals recovery or rebound has been significant, and it's been relatively fast. Maybe not to the extent where it was before, but it is growing rapidly, and the consumption of moviegoers to actually look at Indonesian titles is incredible, right? I think at one point when it was first opened up, you're looking at a 60%, 40% local and international split, right? And some titles like such as KKN and other titles as well was clearing like 8 million tickets, right? And that is unheard of, okay? So that like people just want to go out there and watch movies. So there's definitely more and more kind of investments coming into this place, into this industry as well. Right now, I think it is tapering off. I think local consumption is kind of reduced, definitely not as high as 60% as well, because other kind of content is being explored as well. But in terms of investments, in terms of kind of best practices as well, there's a lot for us to learn from kind of our neighboring countries, right? I touched on leading with incentives to potentially kind of bring more investments into the industry. And one of the best practices that I look at that I can see in the region would probably be Thailand, right, or Australia, right? But I think what most people don't understand is like Thailand's film industry journey started a long time ago, right? They started from something that is quite minimal as well. Like I think right now, if you're like looking at the new regulation that has just been passed by the Thai government, I think net you're looking around a 30% cash rebate, right? Of course, there's different tierings. So like if you're producing locally, you're producing with local talents, you're promoting the culture and the tourism as well. It's almost like an add-on modular kind of incentive model as well. But there is a base minimum of I believe, 10% as well. And I think the reality is that when almost every single country in the region is going and promoting cash-based incentives, I think there needs to be like a compelling offering from the Indonesian government to really seriously look into this sector as well. It's like, well, what can we actually do to spur the growth of the industry? And this is not about just kind of bringing inbound production. What we really care about is like, how do we collectively grow the local industry as well? Because, once you grow the local industry, I can assure you the inbound productions and the inbound investments will eventually come because there's strong talents there, there's the right infrastructure there, and, by default, all of these kind of overlapping regulations that we currently see in Indonesia, one by one, it will be solved, and I can assure you.
Well, one of the things I think you're absolutely right, but the other thing is, how do you actually quantify the value of, say, the Lord of the Rings for New Zealand.
Yeah,
How do you quantify even the value of Eat, Pray, Love for Bali? This is a hard thing to quantify, or the value of that. What was that? Was it Leonardo DiCaprio movie in Koh Phi Phi in Thailand, which the beach?
Yeah,
which created an industry based around that island.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one of the things that is very difficult about our creative economy sector, right? And it's difficult because it's difficult, but it's doable. Let me be clear on that, right? You know, when we talk about trying to advocate for something, you know, governments want to look at data points, right? And something that has been missing in this sector is that there's a lack of information and lack of data as well, right? And you know, one of the things that Netflix has been doing with the local industry and, you know, with the Indonesian Film Board and the ministries as well is that we want to try to capture what is the true economic impact of the film sector as well. I mean, just as a starting point, right? And the way that you need to look at it is like once that you can actually capture and have a snapshot of how big the industry is, how influential the industry is, and what is the spillover effect to other industries, then you can start to build up the conversation to other things as well. But until you know, that study is passed, and we are kind of looking to kind of passing that study around the October timeframe, you know, it would be definitely a good stepping stone for other kind of conversations as well.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I'm going to turn to Chaitanya now from Prime Video, another amazing platform. Tell us a little bit. You're in charge of local content acquisition. Tell us, what is Prime's approach to local content acquisition, and what are your company's goals around this?
Thank you for the question. One thing, the way Amazon will approach any new territory, locale, is essentially try and understand what the customer needs are and then work backwards from there to define our product proposition. It is not about saying, this is Prime Video, this is the content we're good at, now let's go find an audience for it. We're always trying to work backwards from customer needs to shape our offering. And our global learning in Prime Video, this is true in Japan, this is true in India, this is true in EU, in Latin America. The global learning is local content is what leads and defines the service. So if you go ask a Prime Video customer in Japan, what does Prime Video offer you? The answer will be very different from what the customer in India or the customer in Germany or in Brazil will tell you, right? And that's true here as well. So if you look at our offering, of course we have our global content, we have a lot of Korean and Japanese anime and Indian content, all of that is part of the service. But a big part of our thrust is what we are doing with local content in the region and as an example in Indonesia too. And of course the way that then operates is you cannot go in and offer 2, 3, 5 titles in a year. You need to offer enough volume to operate at scale so that customers get enough local content that they love watching consistently over a longer period of time. And which is why it reflects in the kind of partnerships we've got. We're working with multiple content creators in Indonesia to bring content. Earlier this year, we had a fantastic campaign. So during the Ramadan festival, what we did was we took 8 weeks of around the festival, and every week we had a big local content title launching. Right, and that was a very big campaign from a marketing point of view, from a content investment point of view, and it really showed us the opportunity, the size of the opportunity, the potential of local content with audiences here, which only encourages us to double down and invest more. The other important point to this, I must say, is we are also very excited about the ability of content to travel across regions, right? We are seeing Korean content getting consumed across Southeast Asia. We are seeing anime content getting consumed in the region as well. We've started seeing some signs of, say, Indonesian content also traveling to other markets in Southeast Asia. And what are learnings on that? are is that localization of content is extremely important on day one. Now there is a flip side to it. There's also high levels of piracy in the region. So if you're not able to offer localized content on day one, if you're not able to offer content with Thai dubs or Malaysian subs, for example, if you're not able to do that, then there's this skyrocketing piracy which we have to face. So to tackle that, localization is important. Of course, then targeting specific customer cohorts who want to watch content and are open to content with subtitles or dubbing, that becomes part of our go-to-market plan as well. And really, we are very optimistic that the kind of quality that we are now seeing emerging from Indonesia, we believe that we will have the kind of breakout successes that some of the other the media markets have already seen. But yeah, the local content is really a big thrust for Prime Video.
I'm going to turn now and ask a question of Mike. There's so many things we could ask you, but you've really been on the cutting edge of this industry in Indonesia. And I'd like to ask you what you see coming in terms of technological transformation. What are the things on the horizon that are going to disrupt the industry? And how do you envision that playing out, and how do you take advantage of it?
So after we started the animation studio, and it was more about, at that time, finding collaboration with, we were introduced to HP, and they had just, and DreamWorks, and we were trying to look at technologies to try to apply to our animation pipeline, and there was, I must say, there was very little interest to collaborate. It was more interest to sell, right? Like how many computers and how many servers can you buy from us, right? Then maybe we'll see if we can help you out, right? But I think that's changed a lot, and it's just, we've made some missteps along the way as well. And I can tell you some stories that we were also the first. We looked at Indonesia and saw that there wasn't any real studio infrastructure. And we knew that at some point, technology and production meet, there needs to be a good studio infrastructure to produce a certain type of content. So we were the first studios that we built studios in Singapore, we built studios in Indonesia, and we realized very quickly that the industry just doesn't come if you build it, right? Because it's cheaper to hire a set, to hire a house and to go somewhere than to build a set in a studio. Well,
we'll just shoot that Cinetron in Menteng.
Exactly.
Right?
We'll just go to Ancol, and we'll use someone's backyard, and that's the film industry sometimes, or TV industry, and we had these great studios that were designed and built by Hollywood standard consultants, and we found that there was very little interest to use them because they were expensive to use. And so we kind of realized really quickly that maybe we were too far ahead of the game, or maybe we kind of did a bit of a misstep here, because what was that point where people would need that studio? Now, we started to make our own content in the studios and showed that through studio production, we're able to raise the quality levels because we had controlled environments. We're able to really pay more attention to performance, to visual effects, and we saw that the kind of content that was created in the studios was raising the standards, right? And we were happy about that. And in terms of technologies, we've seen technologies like motion capture come, and it was changing a lot, right? Technology was moving at a rapid pace, like from the visual effects business, from the softwares, from proprietary technology to desktop computing to softwares that we're able to download. It's changing rapidly. So we decided not to get involved with the rapidly evolving technologies, because as soon as you buy something and install it, it's old. And everyone's looking for the latest thing. So that was the case with motion capture. we learned our mistake in building the studio maybe too soon. We built a studio in Singapore, and Singapore is incredibly expensive to produce content. So we've changed that model into more of the visual effects, digital side, and we've done the more heavy production in Indonesia. But in terms of future technology and where it's heading, we're seeing, during the pandemic, there was obviously this lockdown. And there were a lot of studios that were still in production because they applied this virtual production technology. And many of you have seen Mandalorian, and that was used primarily using virtual production technology. It is a sci-fi, and it did allow for the makers of the content to stay in one place and use plates from, shot from different production companies to be sent, and they were able to create it in CGI and 3D, and they were able to produce a very good-looking show. But it was expensive, and it was groundbreaking technology. And I believe now there are more virtual production technology studios that are now being applied in Australia, the largest now in Melbourne, and in Korea. And so we're heading that way in terms of virtual production technology. We're already using LED systems within the studio to allow for simulated environments, and instead of green screen, we're using technologies that allow the actor to interact directly with the object, right, with what they're seeing. Of course, we're still using green screen, and it is really moving quite quickly. And we're looking at applying it fully more in Indonesia in terms of the virtual production. But AI is the next big thing, right? So I mean, I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. But AI has been another game changer for us, because AI has been able to demonstrate a certain capability. And I think, as you could see in the US and in our industry, there's been a lot of worry about AI taking over the jobs of writers and on content creators, and how that. But there's also the benefit of AI as well. There is a benefit to that, and we're exploring how that's able to streamline our production capabilities. But we're moving towards a digitized industry, all right? But it doesn't mean that we lose the craft, right? I think a lot of people forget that. I think the word of apprenticeship, so it's lost now, right? It's in this industry, it's a 100-year-old industry. The creative industry is based on apprentices, where they learn for many, many years to do a certain craft. And that's kind of changing more when technology comes in and is applying that new technology into this process. So in terms of a roadmap moving forward, we're going to see, in terms of distribution of content, it's going to change a lot, with 5G, with 6G coming on board, with the connectivities into more rural areas, and people are just going to want more. But just in terms of capability, Indonesia has now developed a very capable digital grasp on new softwares and technologies, like using the Epic Unreal Engine, for example. We're using Unreal in a lot of our projects right now. We're training. And what is needed now, when you want to grow the industry using technology, you need to upskill. You need to upskill the workforce. And this is where vocational education comes in. And it's being able to collaborate with technology developers. And that's why today we're not looking at just buying technology. We're looking to collaborate with the technology developers, like the LED screen makers. We want to collaborate with them to how we're able to use their technology, but give feedback and how the technology can improve. And using Unreal and using all these different softwares and hardware and collaborate and further the industry, but as well as upskilling and training. We spend a lot of time training the next generation of young people, like with our collaboration with Campus Merdeka, collaboration with Apple Academy, IBM, AWS. We're training this young generation to be ready for the future of technology and how to apply their skills to the quick evolution that's happening right now. And so that's that's the roadmap that we see in the future, is training and collaborating, training, upskilling, and collaborating with the technology providers, and keep on applying that to the creative process. Yeah.
Well, one of the things that I was thinking about, you mentioned Korea. I think Ruben mentioned Korea. I was living in Korea just as the Korean wave was taking off, and this was this was in 2007 or 6, 7, something like that, and there is a question in here. There was a palpable sense of excitement in that society about the wave. You might have been an accountant, but you knew about it. And it was almost as if, Korea's a different sort of place. If you've never been there, it's quite amazing. But there was a sense in which the government, the public, the private sector were all in it together. Yes. They really wanted to tell people about Korea. Here's this little country built on rocks with no natural resources, and they really wanted to tell their story and create something new, and they did. So I'm going to ask each of you, we've got a few minutes left, I'm going to ask each of you to think forward 5 years, 10 years. Where do you see the industry going? What's the best case outcome you can imagine? What do you hope happens 5 years, 10 years down the road in this region, perhaps to replicate what happened in Korea, or something else? But I don't yet, in Indonesia, I don't yet feel that intangible thing that they had in Korea. And I would love to see it. And just ask any of you, each of you, maybe start with Chaitanya, reflect on where you think this is going to go in a few years.
Yeah, let's look at the size of the industry right now, right? And I'll compare with what is commonly called a thriving media market, India. India has about 4 times the population of Indonesia. The per capita income in India is probably half of what it is in Indonesia. So just using those benchmarks, you would expect that the media or the video industry here would probably be about half the size of India's economy, the creative economy there, but it's actually a sixth, right? And clearly there is potential, high potential for growth if you just look at some of these macro figures. I go back to what I started with. I was talking about the whole value chain, and I'm really hoping that between all the stakeholders, from the government to the private, we are able to look at the needs of the different pieces of those of that value chain and start catering to strengthen each element of the value chain. And if we are able to do that, I think then we can fulfill the potential that exists around us here in Indonesia.
You know, the interesting part about the entertainment sector or the creative economy is that, you know, everyone needs to be entertained, right? You know, the region it's a growing demographics. I mean, I think we all know the stats after having kind of watched the ASEAN Summit and the sideline events for the past few days. So the number speaks for itself. I think if I can, you know, think forward and kind of look through to a crystal ball, maybe to the 10, 15 years, I think the consumption of local content is going to increase, and this is not just local content that is, you know, serving every single country in ASEAN, but I think content that is coming from Indonesia going to be consumed more in the Philippines and vice versa, but also, you know, going abroad beyond the region as well, you know. I mean, and we have seen signals like this happening as well. I mean, you know, one of the most successful Indonesian title that came out of our service is called The Big Four. It's an action comedy by Timo Cahyanto. It was heavily consumed all the way to Brazil, right? In like countries such as in South America, it was appearing into top 10s. So, you know, we see the signals happening as well. So I do see a lot of that happening as well. You know, what I'm hoping, across the region as well. And I think this is the mindset for many industries across the region as well, is that how do you actually cross-pollinate or have greater collaboration across country. I think Mike touched on like co-productions between countries as well. I think where we need to realistically look at is that, are there elements or part of the production where maybe it could be done in a certain country, like in Thailand, and some parts of it can in Indonesia. So just look into the region as a massive supply chain as opposed to just one individual countries. And I think, elements like that can happen. And kind of going back to incentives that I touched on before, that most countries will look at, incentives doesn't have to be all about production, right? I mean, when you look at the Australian model as well on film incentive, they have very specific incentives on post-production, right? Maybe like a country like Thailand where they excel in post-production, and the reality is that many producers do offload their workload to Thailand as well. Maybe there could be models like that as well. Indonesia is a country that has strong talents, strong writers as well. Can we actually work in a model where we just look into a very specific, support where it's just very targeted on a particular function of a production? So I think some of those things I envision this region, and specifically in the film industry and the creative economy, will kind of venture into.
I think what is exciting from the industry is seeing that Indonesian filmmakers and content creators are, there's always been a very strong pool of talent in Indonesia, and it's growing. I mean, I was on a panel earlier last week where we talked about the Directors Guild in Indonesia officially has 76 people, right? But actually there are hundreds of directors in Indonesia. But like there's a culture of which if you reach like the top 10, you got work for life kind of thing, right? But there's also needs to shift towards the new and upcoming talent. It's just like actors, right? Once you're in the top 10, you're going to be busy for a couple of years, but sometimes industry also has to force themselves to change and give chances to new and emerging talents. And Indonesia has tons of that, right? And so sometimes our film industry or our TV industry, we make too many easy bets on the same people all the time. And I think it's forcing ourselves to kind of look at making bets on new talents and growing that, right? Because there's just so much great talent here in terms of the filmmaking side, the performance side. And what's exciting is that also now filmmakers are mining the colloquialism of Indonesia and doing very well. We're seeing more and more cinemas. I mean, we always know that Indonesia has been underserviced for screens, right? I mean, we have the largest markets in Southeast Asia, but we have probably the less screens per capita, right? And it's and we're seeing that grow, and we're seeing. I mean, Ruben mentioned that after the pandemic, we've seen unprecedented levels of cinema goers, right? I mean, like going beyond, 7, 8 million, I mean, I think the record before pandemic was 4 million, right? So we're seeing double that. So, the prediction that no one's going to go back to the theater, right? No, I mean, people love going to the movies, right? People love going to the movies. Now, we just need more screens, and when those screens begin to go online, more and more people are going to the movies. So what the hope is, and what we do see, the positive side is that with more investment, with more infrastructure, with more screens, we're going to see this very robust and strong domestic market going to grow. But at the same time, we're going to see this evolvement from just a colloquial market to producers or creators who are going to look at distributing their content beyond shores. And we're going to see a new wave of Indonesian content that's going to go across. And we're already seeing that. We just need more of that, and we're very confident that's going to happen.
Well, thank you very much. I've got flashing red lights here. I've got a sign over there that says time's up. I'm afraid they're going to turn off the lights and shut down the microphones if we don't close and let everybody get on to the next event. But I want to thank you gentlemen very much for being here. And I want to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to have this panel. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to thank our moderator and all of our esteemed speakers today. Thank you very much for the very insightful sessions. You may now return to your seats. And now, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we will now follow another briefer session as we still have another esteemed speaker who will offer us valuable insight focused on the rise of the experience economy. So with that, please join me in giving a warm applause as he takes the stage, the Managing Director of FGBC Asia Pacific, Mr. Franck Gentil. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's we're reaching the end of our long sessions over the last few days, and I hope everyone's still having a wonderful time and learning as much as possible. Certainly, I know that I am. So thank you for joining us for this last session. So the experience economy. It's a radical idea of thinking about the experience economy in the reality that with the experience economy, time is the currency of value. And this is quite different. It's more important than volume or range or any metric. The value is the impact. So it means that we get a situation where we want to understand whether we are spending our time well, so time well spent, or we have saved time. And that ends up with emotional reactions in the form of, I'm so happy we did this, or we sure got a lot done. So it's a very different way of actually measuring activity. And where it becomes most powerful, as we will understand in our next speakers, is that when we create a situation of collaborating creativity with technology, we can satisfy both of those needs. And that's a unique situation. So we get an enhancing time and an elevating of time. So deeper interactions as opposed to just normal interactions and smart ways of doing things. And I think about it in terms of really practical things, the fact that we have live streaming. So rather than waiting for something to be finished, we can actually interact from the very beginning. This is a direct correlation of creativity with technology. We have immersive storytelling, where we're actually part of the story. Things which may seem to be relatively fickle, like gamification, in fact, really gives huge entry into things like education and banking. Genuine content personalization, so things which are personal. And we also have probably the most impactful component of the experience economy is monetization. So we're able to seriously, the creative people and the people in developing both the technology are able to make money out of the exercise, where in fact previously they've actually been sort of sidelined. So this has impacted all of our sectors, right across from entertainment, finance, healthcare, and hospitality. I'm old enough to understand what it was like to interact with all of these sectors before the experience economy, and it was really difficult. It was difficult going to the doctor. It was difficult making a banking transaction. And now everything is nice and straightforward, and this is a direct correlation of saying that the experience of operating in this economy is more important than the volume and more important than the range. But by far the biggest, I suppose, result and the biggest component that we get from the experience economy is we're able to move away from the pursuit of perpetual growth, almost at times the pursuit of perpetual growth at any cost. In this situation, we're able to move away from that and start really committing to perpetual improvement. Rather than doing more, we're actually thinking about doing better. And I think this is the huge experience economy gift that's been put upon all our sectors. If you think about it in terms of a real metric, an old metric that we're used to the experience economies are currently valued at 1.6, or this is prior COVID, $1.6 trillion. So it's a real exchange in terms of genuine economy. So the creative sector have become agents of solutions. We're genuinely producing things which are solving the issues at hand. So of course, with that situation is that with greater power comes greater responsibility, and our esteemed speakers that are going to come up stage now are going to talk about how they're committed to the perpetual improvement and advancement, but also how regulation is going to play into their obligations. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the next set of speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Franc-Gentil, for your time and sharing with us today at our event. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to the last panel discussion of the day. But before we're about to invite our moderator and also our speaker today, once again, I'd like to invite all of you that in the spirit of collaboration together at the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum 2023, we have discussed on 3 major issues today, and now being at the Ballroom 3, speaking more about creative economy. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, moving on for our next panel discussion of the day, we'd like to invite to come and join us on stage. We will be discussing further about the topic of advancing movie and audiovisual entertainment industry through better regulation. It is a pleasure for me to call upon our moderator, British Council Director, Southeast Asia and Country Director, Indonesia, Mr. Samersha. Please do come and join us. And all of our speakers today. Joining us, Mr. Darren Ong, Head of Digital Services and Global Selling, International Public Policy of Amazon, Mr. Danny Wirianto, CPO of GDP Venture, and we're also delighted to have Ms. Amor Maclang, convener of Digital Pilipinas. To our moderator, we give the stage to you.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Yes, you can. Excellent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or selamat sore and selamat datang. Welcome to the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, the Creative Economy sub-theme session. So we have the last session of the day. Let's try to make it the best, shall we? Excellent. Thank you to all of you in the audience for staying with us until the very end. You must be the hardcore practitioners and policymakers in the creative economy, so I'm delighted to see some of you nodding and smiling. My name is Summer Shah. I am the British Council's Director for Southeast Asia and Country Director for Indonesia. I want to start by thanking the Indonesian government, especially Kemlu, for organizing such a stimulating and productive forum, and particularly for inviting me to moderate this session. You may wonder what's the connection between the British Council, my organization, and the creative economy. Well, let me tell you, as the UK's International Cultural Relations Organization, arts and culture has been a key pillar of our work since we opened our first office here in Bandung in 1948. That's right, we're celebrating the British Council's 75th anniversary this year in Indonesia, which also demonstrates our long-term commitment to building long-lasting connections through cultural exchange, which includes the development of creative economy by sharing the UK's experience and expertise and champion the international creative economy. So coming to our topic today, advancing movie, audio, visual entertainment industry and digital product through better regulation. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that the global movie and entertainment industry was valued at almost $91 billion in 2021 and is expected to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 7.2% from 2022 to 2030. Moreover, the rising popularity of virtual and augmented reality provides audiences with new experiences and new marketing and distribution platforms, such as IPTV, digital newspapers, DTH, and digital cable, as well as online music and movie sales, which are expected to accelerate the industry growth. Major players have adopted strategies like regional expansions and distribution partnerships to venture into untapped markets. A number of these players, including Disney Plus and Amazon, who we have on the panel today, have been focusing on the production of regional content to establish a strong connection with the audience in these markets. While some other countries and regions may face global market stagnation caused by the maturing of major markets like the US and Europe, Southeast Asia region is now considered a potential region for growth, fueled by increased use of digital communication and increased demand for film, music, and digital content. So therefore, it is very fitting for us to have this discussion today to explore the regulatory environment and incentives that are needed and how collaboration between countries in the Indo-Pacific and ASEAN could enhance the production of movie and digital products and services. So joining me on the panel are the distinguished speakers from across ASEAN. To the very far left, we have Amor Maclan, convener of Digital Pilipinas. As a known move maker across ASEAN, Amor has led cross-functional and cross-border collaborations amongst regional and national line agencies, industry leaders, academics, policymakers, and various stakeholders. Specializing in high-impact, high-risk, high-value, and highly regulated industries, Amor is a leading advocate of nascent technology adoption, renewable energy, public health, tourism, urban planning, and financial services. Welcome, Amor.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the middle, we have Danny Ririanto, the Chief Business Development Officer of GDP Venture and a serial entrepreneur and investor focusing in the new economy. He founded several companies such as Semut Api Colony, Meraputi Incorporated, Kecil.com, to name a few. He's an angel investor in Kaskus, Carousel, Tinkerlust, and a board member of 88 Rising and Vintage Electric. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you.
And to my left, we have Darren On, Head of Digital Services and Global Selling, International Public Policy from Amazon. Darren started his career in the government of Singapore, including working at the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Trade and Industry. He then moved into the private sector and worked for two of the world's largest companies in the digital content industry, Netflix and Amazon. Welcome, Darren. So without further ado, I'm going to turn to my panel. I want us to start by examining the landscape across ASEAN, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, which has reshaped the way we consume content. So my first question is to every panel member. What trends do you anticipate will have a lasting impact on the movie, digital product, audiovisual, and entertainment industry in the Indo-Pacific and ASEAN market? Can I start with you, Amor?
Are you sure? Good evening, everyone. And first and foremost, I'd like to raise the fact that ASEAN truly is the hub for content creation and what I call the GNG, the gigster and the gaming community. Earlier today, together with Papandu, we gave a talk on why does ASEAN matter? And ASEAN matters because 50 million of the documented content creators in the world, yes, there is such a thing, is in ASEAN, all over the world, 2 million of which is in the Philippines. We love our content. No one creates and consumes content, especially content in the metaverse, like Filipinos. That's the first. However, despite their palpable contribution in this new digital economy, the rights of content creators continue to be undermined and unrecognized, especially post-COVID. We've seen instances wherein, despite the fact that they have the earning capacity, they do not have the recognition of the formal banking institutions. They do not have the same rights that regular employees have. They can't have access to loans. And this is something that we are trying to bridge. How do we bridge the hard finance and also the soft creative side? And in Digital Pilipinas, what we're trying to do is actually to ensure that their rights are protected and making sure that they can continue to create. That's one. The second trend that we hope to be able to do is use nascent technologies like blockchain and also smart contracts to promote, protect, and preserve content. I don't know how many Filipinos are here, maybe with the exception perhaps of Enzo, and I take exception to who perhaps is the most digitally active ambassador in ASEAN, Ambassador Joy, who's such a super content creator. In the Philippines, we have a national legacy called Tito Vic and Joey. For 40 years, they have been a national treasure on TV, creating content. And very recently, there has been a national brouhaha that revealed that apparently all of their content is not theirs. So there's this huge legal battle that actually shone the light on the fact that no matter how big you are, your content is not covered. And this is where the son of one of the progenitors of this triumvirate actually took it upon himself to champion the rights of content creators using nascent tech, but more on that later. So those two things, protection of their rights and using frontier tech to protect, preserve, and promote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amor, for that, well, I guess, healthy challenges you raised, for us to explore more later. Can I come to Danny now? Are there any opportunities you see in addition to the challenges?
Yeah, I think from point of view of an investor, we see I think the last panelist just mentioned about the rise of localized content. I think local content now has become so resonant and relevant to the market because it's empowering the local culture and also empowering Asian, I mean, I think what we do, what we did, we invest on a company called 88 Rising, which is bringing Asian culture to the world. And what happened is actually a lot of people are resonant to it. That not including only the Asian, but it's also all other type of people that in this planet that really into it because they hear something new, they hear something fresh. It's not cookie cutter anymore, and it's something new. And the way we see it, I think in the futures, more and more, I hope more company or more talent 88 will rise, will appear, and that will create very good, I think diversity and also inclusivity in terms of our culture.
Thank you, Danny. I really like the sound of bringing the Asian culture to the rest of the world. Yeah. And I think as, many have mentioned that actually, the center of the world or the focus of the world is moving east and south. So I think, the culture is a good starting point. Without understanding each other's culture, how can we do business together? So I think certainly we want to think more on this topic, how regulations can help with that. So I'll come back to you on that. But Darren, would you like to add to what has already been said?
Sure. Selamat sore. Salam sejahtera, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Good afternoon. It's great to be here on this stage, and I want to piggyback on something which Danny had mentioned. So I think if we take a step back, you'd see that there's always been talk about how the world is shrinking. But over the last few years, despite COVID, us being trapped in our homes, I feel that the world has actually shrunk a little bit more in the sense that we're also much more connected to one another digitally. When you think of it in terms of digital entertainment, then you have content that's at your fingertips, and that content comes from all over the world, which is amazing. I think there's a great opportunity then for content creators from around the world to share their content with the world. Great opportunity here in ASEAN, and like what Danny mentioned about where new companies could be formed, where new opportunities are, the amazing society of content creators that we see in Philippines and elsewhere. I think there's just so much more room for you to grow. But at the same time, that also means there's a lot of competition. So I think overall the pie will grow for everyone, but who gets a bigger share, how fast you're growing your share of the pie, and whether we're all taking bites from each other's slice and so on, right? We're all enjoying this and having the growth together, like that's still very much up for debate, for competition. But I still feel it's a very rosy, positive outlook. And once you build that connection, it sticks, and you would thirst for even more of that digital content that is being created everywhere. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Darren. I think I want to ask a follow-up question to the panel. So given the challenges and opportunities you outlined, thinking about our topic today, how do you see the role of regulations in responding to those challenges or, capturing those opportunities? Do you think we should tighten the existing regulations or make it more lenient?
Okay, let me start. I think, again, from a point of view investor, we like to be clear and stable, for sure. When we invest on any region, we want to know what kind of regulation, how we can get protected. I think the trouble at this moment in terms of regulation, there's a regulation, but there's no eradication. A big example is a piracy. I mean, it's another challenge itself to eradicate, especially with the internet. I think we can see Amazon show probably in YouTube or in the piracy website. And those kind of things, it ruined the creator, ruined the investor, and also it ruined the ecosystem itself. Because no one win except the pirate. And I think that's need to be taken care of it. And in terms of also regulation, I mean we want to be fair. I mean I love Netflix, I love Amazon, I love Disney Plus, don't put me wrong. But how company View or Mola can compete with this big giant company if there's no fair regulation? It's very hard for a small company from the region to grow if there's no regulation whatsoever. I mean, we talk about compare amateur again, EPL. It's a big different game, different skill. So I think that they have a need a clear regulation. Therefore, the investor will invest. I mean, no doubt on that. Because nobody, we see Southeast Asia is growing, but we invest a lot in the US, we invest a lot in Europe, we invest a lot in the region that the regulation is very clear. But they targeted the market where, the opportunity are. We invest in 88 in LA, but the market is Asian. Why we want Asian? Look at the population in the world is 2/3 is Asian. Nobody focus on it. And there you go. We just invest on it, and it proven work. What I'm saying. And I think that's in terms of regulation, we want something that more stable and more clear and fair, and also eradicate.
So stability, fairness, clarity.
Yeah.
So yes, Samuel, go ahead. Do you want to add to that?
Absolutely. Because I look at content like assets, right? Just like money, whether fiat or digital, content is an asset. My approach to anything of value, the future is decentralized. Content is decentralizing. Content creation lies in the hands not of a central body that will control it, but rather in the hands of a content creator. What we need to be able to do is enable a content creator and provide them with the requisite tools and technologies that will allow them to promote themselves, that will protect themselves, that will allow them to monetize themselves and do the exchange themselves peer to peer, okay? That is where the future ought to be. The best way to regulate is to regulate peer to peer. Now, where does that sound? Like, it sounds like a decentralized exchange, right? In the same manner, where you need to look at the parallelism is in the central banking. Where is the movement of central banks? It's in the decentralization of assets, whether it's fiat or digital assets, right? So I feel like the question, when you asked us earlier, what is the role of regulation? Which part do you want to regulate? Is it content creation? Content creation, I assure you, I bet you my bottom rupiah that, or pesos, it's going to be decentralized. Now, what other aspect would it be in the area of investing in digital assets, for example, the rights of, how do we protect them? So there's an entire value chain in content creation. The question is which aspect. But I think the primordial thing we have to talk about is ownership, right? Ownership, which equates to monetization, and I think the future, just like with anything of value, should be decentralized.
So decentralized peer-to-peer regulation, stability.
That's kind of like an oxymoron, right? But I think it's going to be peer-to-peer, right? Much like BitTorrent. But then that's for another conference altogether.
So, Darren, working for a giant player in the
Centralized.
industry. So how would you welcome those changes proposed by the other two panelists?
And also, to add to your original question, whether...
I didn't propose it. It's the trend. That's where it's going.
Whether it's better to have more or less regulations and so on. I don't really think about it in that way, but I think I'll consider whether there are good, effective, impactful regulations versus the bad ones with all the undesirable consequences. Because if there is a policy issue, there is a policy objective, you have an effective policy, then it's great. You can have 10 of those to address 10 problems, and it'll be good for everyone. It could give you the clarity, the stability that the investors want. It could give you the protections, the opportunities that the creators want. So I think there is one fantastic example already in ASEAN, in Indonesia. Tax is often an issue which is in the headlines, and big companies naturally often then get attached to those headlines too. But if you see the experience of Southeast Asia in introducing a tax on digital services, the rollout has been smooth, it has been progressive, and it has already been done in most Southeast Asian countries. Several years now, in fact, for some of our countries. I think that has given clarity to the companies. It's given the governments an answer to the question, how do I properly, accurately, and pragmatically tax companies? So I think there is a way forward for us to find more good regulations. And if we can find them, fantastic. If there are proposals for bad, if there are proposals for regulations that are starting to look bad, then I hope we can correct course and look for better examples elsewhere. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. So, I mean, certainly representing the UK organization and the UK, we do feel that the introduction of tax reliefs and offering talents the opportunity to thrive in the UK has certainly helped us to grow the industry. So there is a lot of experience we can share. I want to move us on to talk about diversity and inclusion in this part of the world. And I think some of you already alluded to that. There's so much nuances, and then this region is known for its diversity in terms of culture, ethnicity, history, religion, and etc. Maybe I'll start with you, Darren. Living in a multicultural environment like Singapore, considering the diverse socio-cultural backgrounds and regulatory landscape of countries across the region, what is your strategy in shaping a curated content that's suitable for each consumer?
Right. And I also recall that earlier this afternoon, Her Excellency from Cambodia talked about cultural assets being one of the 3 main assets that they have. I think we totally agree. There's fantastic, rich, really exciting culture, history in the region. That was one of the reasons why Amazon decided to launch our Prime Video service in a number of Southeast Asian countries over the last year. So now, with Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, they have a localized Prime Video service for them. And for each country, local content remains a key pillar. So my colleague Chaitanya was sharing about some examples earlier. I think even for Indonesia, there have been some fantastic local content on our service. Induk Gajah, A+, Sabtu Bersama Bapak, and many more to come. Chaitanya's team is super busy closing deals. So I find that when you have local content that speaks to local customers, it can not only help to grow that content, but also with a global service like ours and many other esteemed companies here, there's the opportunity for content to start to be shown, be loved by audiences elsewhere. So a customer in Brazil may actually have the same taste profile as I do. There could well be this person in Brazil or in many other places that also likes like the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. There's too scared to watch the really scary Indonesian horror movies, of which there are many fantastic ones, because we're not so different in terms of our taste profiles around the world. So when you have, fortunately, scale, that means you also have the opportunity for penetration, and you pass it on to the creators.
Thank you, Darren. Danny, I want to come to you on this as well, because your company, GTP Venture, is renowned for fostering innovation and growth within the industry. So how can companies like yours have a strategy to enable the content producers to come up with content that has global resonance while preserving their diverse cultural identities within the region?
Well, to be honest with you, we're not the expert on the entertainment. We just can read, we just read the pattern, what's gonna happen next. And so what happened is like we basically invest in the founder that has a vision that like focus on the global reach from Asian country or Asian founders that like want to show the world that like their talents. And I think we also like the idea about like a cross-border production in the sense of it. So they don't see a limit because it is global, right? And when we talk about global, we can like doing the production in London or like in Stockholm and by the singer of like Indonesian, but also like the writer from other country, you know. And those cross-border production or creation that like actually help to introduce the culture, to help to introduce the different tastes of like part of the region. I mean, I think like it's happened also like in TV commercial, for example. A lot Indonesian, like they fly to Thailand, to Bangkok, to doing the like post-production because they got the best one. I mean, I think like Amar talk about digital creator. The one thing that we noticed that like there's a lot of talent gap here in Asia. There's one country really good at post-production, one country really good at like, you know, creating, like movie directing or like music, you know, singer. but like the other country are really good at, scripting. I mean, like I don't think it's like in Asian, there's like a country that like have a fully like the whole ecosystem like United States. It takes time. I think like back to regulation, I think I want to add it. I think the government need to like focus on the talent, like invest on the talent. I think the work within like the government, the business, the academy, the community, and also like the creator is like need to be synergy, because if not, it will not happening.
I absolutely agree with that, and I think that's a running theme across this whole forum about that regional and global cooperation and collaboration, that will enable and empower the talents that we have across the different countries in this part of the world. So Amor, maybe I can ask you to add to that. What kind of initiatives and ideas you would propose to enhance that connectivity and collaboration, both regionally and globally?
For one thing, we look at technology. So my slip is showing. My slip is primarily in fintech, and we look at fintech as a horizontal and not as a vertical. Our main objective is to embed it across various industries. That is our hope for culture. And the one industry that we hope to actually give life to using fintech is culture. And in the Philippines, we are going to be launching it during the Philippine FinTech Festival with a focus on ASEAN, and we call it Culture Tech, because we are done with being the biggest market, one of the biggest markets after Indonesia, of Korean content. We love Korea, don't get me wrong, I love Korea. As a matter of fact, I said this when I did one of the keynotes in the Korean FinTech Week a few days back. I just came from Seoul. I love them to pieces. Indonesia and the Philippines are two of the biggest consumers of Korean content, Indonesia being number one. Number two, I think, is Japan. Third is the Philippines, and fourth is South Korea. And there is something that we need to take from there, because by energizing culture, applying technology and monetizing it, as this fine young gentleman said earlier, we are able to create a ripple effect in the economy that will cascade to tourism, cascade to food, cascade to manufacturing and everything else, right? So I think what we all want to call on everyone, starting with this fine gentleman, investor, and even from this centralized platform over here, is please energize culture. I'll start with my industry, which is fintech. And what we will do is we will energize the culture pillar in ASEAN by embedding services, embedding loans, embedding insurance and healthcare to the content creators. We will stop making them anonymous in the financial services sector. That's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to recognize them formally, even if what they have as their asset is digital assets. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to recognize them as a genuine industry, meaning we're going to work more closely with them in helping them create more revenue models by embedding them in e-commerce and other hard industries. So that's what we'll do, and we hope to see all of you when we celebrate everything ASEAN during the Digital Pilipinas Festival in November. Thank you.
Thanks, Amor. So, gentlemen, I think you have your homework set out for you. But Amor did also mention about technology, which is, again, another hot topic, AI, ChatGPT, you name it. So I wonder, gentlemen, if we talk about technology, how do you see technology has or will reshape the creation, distribution, and consumption of content? And how do you think we can leverage technology to harness these opportunities?
Decentralized.
Decentralized. And what else? Danny?
Well, I think like technology is keep growing and keep evolving, and I've been investing in technology. But one thing like the technology can be double-edged sword. I think like AI, we need to rethink about the AI in terms of creative. It will kill a lot of content creators like so quick. Yeah. So like if the regulation is not in place, the 2 million people, it will be literally like nothing, I think like the hardest part, I mean, we love AI, we love like the new technology, but like we also scared on like what it will cost in terms of the ecosystem in Indonesia or like in ASEAN, because we're not there yet. We're not like United States, we're not like Japan, we're not like Korea, we're like way behind. So we need to leap. So I think like, I mean, I'm thankful like with all these big players like, coming to the region, I will hope that like they will invest on local content. I will hope they will invest on like talent academy. If you guys like from London, if you guys from like anywhere in the world, open academy here, train people, teach people. I mean, that's the only thing that we can catching up. If not, we just gonna be the biggest market in the world.
Well, yeah, Darren.
I think you have the huge leaps in technology. There are also all the small incremental steps that you take. Like, I think Amazon was one of the pioneers for e-commerce, but one of the lesser known but very frequently experienced minor step forward in technological innovation, if you will, is just having customer reviews on the website. It wasn't there before. You have the reviews now. Now you see it on every e-commerce system. When it comes to online entertainment, Netflix paved the way with online streaming. And I think all the players are also trying their best to make improvements so that it's just a much more seamless experience for the customer. On Prime Video, we have this X-ray feature. So when you pause something, there's an overlay. You see the names of all the actors. Sometimes you have trivia as well. And if you click through, you go to IMDb, and you may end up going down the IMDb hole instead. So when we launched some of our original shows from Southeast Asia, like last week we launched Comedy Island Thailand and Comedy Island Indonesia, Comedy Island Philippines. The details of all the local cast, the directors, producers, and so on is available on X-Ray. I think these are tiny technological innovations that just help discoverability of foreign content. And when you think of all the different technologies that are constantly improving, I think there's also a lot of room for a content creator or an IP owner to monetize their content in multiple channels. You have animation from Singapore called Oddbots. It's available on YouTube, on Prime Video, on Netflix in different regions. And now on the e-commerce side, Amazon is supporting Oddbots in selling their merchandise around the world. So you have Oddbots, figurines, soft toys, pencils, and so on. I know because my kids keep asking me for them. And they're being enjoyed by customers from Mexico to the UK. So I think just from the very basic fact of access, on ease of putting up your items for sale or putting up your show for viewing, like these basics make a huge difference to the aspiring entrepreneurs or creators here. And along the way, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more improvements, including on more disruptive kind of technologies that eventually could lead to further improvements to very basic systems. Yeah.
Excellent. So I think we can be confident that used well, technology can assist us with the growth of the industry. On that note, I know we're already running out of time. I do want to ask for a final word from our panel about the future. One thing you think would contribute to the ideal future of the regulatory measures that will support an inclusive growth in this industry, in this region? Who'd like to go first? Danny.
I like to wish that like tax rebate, tax incentive that will happening in the region. Because right now is the only country that's doing it. I think like either Thailand and also Malaysia and Singapore like they provide like $4,000 or something, or like it's not even funny. Like, but it's too small. But like I think like with tax rebate, tax incentive will help to promote like tourism. I mean, who doesn't watch Eat, Pray, and Love and like doesn't go to Bali? That's the big example of it. I mean, right now, Indonesia, I hate to say this, but most film from Hollywood portraying Indonesia as a terrorist or an escape country of a bad guy, which is sad. You know, I think like with tax incentive, it will change that. Probably this Hollywood people doesn't know Indonesia, so that's why they like, you know, they just like assume making things up on that one. So I think that's like will help.
Tax incentive from Danny Amor.
Promote, protect, and preserve culture using technology.
Technology. Darren.
I'll follow on the P theme, protect, promote, and preserve. I'll just throw in pragmatism. So I think if you take a step back, we're actually still a super young industry that is constantly changing. It's so dynamic. It's so hard to think of the right policy right now. And I don't feel there needs to be a rush to regulate, especially when you don't see a policy issue or challenge or something that's at even close to breaking point. And I think pragmatism in timing is important. Pragmatism in the design of the policy is also important, because you don't want something that will not get you to your objective and in fact causes more harm. But it's such a tricky space, and I don't think anyone has the right answer. So pragmatism, I think with humility as well, that no one has the monopoly on answers. Let's all figure this out together.
On that note, I'm afraid that's the end of the session. So I don't know about you in the audience, but I'm going away feeling stimulated, energized, and positive about the future. I will certainly take some of these ideas into my conversation with my colleagues, including with ASEAN, together with my colleagues from the UK mission to ASEAN, to see what we can do in our power to support the inclusive growth. So thank you to the organizers for allowing us with this session, and a round of applause to our esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for staying with us. That's a wrap.
Let's have a photo together, guys. Come.
And sure, so ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to our moderator and our esteemed speakers for our last panel today. Thank you so much for your energy and all your insights on the stage today. And with that, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this enlightening and also impactful event, we find ourselves at a moment of reflection and also inspiration. We have followed discussions, dialogues, and special addresses we've witnessed, and has deepened our understanding of the themes that shape ASEAN's journey toward unity, progress, and prosperity. And in the spirit of collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, that defines ASEAN, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our speakers, our panelists, and moderators who have shared their expertise and perspectives with us, and to everyone, to each and every one of you who has been part of this event. Thank you once again for your presence. And before officially closing today's agenda, I would like to quickly share some information. Happening right now, we'd like to invite all of you to come join us at the ballroom at the side, Ballroom 2. We will have the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum 2023 closing ceremony. by the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. We welcome you to join us at Ballroom 2 to listen to his closing remarks. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, I'm Sasha Loda. It is such a pleasure for me to guide you and to be here with you throughout today. Thank you once again for attending the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum 2023 implementation of ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. Thank you, and we wish you a wonderful afternoon. See you again.
BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia.
BNI harus semakin proaktif dan responsif.
BNI terus konsisten untuk mendorong UMKM kita naik kelas.
BNI berkomitmen dalam program-program pemberdayaan UMKM untuk go global.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already one step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future.
Mining Industry Indonesia. Mind ID. We explore natural resources for civilization, prosperity, and a brighter future.